Man, Marvel's rebooting Spider-Man, and the ending to this comic is amazing, right? I'm so excited to see where this comic goes. So this is Ultimate Spider-Man #1, and this comic basically opens up in January. Now, the reason why that's the case is because the Ultimate Universe, or at least this new Ultimate Universe going forward, will be much like the old one in the sense that it's kind of the answer to the question, what if superheroes existed in this real world? What would it look like? And so you'll see a lot of reflection of what goes on in the world right now reflected in the comics. So it's really, really cool, right? Jonathan Hickman does an amazing job with this. So a few things to know. #1, Peter Parker never became Spider-Man, and Peter Parker's got kids. Right now, the reason why Peter Parker never became Spider-Man was covered during the story Ultimate Invasion, which we have covered, and you'll find a link to that at the ending of this video. But the important thing here is that, in effect, Peter Parker, as most of you guys know, gets bitten by a radioactive spider in his teenage years, and he goes on to become Spider-Man. That was stopped. And because he was never bitten by a radioactive spider, he never became Spider-Man. He just grew up as a guy that eventually got a job at the Daily Bugle. Now, his two kids, it's kind of cool, right? Richard and May, of course, being named after members of his family. That Richard is named after his father, Richard Parker, and his daughter is named after Aunt May, right? May Parker. There's actually a reason for that. So you guys are going to find this is going to very, very closely, not really mirror, but have concepts from what you've seen in the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies from the MCU. Of course, Mary Jane Watson is here as well. And basically life is great for him, right? Like they got a family and they do their thing and everything's for the most part pretty cool. But what ends up happening, and one of the things that I want you guys to notice here, is that there's this kind of ball that May Parker has in her possession, right? It almost looks like a crystal ball. Now, of course, Peter Parker takes that away and says, that's not a toy. Keep that in the back of your head because that is going to be stupendously important by the time we get to the end of this comic. And I'm curious to see if anybody can figure it out, right? As you're watching this video, leave a comment down below and let me know if you're able to figure out what the deal is with that crystal ball. But what you end up doing is transitioning to the Daily Bugle. Now, for the most part, life in the Daily Bugle is exactly as you would expect. J. Jonah Jameson is still a dick. He still yells at people all the time, and we all still love him for it. Right? Like Peter Parker's still here doing his Peter Parker thing, but there's a big difference, a big caveat, because there is another office that is ran by the managing editor, and this guy is Ben Parker. Uncle Ben never died. Uncle Ben was never killed, right? He's very much alive. As soon as I saw this, I was like, really? Right? I literally just sat up in my seat. I was like, okay, let's see where this goes, Jonathan Hickman. Now, one of the things that's kind of funny here is that seemingly J. Jonah Jameson and Ben Parker have been working together for decades, right? Like 20, maybe 30 years at this point. And in fact, when Peter Parker shows up here, he and Ben Parker are supposed to be going on some kind of a walk or basically meeting and talking and so on and so forth. But there's a kind of back and forth here that I absolutely adore, right? Like Peter Parker shows up here. He's like, Uncle Ben, are you ready? And Ben's like, I was ready 15 minutes ago, Peter. Why are you late? And he's like, well, it's probably because I was neither on time nor early, right? A Parker arrives precisely when he means to. Like, I love that, right? And so the response of Ben, that's cute. The response of J. Jonah Jameson, kids these days, always being cute, always being clever. And Ben's response, never clever enough to show up on time. And the response of J. Jonah Jameson, but clever nonetheless. There is a strong camaraderie here between these guys that I love, and I never realized I needed it until now. Kudos, Jonathan Hickman. You did a fantastic job, right? And even then, like Peter's just kind of like, you guys should have your own show, right? So it's awesome the way that it's done, right? Like Peter Parker, J. Jonah Jameson, Ben Parker. I mean, it's just this amazing little thing. And so what you do is you end up finding out that, of course, J. Jonah Jameson, in a lot of ways, much like what we're familiar with the mainline or main Marvel Universe comics, really in more recent years, J. Jonah Jameson, I wouldn't go so far as to say is like a father figure for Peter, because of course that's really what Uncle Ben is. More like a mentor, because he pulls him aside for a second and is like, where's your tie? And he's like, well, I never really wear a tie. I really don't even own one. And the response of J. Jonah Jameson, you have to wear a tie, right? Take off your jacket. And he presents him with a tie. And he kind of sits around and talks to him, right? He's like, have I ever told you about how much we love to sit around and talk about our feelings, your uncle and I? And it's a really, really touching moment, right? Because J. Jonah Jameson says, your uncle is the toughest son of a gun that I've ever met. Asking if he's okay is kind of like asking about the durability of stone or some other geological remnant of another time. Saying that, how about you and I, regardless of how it appears he's doing, keep a close lookout for any cracks that we might see. Can we agree to that? And the response of Peter is yes, right? So very much Ben Parker is an old school guy. And so what you end up getting is this moment where Peter is talking to Ben, and he kind of asks him the question, like, everybody's wondering if you're doing okay. Like, everybody wants to know how you're doing. The response of Ben, everyone is not wondering if I'm okay, Peter. Everyone doesn't care. We work at the Bugle. So you and me, we're in the words business. If there's something you want to say, don't hide your intent. Just go ahead and say it. Then everyone, quote unquote, will respect you because you did. And his response, fair enough. Like, I'm worried about you. Ben asks why, and he says, what do you mean why? You won't talk about what happened. You haven't said anything, not one word about how you're doing or how you feel. And so what's really, really interesting here is in this conversation, Ben talks about the idea that when he arrived on the doorstep of Ben and May Parker 15 years ago, following the death of his parents, that they took him in as their own and raised him as their own son, but never tried to replace his parents. And he says, it's been a long time, but has one day gone by that you didn't think about them? Is there one day that it doesn't hurt that they're gone? The response of Peter, no. The response of Ben, then you know exactly how I feel. Aunt May died. Now, here's the big difference here. It's not like the main Marvel universe where Aunt May was killed in the same way that Uncle Ben was killed in the comics, in the sense that, like, Peter allowed some mugger to run by, because the guy was ripping him off or whatever. It's one of these things where she was killed in the Stark explosion in Ultimate Invasion. So for those of you guys who aren't familiar with that, right, kind of touching back a little bit on Ultimate Invasion, because this will be a linchpin for most everything that goes forward in the future of the Ultimate Universe. So I highly suggest you watch it. The long and short is that there was an alternate reality version of Reed Richards called The Maker. He came from the original Ultimate Universe, which doesn't exist anymore. So you can largely ignore its existence. But what The Maker wanted to do is he wanted to recreate his original universe. So he traveled to this reality and then just started changing things. But one of the things he did is he formed the Illuminati, which operated behind the scenes. In the absence of the Maker, who was the leader of the group, the Illuminati started basically orchestrating events behind the scenes to kind of secure power, consolidate power, different things like that. One of the events that had transpired in Ultimate Invasion is that the Stark building was blown up to make it look like a Stark accident, when the reality here is it was an orbital satellite that was fired in order to blow the building to pieces. The result is that while Tony Stark is seemingly believed to be dead, even though we know he's not, that explosion killed a boatload of people in the city of New York. So it's really one of these things where it seems like annually they get together and they mourn the loss of these people. And so what you end up getting here is the realization that Aunt May was killed in this explosion. Not only that, Matt Murdock seemingly never became Daredevil. He just became a priest within the Catholic Church, right? He's referred to as like Father Murdock. And so while he gives this speech to everybody and explains everything that's going on, or at least kind of talking about the loss, but for the most part also kind of ties it to Ultimate Invasion for us as the reader, that he actually says there is a person here who wants to speak. The people that he lost here were Emily and Norman Osborn. This is their son, Harry. So Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, he's dead, gone. He's not in the picture anymore, right? He was killed as well. But something that I want you to notice as Harry stands up and he makes this speech, right? The idea that they come together and he says, we gather here every year in order to honor the lives of those who were lost, right? To remind them that we love them and to remind ourselves that as a city, we will endure, right? But he says, it's just not enough. And I'm not sure any of us would be expected to live with it. There's an anger here that Harry Osborn has, a deep-seated anger over this loss, and it will manifest itself. Because what you do is you pick up at the Daily Bugle, and literally as Peter and Ben get back here, J. Jonah Jameson is pitching a fit, throws papers in the air, walks out and says, I quit, right? Like, I'm done. Just leaves. And so at that point, Ben's like, okay, Peter, like, go to your desk, keep your head down. We'll catch up later. when Ben gets into the boardroom, you end up having Robbie Robertson, right, who is like the second in command to J. Jonah Jameson, right? He basically says, like, so here's the rub, man. Like, between the board and the advertisers and folks like that, they don't like how it is that we're covering the Stark explosion. Advertisers are threatening to pull out. We're gonna lose money and we'll end up shutting down. And because news is a profit-driven institution, we have to keep the advertisers, right, above anything else. The question has to be asked, is the news that we're reporting and how we're reporting it, is it keeping the coffers full? Truth comes second. And so Robbie Robertson says J. Jonah Jameson just didn't really care for the changes, and so he quit. Then Ben Parker asked Robbie the question, how do you feel about them, Robbie? His response, I'm 2 years away from maxing out my pension, and I feel like it would just be a good idea. So at the end of the day, Robbie's like, I'm just going forward with it. Now here's the thing, right? This is gonna piss off some Spider-Man fans, because Robbie Robertson has a small but very dedicated fan base. And Robbie Robertson is nothing if not a man devoted to the truth in the main Marvel universe. So seeing the Ultimate Universe kind of flip him on his head and say, I mean, do I agree with what they're doing? It doesn't really matter. What matters is I'm 2 years away from maxing out my pension and potentially retiring. I don't really much care for doing what's right or wrong. I care about making it to the finish line and calling it a day. So some folks will probably be a little offended by that. I'm curious to see how people are going to respond to it, right? But the fact remains here that Robbie Robertson says, because of all these things, right, you know, the advertisers and so on, we're making some changes, right, at the behest of both the board and broader leadership in general. And where Ben asked the question, how do you think I should feel about that? His response, or at least a statement, comes from the Kingpin Wilson Fisk, who says, you should be pleased at your good fortune. After all, nature abhors a vacuum. And it's like, well, what do you mean, Mr. Fisk, right? And his response is, Jameson's out. Now the paper needs new leadership. You are the obvious choice. And so I suppose congratulations are in order, Mr. Parker. It seems you've got your promotion. That's if you want the job, of course, and if you can toe the line. So it seems like Wilson Fisk basically owns the Daily Bugle, right? He owns an entire newspaper. Now, of course, this in a lot of ways is an allegory probably to Elon Musk owning Twitter, but the fact remains here, right? Like, everybody looks at Ben Parker to see his reaction, and all he does is smile, walk out of the office, and join J. Jonah Jameson in the elevator and leave. Now, I will say this, if Jonathan Hickman, which I couldn't imagine him doing this, if Jonathan Hickman had written it in such a way to where he had crafted this situation where Ben Parker just kind of dropped his head in sadness and said, okay, it would have pissed off the Spider-Man universe to no end. So it would have been absolutely crazy. But the point is that later on, as Wilson Fisk is getting out of his vehicle, he's suddenly attacked out of nowhere by the Green Goblin, who obviously is Harry Osborn here, right? Now, we only see him for a second, because what you do is you transition to the bar with no name, which is an obvious allegory to the bar in the main Marvel universe, which is a sign for like wizards and witches and people who specify or who specialize in magic and all that kind of stuff, and only people with magical abilities can access it. That's clearly not the case here. This is just a bar out there in New York that just doesn't have a name on it. But the fact remains that you have this really interesting debate between J. Jonah Jameson and Benjamin Parker, where they kind of go back and forth, right? And they talk about all this stuff, everything that's happened so far. And the thing about J. Jonah Jameson is he kind of laughs at Ben Parker, because Ben Parker is like, we should do our own thing, right? Like, we should launch our own news organization, you know? And he's like, the easy thing about this is like, we do it right. And where J. Jonah Jameson is like, what does that look like doing it right? The response of Ben is, it's easy. We tell the truth. And J. Jonah Jameson just kind of laughs out loud, because he makes this argument and he says, there's no room for truth in news, right? People know the truth. People ignore the truth. People want the facts they want to hear, right? He's like, he almost takes a page out of like the newsroom, right? Where he says like, in this day and age, right? In this era, right now, people choose the facts they want. So whether or not you present them with the truth is irrelevant. But Benjamin Parker has a lot more faith in people than J. Jonah Jameson does, because his stance is no. Right? Sure, there are people out there that choose the facts they want, but we can convince them by showing them what's really going on out there, bringing honest to goodness, real, truthful journalism. We can make that work. But at the end of the day, the stance of J. Jonah Jameson and even the wisdom and experience he brings to the table cannot be denied. there is truth in him making the statement that there's no truth in the news and no news in truth. And so he's like, it's a dirty business. That's just the way that it is. This is not me bringing my personal beliefs to the table. It's 30 years working in this industry and watching how people absorb the news that informs this belief system. And so he says, how about this, right? We promise that we simply won't lie. That's what we promise to do. We simply just don't lie to people. Now, this is where the ending that I was telling you about gets crazy, because what you do here is you have Peter Parker who walks in on the two of these guys and just starts talking to them, right? He basically, word got around to him that they ultimately left the Daily Bugle, and they offer him a job, right? And he's like, do you guys have any money? And they're like, that's a day 2 problem, Peter. He says, tonight, I am a man who is right with the world, right? J. Jonah Jameson's like, we'll worry about the cash later on. And he's like, think it over, Peter, right? And so Peter asked this question. He was like, Ben, I gotta know, right? Like, how did you blow your whole life up in one afternoon and then just start a new one? And the response of Ben is, because there is nothing else. I have nothing else, right? You're a grown man, Peter Parker. You're not my child anymore, or at least what would be my child. Aunt May's dead. It's just me, a man in the world by myself. I can start and stop a new life every day if I choose to. But the reality is the choice was easy, right? Like, either I stay as just a guy out here in the world working for a newspaper, publishing news in a way that I don't agree with because the man who runs the show demands that I toe the party line, or I quit. And I basically do what I believe to be the right thing for myself. Because in Uncle Ben's case, at his age, all that matters is speaking his truth and being his true self, because that's all he has left. It's very easy for us as people, and even like this personal honesty and living the life that we want to live, it's very easy for all of that to fall to the wayside in the face of life's struggles and in the face of life's responsibilities. Peter's dealing with that right now because he's like, I have a wife, I have children. I can't just uproot, quit a full-time job and leave and go to this place, right? Just go do a thing because it's like my destiny or something along those lines. And Uncle Ben starts to pick up on the fact that Peter is not talking about the Daily Bugle, the job that he has there, and working for Uncle Ben and working for J. Jonah Jameson. There's something else going on here, right? And he was like, what's the deal? He's like, are you and MJ okay, right? And the response of Peter, I mean, yeah, I'm great, she's great, and she says that I think she deserves better than me, but she disagrees, which makes it even better, right? Because she's with me because she loves me, he says, for the longest time, I've thought something was wrong with my life, Ben, that something was wrong with me. I can't really explain it, but now I just know that I've been right all along, and I don't know what to do. The life that I'm living is not the life that I was supposed to live. And the response of Ben is, have you ever heard the saying that inaction is action, right? The response of Peter, yes. And so Ben in turn says, that's just a garbage way of saying, don't spend your life waiting for something to happen. Make it happen, right? And he says, I love you, son, but if you're walking around half asleep, anesthetized by your own life, then it's time to wake up. And so Peter, of course, says goodnight to his kids, and he says goodnight to Mary Jane Watson, and he talks about how he needs to pursue a grander purpose. And she asks the question, does this change things between us? He says, absolutely not. She's like, then go do your thing. And so what you do is you pick up with Peter on a rooftop, right? And he's holding this crystal ball in his hand. And what it does is it jumps back to the night before, right? Before this comic picked up, right? And you get this message, right? This is for Peter Parker, right? And he says, hello, if this has gone as I'd hoped, I am speaking with Peter Parker. It's Tony Stark Iron Man, or at least a holographic projection of him. And he says, my name is Tony Stark. And while it's likely that you know my father's name, you've probably never heard of me. Now, of course, because Tony Stark was blamed for the explosion in New York, everybody knows his name, right? And he says, I'm sending this to you from 6 months into the future. There was an attempt on my and my companions' lives, and we only had seconds to escape before the orbital platform fired. And that's when Peter's like, wait, we never heard anything about an orbital platform firing at the building, right? So that's when he starts to realize he's only got half the equation here. And so Tony continues on and he says, so we went to the only safe place that I could think of. And he says, I'm sorry I can't be more specific than I'm about to be, but we have to be careful because this world is more complicated and dangerous than you could ever believe. And there's a component of faith to this that frankly is unavoidable. And he says, all I ask is that you please listen carefully. And he says, inside this, right, this ball that he has in his hand is a Picotech stealth suit to mask your identity and a bioorganic catalyst necessary for you to undergo a post-human transformation. And Peter, of course, flabbergasted, says, what in the world is this supposed to mean? The response of Iron Man, 20 years ago, you were supposed to be bitten by a radioactive spider. This would have given you amazing powers, and with them, you would have become one of Earth's most prominent superheroes. Instead, a great evil traveled through time and erased almost all the heroes of this world from existence. You were one of them. He did this so that he and his confederates, i.e. the Illuminati, could treat Earth as a kind of experiment, an exercise in creating a society that could be perfectly directed and controlled. I am repeating this with 6 others like you, and in 6 months, if I've done this correctly, I will exit this room to find an Earth that has regained its heroes, and together we will free the world. It is my greatest hope that you are among our number. And of course, he says, you are supposed to have a different life, Peter Parker. You are supposed to protect the innocent, save lives, and inspire the citizens of this world to be their best selves. And instead, all of that was taken from you. So what it does is it jumps to this current moment right now, right? Because Peter's kind of flashing back between this, when the last thing that Iron Man asked him is, do you want that life back, right? This ball, this crystal ball opens up in his hands. And when it does, a smaller ball comes out. And what he finds here is a little tube with a radioactive spider, the exact spider that was supposed to bite him. And he kind of recollects on this idea, Uncle Ben telling him, if you believe that you've been anesthetized by your own life, it's time to wake up. The response of MJ, if you believe you're meant for a greater destiny, then go and get it. And so Peter Parker takes the spider out of the vial, puts it on his hand, and finds himself bitten, and officially becomes Spider-Man. It's amazing. So what happens when Spider-Man stops pulling his punches? Let's find out. So what this does is this opens up, this being Ultimate Spider-Man #2, this opens up with Spider-Man basically learning about his new powers. Because remember, like, Peter Parker just became Spider-Man. And as he's going through, he does kind of muse to himself a little bit about how strong he is, how agile and fast he is, all that kind of stuff. But in the midst of him kind of figuring out what his greater role is, he ends up coming across this guy who's breaking into a bank. Now, the funny thing is it shows the inexperience of Peter, and this is where him not pulling his punches, where he just doesn't hold back, this is where it's all gonna come to a head. Because what goes on here is that as they're talking, this guy's just kind of like, so who are you supposed to be, right? And Peter's like, yeah, I don't really know. Like, I don't really have a name for myself or anything like that. And maybe I should, like, you know, develop a name of some kind, something along those lines. And he's just kind of like, have you ever done this before? Or is this like your first time? And he's kind of making fun of him, right? You know, he's like, Peter's like, I mean, it's my first time ever doing this. And the guy's like, you know what? You're a natural. And you're probably right. Me breaking into this bank in the middle of the night, this is clearly a bad idea. This is definitely something that I don't really need to be doing. So you know what? You've helped me understand the error of my ways. I owe you, right? So he reaches out his hand to shake. And Spider-Man's like, dude, I appreciate it, man. Like, what's your name? And he's like, just call me the Shocker. And then just like blasts Peter Parker and just sends him flying across the skyline. And so what you do is you pick up later on when Peter Parker is all back out there again and he comes across the Shocker breaking into yet another bank. Now this time he's a little more prepared than he was because he's aware of what the Shocker's capable of, that this guy in a lot of ways just kind of would trick him or something along those lines. And he even kind of breaks into his little quips, the sort of things that we're normally familiar with. But he's lulled into this false sense of security yet again when the two of them start fighting. Now he does start firing off his webbing and different things like that. And of course, you know, incapacitating this guy. But where things become interesting is when he goes to just like punch him and just absolutely shatters this guy's bones, right? Like shatters his ribs. And he's just kind of like, dude, like, you absolutely broke my ribs, man. Like, what's your problem? And he starts begging and he's like, it's my wife, man. She's dying. We don't have any money. And so we can't pay for any of the treatments that she needs. She needs this. So I don't have any other choice. What would you do if you were in my shoes? And Peter's like, oh my God, man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He's like, wait a minute. Is any of that true? And he's like, what do you think? And then he blasts Peter Parker again. I absolutely love this. Now, the cool thing here is this whole exchange between Peter and like the Shocker is being overseen by the Green Goblin, watching all of this happen, which for the most part we know is Harry Osborn because Norman Osborn died. Again, there is the Ultimate Invasion playlist that you'll see at the end of this video. This is where you learn about how everything went down, but in essence, Tony Stark is blamed for just the deaths of so many people throughout the whole city of New York due to an attack that was not actually orchestrated by Tony Stark. It just looks like it was. But here's the funny thing, right? This is something that I want to talk about here for a second. The idea of Peter Parker pulling his punches, that is a relatively novel concept. It's relatively new, and you've only really seen it a couple times. The most obvious instance of this was in Superior Spider-Man, and that's where you really learned that Peter Parker was pulling his punches all this time. Because in Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus gained the body or took over the body of Peter Parker. He got into a fight with Matt Gargan, the Scorpion, who had the Venom suit at that point in time. And in that fight, he punches Matt Gargan and knocks his jaw off his face. And that's when Dr. Octopus is just like, oh my God, like Peter could have beat us to death at any point in time. And so that's when you really start to realize that Peter has been pulling his punches. And ever since then, it's kind of become a mainstay of his character. Now, Peter recognized that, and there were multiple references to Peter recognizing that long before the events of Superior Spider-Man. But it was the first time that you really saw it being hit on the head so well, and another villain really beginning to figure out just how capable Spider-Man was. Now, the cool thing is that we do get the return of Kingpin here in a second, but I do want to talk about just this really adorable moment because the daughter of Spider-Man is like terrified of quote unquote Spider-Man. She only really sees like, pictures of him in magazines or newspapers or wherever, but it freaks him out. When he comes back home, his daughter having no idea that her father is Spider-Man, when he comes back home, she sees him there and then she just immediately starts crying, right? Because she's just so terrified of him. And she thinks like this guy is like breaking into their home. And Peter's just like, no. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. It's me. Can I bribe you with some ice cream so you don't tell anybody? I promise everything's okay. And she's like, yeah, I mean, of course, you can bribe me with ice cream because she's a kid, right? I mean, I'm an adult and I can be bribed with ice cream. But she's just like, I don't like the costume. And so one of the cool things we're going to see is we're going to get this sort of beginning process of like the modified Spider-Man costume. And I'm curious to see what the new spider suit looks like. But at that point, you switch over to the Kingpin Wilson Fisk. Now, as he's depicted here, it is drastically different from the Kingpin that we're familiar with traditionally in Marvel Comics. Traditionally in Marvel, the Kingpin has been a guy who just ruled the criminal underworld in the city of New York. And depending on how far reaching you want to go, if you want to talk about Devil's Reign, he was the mayor of New York, so he just ruled the whole city with an iron fist at that point in time. But Kingpin never really answered to anybody. He never really had any kind of oversight of any kind. But one of the things to remember about this current Ultimate Universe, especially what's going on behind the scenes, is that you have the Illuminati out there and they're pulling the strings on everything. So guys like Kingpin, he works for them. And it's even one of the things that he's told here, right? He's like, you serve us. Myself and my fellow partners, we have divided this world amongst us. And after that, we have divided it further and gifted people like you your little kingdoms. And so you get to play king, Mr. Fisk, for as long as you can hold on to your kingdom. But the bigger kicker that's going on here, and really the bigger talking point that's taking place here, is that the Green Goblin, while it's happened off panel, he's attacked the Kingpin 3 times in 3 weeks. And so there's obviously guys out there trying to bring him down. Now, how capable Wilson Fisk will prove himself to be in Ultimate Spider-Man, only time will tell. So we don't really know how capable he's going to be in comparison to like his main Marvel Universe counterpart. Is he going to be as strong? Is he going to be as like authoritative? We're not 100% sure, but I am excited to see what it is that he's capable of. But again, switching to Peter Parker, when he gets back home, he says, so in the last few days, I've not only managed to get my butt kicked twice, but I also accidentally revealed my secret identity to my kid. Worse than that, I scared her. And he's like, not good, Peter, not good at all. Face it, you might not be cut out for this. But this is where you start to get this modification, because his daughter draws a picture of a spider and says, I drew a picture of a spider. I hope you like it. You're the best, love, May. So obviously this is going to be the basis for the new Spider-Man suit that Peter Parker is going to be getting. But it's a cool thing here, because what I love about all of this is despite the fact that Peter Parker is clearly in his like 30s, if not potentially his early 40s at this point, although he doesn't really have enough gray hair to be in his early 40s, he's still kind of figuring out how all this comes together. But one thing to remember, behind the scenes of all of this is Tony Stark in the future sending projections of himself into the past and contacting various people who were supposed to be superheroes. Why? Because as we talked about, the Maker, an evil version of Reed Richards, had previously come to this universe and changed everybody's origin stories, so they never really became superheroes at all. Thor was locked away, although he's currently with, Dr. Doom and Tony Stark out in the far-flung future, but like Captain America's frozen in ice, there doesn't appear to be like a Hawkeye, there's no Black Widow, right? The Green Goblin's Harry Osborn, which is kind of cool, but the Avengers in the traditional sense don't exist. We don't really know what's going on with the X-Men. We won't know until their comic drops. Black Panther is at war with like the Moon Knights. So again, it's a crazy, crazy situation going on. But Peter will eventually become a part of the Avengers. He will eventually become a superhero functioning on a team. We just don't know exactly how it's going to look. The most important question that I'm seeing people asking in the comments is, when do we get Miles Morales? Or are we even going to get him at all? I have no answer to that question. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man. Now, Spider-Man gets 4 new suits, which is going to be dope. I'm excited to see which one you guys like. But this kind of opens up, right, with Spider-Man and Mary Jane Watson and their 2 kids. Because remember, this takes place in the Ultimate Universe, not the main Marvel Universe. And so as Mary Jane and Richard, they kind of go off for the day to do their own things, and he's getting a new pair of shoes, which is dope. Better come back with some Jordans. You have Peter Parker and his daughter who go out and start working on suits. Now, the reason why is because if you guys saw the last video that we did, and we're only like 3 in, so there'll be a playlist at the end of this for you to get caught up, she didn't like the idea of him having an all-black suit. It made him look more scary than like inspiring or hopeful or anything like that. So the result of this is that she kind of came up with a kid's mock-up, right? I mean, she's what, like 7 years old, right? So, I mean, she did like a general mock-up, but it gave Peter the idea that he should create a Spider-Man suit that is more in line with what he hopes to be, right? To inspire people, to also have a little bit of personality thrown in there, and to be fun. And so the first thing he does is he takes the all-black suit and basically puts webbing on it, right? Basically the Venom suit from back in the day. And of course, right off the bat, she's just kind of like, I mean, it looks a little too scary, right? Like, I'm not really feeling this, right? So the next thing he does is go into like a modified version of the Ben Reilly suit, which I like, man. I'll be honest, man. I think it's dope. Like, I really like this modified Ben Reilly suit. And he asks her, like, does the suit like this work, right? It's less scary and it's more cool and it's red. She's like, I do like the red, but it's not cool at all. Like, at all. You're so old. So I guess that makes me old because, honestly, I think it's cool. So then he transitions into another suit and it's kind of like, I mean, maybe add some blue and bring back the webs. So he does that, right? He creates an all blue variant of like the Venom suit, which I think that one debuted in PS5, but maybe it debuted in the Fantastic Four. I don't remember, right? My knowledge on Spider-Man suits is murky at best, right? But the thing here is that ultimately they settle on the classic Spider-Man suit. So it is cool, right? It is awesome to see him just kind of running around as Ultimate Spider-Man. Now, at that point, you pick up with J. Jonah Jameson and Uncle Ben, because remember, in the Ultimate Universe, Uncle Ben is alive, right? Like, he's kind of doing his thing. More so than that, Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson are actually working together as reporters. They worked at the Daily Bugle and they quit because they believed the Daily Bugle was corrupt, which it was. It was taken over by the Kingpin, right? So Kingpin Wilson Fisk is running a news organization. You can only imagine the news coming out of that place, right? And so they end up finding what is in effect like their new office, which is kind of a dump, right? But they don't have a whole lot of money to work with. If I'm a betting man, if I'm being honest, I feel like they're going to end up going with the name Frontline. I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not, but Frontline's kind of been a popular thing for a while. It was Ben Urich's thing, and I think it was Sally Floyd? I don't remember what her name was. It was their thing. But the fact is, right, like, they're launching a new news organization that's designed to be more honest with the person who's reading the news. Now, of course, Peter Parker shows up, and this gives us insight into like how this whole thing is going to work, because Peter shows up with a bonsai tree from Mary Jane, and he's like, wow, man, this place is kind of rough, but Mary J presents a bonsai tree because, it'll liven the place up, which, as anybody who's ever had their first apartment will tell you, yeah, like, everybody's first apartment is rough. My first apartment had no air conditioning, and the heating just kept going out. So literally I would come home in the middle of winter at 35 degrees. That is not the point. The point here is this, right? Like, what you get here is a kind of quid pro quo. And news organizations, I imagine, do that. Of course, sources do that. Sources are ambiguous. The idea here is that Peter still works at the Daily Bugle. So what he can do is feed information to Uncle Ben and to J. Jonah Jameson as a quote-unquote anonymous source. And they can give him information as an anonymous source. And you kind of get this trade back and forth. So the question they ask here, right, when he's a little like, I don't know, you know, when he's like, what's this map and all that kind of stuff, you know, the question they ask is, do you know anything about some guy presenting himself as basically a villain dressed in green who's like taking pot shots at Wilson Fisk or is attacking Wilson Fisk? Do you have any information on that? And Peter's like, yes. He's like, the guy's already blown up a bunch of stuff. Robbie Robertson's taken to calling him the Green Goblin. He thinks there's a story there, but the higher-ups keep shutting him down. Instead, they're pushing stories about the guy in the black suit, which I get. He's extremely photogenic, and to me, seems to be a much more compelling and, dare I say, charming character. A real man of the people. Now, J. Jonah Jameson and Uncle Ben kind of look at him for a second. If I'm being honest here, I think they know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. I think they know. Do you think they know? That's a question to ask for the ages. Do you think they know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? But the bigger point here is with the map itself. They say each one of these pens is a location that the Goblin has basically hit, and they're all owned by Wilson Fisk. And so it's kind of like, okay, well, that explains the Bugle's behavior, but what's the story with Fisk and the green guy? Classic good guy, bad guy situation. But the reality here is it could be anything in between, right? Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, right? It could be any number of things. It's just too complex. They don't really know the intricacies. But because Wilson Fisk is the one who runs and owns the Daily Bugle, it makes perfect sense that he would suppress any story, regardless of its legitimacy or any truth that it may have, that shows that his bases of operations are being hit by the Green Goblin. It's also some criminal stuff that's probably going on there, so you don't really want to shine a giant light on your criminal enterprise. It's just not an ideal thing. And so for like the first time in his life here in the Ultimate Universe, Peter Parker undergoes a stakeout, and man, it sucks. He doesn't do anything but just sit and eat donuts because he's got a ridiculously fast metabolism, which I can't do because my metabolism's not fast. I wish I could eat donuts all the time. And he just watches stuff, and that's it. That's all he does, right? He just eats and watches and waits. But then finally, this kind of fight takes place, right, between the Green Goblin and Bullseye. Now, here's the kicker about the Ultimate Universe. For those of you guys who never followed our coverage of Ultimate Invasion, this is not just a alternate reality where it's like, what if Marvel existed in the real world? What the MCU is essentially based off of. Instead, there are big differences between this and the original, most notably the nature of the Illuminati, right? These just villains that run the world behind the scenes, right? It's one of the things that we learned. All these major crises, these quote-unquote villainous countries, that it's just a giant dance that gets played. That one year, it is the country of Russia, which is just doing some really crony stuff, and the world teams up against Russia. The next year, that Russia realizes the error of their ways, and in seeing China becoming a bigger threat, that now China is the country everybody's going after. And you just do this dance around and around, designed to distract the public and always give people an enemy. What's going on here with Bullseye is exactly that. Bullseye literally works directly for the Illuminati, and that Wilson Fisk Kingpin, he's a stooge. He was put there by the Illuminati themselves. The question is, what happens when he breaks free of their control? But notice this, the Green Goblin is not a straight villain in the traditional sense, right? Like, he doesn't really laugh, and he doesn't have like the kind of Joker-esque vibes that you're normally used to. And in fact, we'll figure out what this guy's about later on. But the fight's pretty intense and pretty extreme. And in fact, I don't think I've ever loved Bullseye more than I love him right now. Right? Because he's like throwing these metal cards, right? And he's just talking about how like he set up a trap and all that kind of stuff. But he's able to overtake the Green Goblin pretty quickly, and Bullseye proves himself to be incredibly capable. Now, the funny thing here is in the midst of it all, Spider-Man shows up, right? So you got Spider-Man versus Bullseye versus Green Goblin, or at least that seems to be the case. Spider-Man stops Bullseye right on the spot, and then he starts going against Bullseye, at least kind of, because what Bullseye does is he takes his cards, throws them at the crane, and the whole thing comes crashing down. Now, of course, it lands on Peter Parker, and then in turn, like, the Green Goblin shows up, attacks Bullseye, and then Bullseye throws his cards right back at the Green Goblin, and like almost incapacitates this guy on the spot. It kind of does, right? Like, he says, I tell you to make your peace, but that is not how this is gonna go. And the response of him is, you know, it's a real shame. And he's like, what? And he's like, a predator like you not recognizing a trap, even though you walked right into it. In effect, it was kind of a unspoken trap, right? That like, you kind of have the Green Goblin that would sort of play possum, right? And that would give Spider-Man a chance to recover, remove himself from the rubble, and then basically knock out Bullseye. Now, here's where things get really interesting, because Spider-Man and Green Goblin are mortal enemies in Marvel Comics. Some would argue Green Goblin is the greatest villain of Spider-Man. I would say it's Venom. But the fact is, right, Green Goblin asks him, are you okay? The response to Spider, yeah, like, I think so. And he's like, thanks for the helping hand. I was not expecting to need it, but I certainly did. And so it's like, who is this guy, right? And the response to the Green Goblin, I don't really know who this guy is. He calls himself Bullseye, but I don't know who he is. And so it's like, should we call the cops? Because it's Peter's first time, right? I mean, he just became Spider-Man. He's never done this stuff before. And so the response to the Green Goblin, Fisk owns a large part of the police. And as far as I can tell, the guy is somehow more connected than Fisk. So I don't think calling the cops is going to help. So the question is, then what are you going to do? And the response to the Goblin, the same thing as every day. What needs to be done? A place for everything and everything in its place. So that's an interesting suit you have there. I bet some people think it's very cool, right? And Peter's like, I mean, it is cool, right? That's when we realize it's proprietary tech that, like, the Green Goblin activates the thing on his chest. Spider-Man's suit just starts modifying itself and it reveals his face. And then Green Goblin shows his face for us to learn that it's Harry Osborn. And instead of these two guys being enemies over the death of Norman, because technically Peter wasn't responsible for it, instead, he's like, hi, I'm Harry. And Peter's like, my name's Peter. The response of Harry, well, Peter, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but the world is a strange and dangerous place these days. The response of Peter, yeah, like, I'm starting to notice that. And so they just kind of look at each other for a second, and Harry's just like, you want to get a drink? Maybe talk about it? And it's like, sure. These guys, the Green Goblin and Spider-Man, become friends. Ultimate Spider-Man gets absolutely wrecked in this comic. So this opens up with Ultimate Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, working together. Yes, in the Ultimate Universe, these two guys are friends. And what they're doing is basically canvassing out the tower of Wilson Fisk. And as we've talked about before, Kingpin's not just the Kingpin. Kingpin is basically an agent for the Illuminati in the Ultimate Universe, basically meaning the group that controls everything behind the scenes in this reality. And so what they're doing as they're sitting here just kind of talking and trying to figure it all out, is Peter Parker chimes in and talks about how he's never really done anything like this before. Because, again, for those of you guys who are following our coverage of Ultimate Spider-Man, Peter Parker does not become Spider-Man until he's in, like, his 30s, right? Because of just the alterations made to this universe and all that kind of cool stuff. And so that's why he says, like, I've never broken any laws, I've always been basically on the straight and narrow. But the response to the Green Goblin is, it's a necessary evil, right? In order to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs, right? It's one of those cool things. Changing the world costs something, and so you have to be able to pay the piper when the bill comes due, if we're speaking in metaphors here. And so it's interesting because what happens is that Peter Parker kind of reveals he doesn't really have a name for himself, because we're only on issue number 6. So by and large, Ultimate Spider-Man is just kind of figuring it out as he goes along. So that's why he says, don't use my name while we're in costume. Why wear a mask if you're going to do that, right? Because Harry refers to him as Peter Parker. That's when Peter says, like, use a code name or something, right? And the Green Goblin's like, I don't really have any kind of a code name. Like, I don't use code names. And that's where Peter's like, you're the Green Goblin, man. It's what everybody calls you, right? It's what reporters, civilians, the internet, the Illuminati themselves, right? They all call you the Green Goblin. And he kind of makes this little funny remark, right? He's just sort of like, they don't get to pick my code name, right? Like, I'm the one who picks my code name. And so it's like, well, then what's your code name? And it's like, I kind of like Green Goblin. So it's kind of funny, right? That he just picks up on this whole thing and ultimately decides to roll with it, which makes sense. No way he was going to call himself Hobgoblin, right? Like Roderick Kingsley, he's a poor man's Green Goblin. So what you do here is you have the question asked to Peter, what's your code name, right? And he's like, I don't really know. I haven't really given it any thought. Like, I have no clue what it's supposed to be. But the two of them basically bust into the home of the Kingpin. Now, one of the cool things about Wilson Fisk in the Ultimate Universe is that he's very similar to his character in the main Marvel Universe. The big difference between the two is that in the main Marvel Universe, Wilson Fisk answers to no one. He's like the hobbits in Return of the King, right? Like, they're like the hobbits from Harry Potter when Merlin says, "My friends, you bow to no one." And I know I've pissed off everybody in the lore of Lord of the Rings right now. We're slowly getting back to our normal selves. But in all seriousness, right? Like, the big difference here is that in this reality, because Kingpin does answer to the Illuminati, he does answer to somebody. But the similarities between these characters is that Wilson Fisk is not a guy to be trifled with. He's not a dude you just show up to and start giving a hard time. He's always bolstered with confidence because he always knows what's going on. And that's why he says, something you might want to keep in mind for the future here is that Manhattan is mine, and every camera in a 3-block radius feeds into this building. So I'm aware that the two of you have been watching for days. I was beginning to wonder when you were going to invite yourselves in. I was beginning to think I was going to have to do it myself. He doesn't really take them seriously. And it's not because of the fact that they're not serious threats. It's because Kingpin is just that significant of a character, right? If you are a god, you do not concern yourself with the ongoings of a single group of people on a single planet in an infinitely expanding universe. It makes no tangible sense. And Kingpin views himself and even operates much the same way. And so that's where he asks him, like, now that you're here, what are you looking for? And so that's where the Green Goblin kind of steps in and says, like, we know everything that's going on here, right? We know that, yes, you control the entirety of Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen, all that area, but we also know that you're working for somebody else. So we want to know who it is you're working for, who's pulling the strings behind all of this. Now, as capable as the Kingpin is, he's in no rush to reveal this information, but the reasons behind it are even now still a little murky, and we kind of have to dive into a little bit of speculation and haphazard guessing. We could simply just say it's because Kingpin doesn't want to. We could say that it's because Kingpin is afraid of the Illuminati, how quickly they would destroy him if they realized that he had turned on them. There's any number of possibilities at play here. It's most likely some combination of both, but the inner workings of Kingpin's mind on that level have not been fully brought to bear, because there have kind of been back and forths over the course of the Ultimate Spider-Man run, where he does report to the Illuminati, he hates them, but he also enjoys the power they provide him. So again, it's a little back and forth and back and forth. But when the Green Goblin reveals that the reason why he has all this information is because he had effectively tortured the assassin of the Kingpin, then Kingpin's just kind of like, huh, well, I guess he wasn't really my guy, right? If you want to get something done, might as well do it yourself. And that's where Spider-Man's spider sense kicks in, and he realizes it's a trap, right? Like, just this whole enclosure comes crashing down on him. And like that, Kingpin sends a table flying over, immediately goes after the Green Goblin. Spider-Man does jump in, and he is able to kind of offer assistance a little bit, but at the end of the day, he's getting crushed, right? Because he's kind of a good guy going into a world that he doesn't fully understand. Peter Parker is not naive by any standard of measurement, but he's getting into a fight with a guy that has no moral compass, that will do whatever it takes in order to win. Borrow, steal, and kill. Probably not beg. I have a hard time seeing Kingpin do that. But Kingpin has no scruples with killing people if it means getting them out of the way in order to achieve his goal. So it's kind of one of these uphill battles that Peter Parker's fighting here. And that's where he's like, you could have killed this guy. And the response of Kingpin, that is the idea. And it throws Spider-Man off guard because it's just not something he's readily familiar with. Now, of course, Green Goblin is ridiculously capable. And I will still say to this day, and I don't care whether or not anybody agrees with me or not, Harry Osborn in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies was a better Green Goblin than Norman Osborn. He was just far more enjoyable to watch, and the fights were better, right? But still, like, it's very similar to that, right? Just from this whole thing. He's just kind of like, you keep playing a dangerous game, Mr. Fisk, right? There's still time for you to reconsider, and throws one of his bombs at him. Now, the cool thing is that Wilson Fisk just kind of reveals he's undergone a bit of personal work. Basically, augmentation. He's stronger, he's faster, he's more capable than anybody expected him to be. And it's a cool thing because not even Harry saw it coming, right? Like, he literally spears Harry and then just starts trashing this guy, right? Just absolutely pummeling him. And he's just like, oh my God, right? And this is one of the coolest moments that goes on here because Kingpin says, God, don't you understand the world that you live in? There's no one listening, no one to save you. You're all alone and it's all over. Now, of course, Spider-Man jumps in, does what Spider-Man does, right? He's kind of like, alone? Did you really forget that I was here in this like red outfit? Now, this is kind of a cool thing because for those of you guys who are new to the Spider-Man mythos, for years and years in Marvel Comics, as far as I'm aware, and I can't speak to this as an absolute truth, I'm not all-knowing about Spider-Man, but as I understand it, no one really knew why Spider-Man made jokes when it came to fights, outside of the fact that it was just kind of a core part of his character. There is a story called Spider-Man Renew Your Vows, where Spider-Man explains why he jokes all the time. And he says the reason for that is because it makes his villains think he's not taking them seriously. And so what ends up going on is Kingpin doesn't take the bait because it's one of the coolest things. It's awesome they keep that element with Peter Parker, but the reality here is that Kingpin was never one to fall prey to such simplistic goals and machinations by someone like Spider-Man. He's not your villain of the week. This guy is always 2 or 3 steps ahead. So when Spider-Man shows up and attacks the Kingpin smashes him into the ground, right? And the thing is, where Spider-Man was making these offhanded jokes, right? Like forgetting that I'm here, right? You're hurting my feelings. What does Kingpin say? I'm about to hurt a lot more than that, right? And just like crushes him. I mean, just absolutely trashes this guy. And so what ends up happening is Green Goblin realizes how out of their league they are. They can't beat this guy, right? Like within the span of a couple minutes, Kingpin has absolutely demolished both of them. So they do the only thing they can do. Green Goblin throws a bomb as a distraction, grabs a glider, grabs Peter Parker, and gets out of there as fast as humanly possible. They're forced to retreat, right? They're literally forced to leave. It's amazing to see Spider-Man just get crushed like that. And so what you end up doing is picking up with him and his family, right? And it's one of these kind of things where he's sort of explaining why it is that his black eye was injured. One of the things that we skipped over in the beginning of the story was him actually sitting down with his family and explaining this. I figured it'd just be easier to just kind of say, he's talking to his family and here's why, right? Once we got to that segment. But one of the cool things that goes on is that Mary Jane Watson did not know that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, and neither did his son. His daughter May knew because she just kind of stumbled across it, and she was the one that helped him to design his costume. But what goes on here is twofold, right? And it's one of the funniest things that happens here. Number one, the kids are sent to bed, right? Because it's kind of like, hey, we're safe, everything's cool, nobody's going to come after us. Obviously, it's an ominous statement. Obviously, they're going to figure out that Peter Parker's Spider-Man, and they're going to start gunning for him. But then he gets into the bedroom with Mary Jane Watson. Now, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all know what's coming. Y'all know what's about to happen, man. Mary Jane Watson says she's not angry, and she found out that her husband is a superhero. Not only that, he's strong, he's fast. As far as she's concerned, he looks ridiculously attractive in that suit. So what ends up going on? Spider-Man starts clapping those cheeks, but before he does, they go on a bit of a ride across the city, which is kind of cool. But they have this kind of conversation about like what his code name should be. And MJ even says, like, you really do need a code name. And Spider-Man says, like, I suppose I could ask, like, the professional, right? And her response is, I have to warn you, I'm expensive. I charge a lot and by the hour, right? You know, a little bit of flirting and romantic banter back and forth. But he's just kind of like, I need your help, right? Like, I have no idea what my code name should be. And she's like, isn't it obvious? And, like, she touches the spider on his chest and she's like, you're Spider-Man, right? So now Peter Parker's become the character. This wraps up the whole first story arc. The Sinister Six is coming out soon. I'm excited to see how that unfolds. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man, and Peter Parker is getting a new suit in the Ultimate Universe, and it's amazing. And that's only the tip of the iceberg, right? Like, all kinds of crazy stuff happens here. So what this does is this initially picks up with Peter Parker and Harry Osborn meeting up with Otto Octavius. Now, this is one of those moments where there's a really cool callback to the original Ultimate Universe in Marvel Comics, Earth 1610. Because remember, this is the new Ultimate Universe, Earth 6160. And the reason why I say it's a cool callback is because in the original Ultimate Universe, Otto Octavius was a lab assistant for Norman Osborn. And here, it's much the same way, that Otto was hired on by Norman before his death, before Harry took over the company, and so Harry kind of brought him on as well. But the reason why they're all basically meeting here is because they've been trying to figure out the nature of their suits. That's one of the things to keep in mind. Harry Osborn basically has his suit by way of Stark tech after the death of Howard Stark and Tony Stark taking off into the future to kind of deal with everything. As always, if you need to get caught up, there's a playlist at the end of all this. The important thing to understand is that they're using Stark technology. With Peter himself, his suit was presented to him by Tony Stark personally, but they still don't know a lot about how their suits work. And that's one of the things that Otto says. He says, your suits are both Stark tech, but they were built using two completely different types of engineering. Call it Stark 1.0 and Stark 2.0. And he says, Harry, your suit is basically a dedicated piece of very sophisticated hardware. Top of the line, flawlessly constructed. If pressed, I'd actually call it the perfect war machine. I mean, it is more than that, sure. Navigation, propulsion, and onboard AI, and that's something that we'll get back to here in a second. But as a piece of tech, I can get inside it, customize it, do whatever we want. We own it now, top to bottom, front to back. But this Picotech suit of yours, Peter, it's beyond that. Highly adaptable, transformative, and it's going to take a bit more time. Now, one of the things that you guys are going to realize here is that Jonathan Hickman is doing something really cool with Picotech, because to kind of bring this in, right? Picotech is not like nanotechnology, and it's not like a traditional Iron Man suit. Picotech is basically like restructuring and allowing the atoms of the suit itself to form whole new molecules and different things like that, almost as if the suit were alive. And so what you get here is Spider-Man just kind of like, look, are we sure about this? Because number one, Otto just kind of seems like a really weird guy. And two, we don't know where his loyalties lie. We know it lies to you supposedly, but what if they got to him? Right now, of course, I'm kind of offering that little bit of an exposition myself, but when Peter, or at least when I imagine Peter saying they, of course, we're talking about the Illuminati, who we'll talk about here in a second, because they do come back and we do get something really, really cool that goes on here. But what Otto tells them is he says both suits run on the same network. They don't have to, they can operate independently, but while they do, they're subject to network commands, which is how Harry shut your suit down the first time the two of you met. Now that was a really cool moment, right? Like literally Harry, like when they first fight each other, Harry like touches Peter and shuts his suit down and sees his face. And then Harry reveals his face, right? And then they just kind of become friends after that. But here's the real kicker, right? He says up to now, they've both been running in a kind of safe mode. They actually have an onboard artificial intelligence that you can use for anything. Combat analysis, life support, any kind of higher functioning problem solving, really. We just need to turn them on and give them a profile to map to. And so what Otto had done is he had created some kind of default profiles of his own, right? Napoleon, Lincoln, Caesar, Gandhi. He even made one of himself because, right, what's Otto Octavius if not some guy who's incredibly arrogant? And then Peter says, I'd like to just be able to talk to myself. And so it's like, okay, cool. We can do that, right? We can literally take this Pico suit AI technology and map it to your brainwaves. So it effectively takes on your identity. You can clearly see where this is going. And if you don't, it's fine, right? I'll explain it once we get to that point, but it'll become painfully clear here in the next little bit. I'm sure most people are guessing it already. But then the question's asked to Harry, right? Whose voice do you want to have in your head? And the response of Harry is, I want to hear my dad, right? I want to be able to talk to my father. And so what you do at this point is you switch over to Kingpin. Now, again, here's one of the cool things about this, because he's visited by Captain Britain, who again is a Frenchman, which is kind of crazy. But remember, Captain Britain is a member of the Illuminati, the secret council of basically dark heroes, villains that control the world behind the scenes. Yes, the Incredible Hulk in this reality is one of those guys. But what ended up going on here is that as part of the Illuminati, they've stationed what are effectively lieutenants in different parts of the world in order to ensure that the campaigns and the schemes of the Illuminati are carried out and their control is maintained. Wilson Fisk is one of those. And one of the things that Fisk had talked about was the nature of Spider-Man, the danger of Spider-Man. And in reality, like, Captain Britain had just kind of hand-waved it away. But one of the best things about Wilson Fisk's character, both from the main Marvel Universe, the original Ultimate Universe, and I love seeing it being carried on here, is that yes, he is this great big huge bear of a man, right, who can tear you apart with his bare hands, but he's almost equally as intelligent, right? He is incredibly capable when it comes to planning, scheming, and being aware of things that are going on. And that's kind of what you get here, right? Where he had like warned Captain Britain, this guy Spider-Man is not the weakling that you think he is. I mean, sure, I nearly broke him apart with my bare hands, but the fact is, this guy will present a credible thorn in our side. And so in a kind of bit of humbleness to a degree, Captain Britain's kind of like, yes, right, you were right, I was wrong, so I brought an entire team of my agents, which are basically like bullseyes. Now, it is interesting that this was done because what he does, and I imagine what Hickman's doing here, is he's kind of building on Shadowland to a degree, right? That like Captain Britain says, it embarrasses me that I lack a more subtle out, but I suppose there are worse ideas than throwing numbers at the problem. What do you say, Mr. Fisk? Now, the reason why I say this is a reference to Shadowland is to kind of sidetrack from the story for a quick second, not too long. Shadowland was a story where basically Matt Murdock, Daredevil, was possessed by a being called the Beast. He's basically like the god of the mystical ninja clan, the Hand. He ends up coming back to New York and basically seizing control of Hell's Kitchen and, for the most part, New York itself. The Hand are these just crazy, capable ninjas where they just like throw them at you. Right, so depending on your level of power, let's say, for example, the Hand wanted to kill Captain America or they wanted to kill Wolverine, they would just send hundreds of ninjas in, right, to attack these guys, just overwhelm them with sheer numbers. And then any of those ninjas who were killed would be resurrected from the dead, right? That's the way that the Hand worked. And so in Shadowland, Bullseye, like the actual Bullseye, fought something like 100 of these guys, or a couple hundred of these guys, and held his own against every single one of them. It was crazy. It's one of the best moments of Bullseye in Marvel Comics. He's criminally underrated. And so this kind of feeds into that idea. It's not quite, on the nose, but just sort of borrowing that concept. And so ultimately, like, Wilson Fisk turns the idea down. He's like, no, right? Like, this is my city. I know exactly how to handle him, right? And so the question is asked by Captain Britain, do you have a plan? He says, yes, I will not tell you what my plan is. Just understand, I do not have a plan. I have 6 of them. And so what you do is you switch back over to Spider-Man and Harry Osborn as the two of them are just kind of facing off against each other. And the cool thing is that what ends up happening is the AI is turned on. And when it activates, of course, Harry hears the voice of his father and Peter just hears seemingly the voice of himself. But notice the speech bubble here, right? A black speech bubble with white letters. That should also tell you what's going on because there's only one character in the Spider-Man mythos that has that speech bubble that looks like that, right? So, well, I guess maybe there's 2, but this is obviously not the other one. But the cool thing is, like, once they start going against each other, one of the things that we realize pretty quickly is that Norman Osborn's voice in Harry's head is a lot more aggressive than Peter's voice. Essentially offense versus defense, right? That as Peter and Harry are sparring with each other, the voice of Norman says a fight is not won after one good punch, and never let your guard down. There's always someone out there trying to beat you, hurt you, take everything from you. They killed me. What do you think they'll do to you? And so, of course, when he gets hit by Peter, the voice of Norman chimes in, right? Soft, 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 right? Just kind of keeps goading his son on. And so the fight continues on, right? This kind of skirmish of sorts. And the voice says, I always wondered just how weak you are, Harry. I'm beginning to think I know. You are not avenging me, son. You're embarrassing me. And what it does is it drives Harry to the point that he fires off this kind of energy shot and hits Peter. And that's when Peter's voice chimes in, right? Yeah, our diagnostics are within acceptable levels. We'll be fine. But he needs therapy. So you guys kind of see what's going on with these two guys. And for those of you guys who haven't really figured it out yet, again, I'll explain it in a second, but understand this isn't really animosity or anything like that, because once the sparring's done, they're just kind of like, man, that was a really, really good fight, right? So it's not like they've somehow become mortal enemies over the course of this bit of a scrimmage. But then Otto shuts it all down because there's a third Stark carrier wave that's shown up here, and that Otto cannot block it out. It just takes a back door and hijacks their signals. And of course, it's the arrival of Tony Stark from the future. And he tells Peter, right? He says, I told you I'd be back in 6 months, and here I am. I just have one question for you. Are you a hero yet? Now, one of the things that I want to specify is that all of this takes place in the month of July. And that's important because what we do is we jump forward by a month to August. Now, one of the reasons why Marvel's doing this, and it's an important thing to know, Marvel's tracking the Ultimate Universe in real time. Like what you're seeing here is happening in real time. And so that's why, like, this particular comic, the one that we're covering now, Ultimate Spider-Man number 8, it came out in August, right? Ultimate Spider-Man 7 came out in July. The final part of this, part 9, came out in September. So it's cool to see that it's tracking in real life. And in fact, Marvel's actually launching a one-shot comic, which is, what is it? It's Ultimate Universe 1 year later or something like that. So following comics in real time is dope. I'm really digging it, actually. But what we do is we pick up here in August, right? We will jump back to July here in a second, but we pick up basically in August itself. And Peter is just kind of getting ready for the family to go do something. And the Picotech ball that houses his suit starts talking to him, right? And he's like, well, that's disappointing, but tell the kids I said happy birthday. And Peter's kind of shocked, right? He's like, wait a minute, like, you don't, like, how are you talking? And the response of the suit is, oh, well, I mean, we've always talked, Peter. Like, we've been talking ever since I was activated. And Peter's like, yeah, but I mean, like, you're talking out loud and you're not talking with the suit and you're talking to me unless this is in my head. And the suit kind of messes with him a bit and it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, of course it's in your head. Just messing around. You know, he's like, but it's just one of these things where we've been talking for quite some time. And it even says, I'm a perfect replica of your psyche housed in a totally independent, completely adaptable Pico shell. Of course I can talk, and I can do all kinds of things, Peter. And so Peter's just kind of like, okay, well, I gotta go, but like, we'll talk about this later. And the response to the suit is, I look forward to it. And please remember to wish the kids happy birthday for me. So the suit is effectively sentient now. And so what you do is you jump back 3 weeks ago to July when Peter and Stark started talking. And one of the things they do is they're just kind of like, okay, we have questions about our suits. Right? And initially Tony's kind of like, that's the only question you really have. And the response of Peter is, I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, there's others, but like, that's the most important that we have at the moment. And so he's like, explain why it is that Harry's suit is different from mine and why both of our suits are different from yours. And that's why Stark says, it was the last breakthrough that my father made before he died. But Picotech is revolutionary, way beyond anything that I even know how to make. Only my father really knew how to do it. When I was putting together the packages to send back in time, I thought it should go to someone who might need it the most. Something special for someone special. And where Peter initially responds, and it's just kind of like, I mean, why, like, what makes me so special? The response of Tony is, honestly, man, it's just because of the database that the maker kept, and it's the fact that you were at the top of the list. Now, I have a question that I want to ask you guys here, right? Should I make a video explaining the history of the maker in Marvel Comics? Because again, like the Ultimate Universe miniseries and then like this actual Ultimate Spider-Man run, it tells you everything you need to know about the maker. But I think it would be a lot easier for people who are getting caught up to just point them to a single video where they can understand what's going on instead of consistently saying the maker is an evil version of Reed Richards who changed history in this universe. So Peter Parker never became Spider-Man and Captain America was never thought out and different things like that. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. But it makes sense that Peter would be at the top of the list because in Marvel Comics, really when you look at the main Marvel universe, Captain America is kind of like the guy that all the superheroes rally around in times of crisis. And the Fantastic Four are like the first family of superheroes whose roles have largely transcended traditional superhero activities, which is why in Marvel Comics, you don't see the Fantastic Four fighting villains of the week anymore. They're all out exploring like the multiverse and fighting some alternate reality version of Doom or something along those lines. But in terms of everything that a superhero represents, doing the right thing as often as they can, regardless of what odds they may face, always overcoming those odds, and almost representing this sort of beacon of light out there in a world that can oftentimes be incredibly dark. That's Spider-Man. And so because Spider-Man is so significant, of course he would be the number one guy that like the maker would stop, right? Stop Peter from becoming Spider-Man first, and then everything else will be easy to sort out. And so as the two of them are kind of talking to each other, Harry also asked the question, like, am I supposed to be on this list? Now, there is a bit of back and forth between Harry and Tony Stark that goes on here. It's not overly important. It's more about the idea of Harry Osborn taking over what used to be Stark Tech and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, the really big thing is that number one, Tony Stark tells Peter, the Maker returns in a little over a year. You need to be ready for him. And the second thing that happens is Harry asks the question, where was I on your list? And the response of Tony is, you weren't on the list at all. But the fact that you're hanging out with Spider-Man means you're probably supposed to be important on some level. And so he's like, keep the suit, right? Keep all the technology. It doesn't really matter to me. You can even have the company if you want to, right? Like, I'm off doing bigger and more important things. And we know he is, right? Like, for those of you guys who aren't really tracking Ultimate Iron Man, his story is covered in the Ultimates comic, which we of course have also covered, so you're welcome to take a look at that if you want to. We may or may not add it to the playlist, and if not, I'll just post a link to it down in the description for the channel. But the fact is that, like, this leads to Tony Stark essentially taking off, and it just kind of leaves Peter and Harry Osborn kind of mulling over everything he said. So this is where things get dope, because what happens here is you switch over to Wilson Fisk, and what happens is he's told by his assistant Wesley that all these guys that he's brought are on their way. Each member is a leader of the 5 boroughs. And what Kingpin did is when he took over the city of New York, he stationed lieutenants of his own, captains if you want to call them that basically oversee one of the boroughs. Brooklyn, Staten Island, the Bronx, Queens, and Manhattan. Now there is a 6th borough that nobody knows about that, like, Wilson Fisk will point to here. But what happens is we're given each one of these guys. The first, of course, is Martin Lee, who most of you guys know as Mr. Negative. But we're kind of given this explanation by Hickman in terms of, like, who these characters are in this universe. And he says Martin Lee is the CEO of the Feast Foundation by day. It's a philanthropic outreach center that provides food and shelter for the needy of New York City. Seemingly a good, possibly even great man. But by night, he runs the gang known as the Demons, who hold Queens tightly in their grasp. Their dominion is untraceable. The occasional enemy who threatens them often crumbles from within, only needing a slight push to topple. I know that this is because Mr. Negative possesses psychological superhuman abilities, namely that of mind control. This is a secret closely held and easily maintained. After all, no reputable news organization would publish these rumors, and the Daily Bugle takes great pride in denying them. Mr. Lee is reserved, predictable, and your most dependable lieutenant. On the other hand, there's Walter Hardy, once considered the greatest top floor thief in the world. The notorious Black Cat seemingly retired after having never been caught. Once retired, Hardy used his acquired wealth to consolidate and control his territory in the Bronx. He also started a family. Tragically, his wife passed away several years ago, leaving behind only a daughter. Now, this is a really, really cool moment here. And the reason why is because even though this is a new Ultimate Universe, and we're told outwardly he appears to be the picture of a good soldier, privately, we know he goes on the prowl every night. He doesn't do it for money, he does it for the thrill. He's in this for entertainment. As such, his motivations are often unaligned with yours. I think this makes him dangerous. Now, that is something to keep in the back of your head, because that will become incredibly important as we get further into this. Now, this is when we're introduced to the 3rd member of what is clearly now known as the Sinister Six. And this is Kraven the Hunter. And I gotta be honest with you guys, Kraven the Hunter looks amazing in this. I love the way he looks. And I really wish Marvel would adapt him to look this way in the main Marvel universe. I mean, he looks so dope, right? But again, his history is very similar to the one from the main Marvel universe, right? More dangerous and more directed is Sergei Kravenov. He's a billionaire oligarch excommunicated from Russia during the Rasputin Purge. The mutants were very clear. He is no longer welcome in the motherland. He is a hunter born of a long line of hunters. He has hunted and killed most everything that can be hunted and killed. And he always hunts in pairs. One he kills, one he saves. Both trophies he preserves. The former is displayed in his lair, the latter for the public in his zoo. I do not think he will be satisfied until he has killed one of everything. And so this is when we go into the next member of the Sinister Six, which is Mysterio. But here's the coolest thing, right? We're told Brooklyn belongs to Mysterio. Beyond that, of him, we know nothing, right? And it's so cool because I love Mysterio as like this guy who literally is mysterious. They don't know anything about this guy. They don't know his real name. They don't know where he operates out of. They don't know how he maintains control. He's literally just this enigma that controls the borough of Brooklyn. I love it, man. Now, as you guys notice, we've only named off 4 people here, right? It's supposed to be the Sinister Six, and there's supposedly 5 boroughs. And so what you do here is you pick up with basically Kingpin saying there's actually 6 boroughs. And this was a genius maneuver by Jonathan Hickman that I wasn't entirely sure I initially agreed with, but that I absolutely love now that I think about it. What he does here is he says the underworld is larger than all of the other 5 boroughs combined, and it is the foundation on which they rest. Some people think they can escape your iron fist. They think they can slip through the cracks, disappear, go underground. Well, that is his domain. The Mole Man is your closest and most loyal comrade, so I would watch him closely. They always have the longest knives. Now, on the surface, it would be very easy to dismiss Mole Man because oftentimes in Marvel Comics, he's a character that you don't really take seriously. The only time Mole Man and the Moloids ever really seemed to matter in Marvel Comics was during like Old Man Logan, when, for example, I think Mole Man was one of the guys who was killed. The Moloids basically went feral, but they would like snatch people from the surface, bring them underground and eat them, right? So like it was really, really crazy. Not that dissimilar from the Morlocks, right? From like the Time Machine. But Mole Man, as a guy who has the Moloids and they're his eyes and ears, he knows everything that goes on in the city. And one of the best things about Wilson Fisk is he would say the greatest tool and the greatest weapon anybody has at their disposal is information. And he says, this city is mine. And what is mine, I have divided over the years and given a portion to each of you. But now it seems our city has an infestation. Some rats have forgotten their place. And the question that's asked by Kraven, would you prefer that the 6 of us catch them or should we kill them? And the response of Wilson Fisk, actually, I was thinking we could make a game of it because the 6th member of the Sinister Six is Wilson Fisk himself. And I love that idea. And so what this does is this transitions back to Spider-Man and to Harry meeting up with Otto Octavius, who again had made these kind of fine-tuned adjustments to the nature of Harry's suit, but has also developed a whole new suit for Peter Parker. Now, one of the things that goes on here is Peter starts talking to the suit itself. And if you haven't figured out by now, Jonathan Hickman is laying the groundwork for 2 things. The first is Venom, right? That this suit will essentially become Venom because it's sentient, right? I mean, is there really a difference between an artificial intelligence mapped after somebody's brain patterns that can function and think on its own and like an alien organism that just takes over a person's body? Not really when you break it down, right? And so the other thing that he's setting the groundwork for is Harry Osborn becoming the Green Goblin. Because when it came to Norman Osborn as the Green Goblin, he had 2 diametrically opposing voices in his head. There was Norman Osborn, who was usually trying to do the right thing. Then there was the Green Goblin that was corrupting him. Now, technically, the Green Goblin arose by way of the Goblin Serum. But the fact is that when it comes to Harry, his quote-unquote serum, or the poison in his veins, so to speak, is his father's own voice, right? Who is much darker and more villainous than Harry is. And so I love the idea that yes, Harry and Peter Parker are becoming some of the most iconic versions of themselves at varying points in Marvel's history, but it's being done by technology as opposed to something like a goblin formula or an alien symbiote. So it is cool. But Peter talking to this thing, right, because it is an artificial intelligence and it's mapped under his brainwaves, the more he talks to it, the more it takes on his identity, and the more it sees itself as being an important and intrinsic part of his life. Hence why it was saying things like, tell the kids I said happy birthday, and so on and so forth. And so imagine the betrayal it would experience if Peter got rid of it, right? So again, it's really, really awesome the way that this works. And so what happens is they kind of toy with the idea and they're like, okay, look, I don't really know how I feel about being removed from you, Peter, but we should also see what kind of suit he has in store, because maybe it would integrate me. Maybe I'd be better served being utilized in a different capacity, maybe an external kind of source of information, that kind of thing. I mean, he doesn't really want to be taken away from Peter and he responds to it with a bit of anger in his voice, but they agree to see the suit that Otto has created for them. And the cool thing here is it's a modified version of the Iron Spider suit from Civil War, right? Probably the most iconic Spider-Man suit of all time outside of his traditional red and blue suit, but it's dope. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Peter shoots it down. He's like, no. I mean, the suit's cool. I appreciate that you did it, but like, no. It's a little too gaudy for me. Now, he's not really able to say it in an effective way, and it's Harry Osborn who kind of pulls right? Like Otto Octavius aside, and it's like, look, man, I think what Peter's saying is he does love the way the suit looks and everything it's capable of, but like, it's a little too much suit. And to a degree it is, right? Because like he runs over what it can do. He says, I've optimized the web shooters. This runs off a cartridge system, but now the web is capable of holding an additional 5 tons of weight. It's got rocket launchers, concussion bombs, stun webs, and cutting edge lasers, in addition to being bullet, EMP, and explosion proof. It's made of a heavy duty titanium alloy that's sealed with a flexible second skin. Nothing can get inside this suit that is not microscopic. And most importantly, it's connected to all of our systems. You will have full access to Osborn's data files, and we will have full access to your diagnostics to ensure maximum performance, of course. So literally, I mean, this is almost like a war machine, right? Like a James Rhodes war machine suit. It's way more than Spider-Man needs, and for a couple of reasons. One, because Spider-Man's not going to use rocket launchers. Don't get me wrong, it would be dope to see Spider-Man in a fight and just like these like rocket, things come out of his back and just start firing off rockets at people. That would be dope. And the Iron Spider suit was very much an offensive weapon suit, but it also had like incredible, defensive capabilities. Now, granted, that suit was in the main Marvel universe. This is the Ultimate Universe. So 2 different realities, 2 different suits, but the basis is still the same. But for Peter, it also takes away his ability to move effectively, because as most all of you guys know, Peter's greatest ability is to combine his agile nature with his spider sense, right? His spider sense goes off, tells him something's going on, and he can respond almost immediately, right? And so Peter, of course, doesn't want it. Instead, what they end up doing is developing what's basically a spandex suit that leaves out all the various weapon capabilities that the Iron Spider suit has, but it maintains all the defensive stuff. So it's awesome, right? Technically, it's a spandex Kevlar composite, but it does allow them all those defensive abilities and to basically operate with complete freedom of movement. The problem is that in the middle of all of this, they're both attacked by Black Cat. Now, of course, Black Cat fires off a shot that shuts down the suit of Harry Osborn. So he's basically powerless, right? This suit's completely locked up, which is actually a throwback to Punisher versus the Marvel Universe, because in that story, which was also in an alternate reality, that there was what was called the glitch, where Iron Man's suit shut down and he died in it. Literally, like he died of dehydration in his own suit. There's a point in the comic where Punisher's like 3 days before the screaming stopped or something along those lines. Imagine being locked in a tomb like that, man. It's horrifying. But like the cool thing is he's just kind of there trying to get his suit back online. So it really just kind of comes down to Spider-Man and Black Cat. And what Black Cat does here is he kind of says like, this is a big game, Spider-Man. You better be ready because I'm only one of 6. Right? There are others who will be coming for you. But even then, Spider-Man doesn't know who this guy is. Now, one of the other things that goes on, and I wanted you to kind of pay very close attention to this, is that yes, the Norman Osborn AI is currently active in the suit. And yes, it could reactivate the suit immediately, but it actually requires Harry to beg, right? To admit that like, hey, I need you in this fight. The Norman Osborn AI is effectively becoming corrupted to a degree, right? It's becoming its own dark personality, i.e. the Goblin personality. So again, it's so cool, right? I love the way that Hickman does this. Now, of course, you do have Black Cat who kind of reveals himself to Spider-Man. It's really dope and it's ridiculously overly theatrical. He was like, I'm a shadow in the night, a whisper of a dream. My friends, what few I allow myself to have, embarrassingly call me the Velvet Blade. But my enemies, they call me the Black Cat. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I want to know your all's opinion down in the comment section. Which do you think is a better name? The Velvet Blade or Black Cat? Because I'm not going to lie, man. Velvet Blade sounds pretty dope, right? It sounds like he's just going to like make love to you and then kill you, right? It sounds pretty amazing. I love the idea. I love the name, the Velvet Blade. That's just so awesome here. But again, right, Black Cat using the whip as you would expect. This guy is an ace with it. And even Spider-Man doesn't fully understand what's going on, right? Like there's a point where like he goes to hit him and Black Cat's talking about how like he never misses, right? And Peter's like, you did. But like he wasn't going after Peter. He was going after the well at the top of the building, which when he yanks it down, just like covers Peter in water, which immediately allows Black Cat to kind of use this momentary distraction and seize control of him. And he says, you and the Goblin, you are both prey and prize. And so this leads to like Harry begging his father, like, please reactivate the suit. Peter needs our help. And of course, the suit does reactivate. Now, here's a kicker to this. Remember I told you earlier, the alliances of Black Cat were tenuous at best. This guy follows his own moral code. He doesn't really follow any real direction of anybody. And so when he's talking to Peter, he says, you know what you did. You caught our attention. Then you dare lay siege to Olympus. You angered the gods. And for those sins, your lives are forfeit. And Peter asked the question, and what do you get? And the response of Black Hat, that's none of your business. And Peter says, well, I guess that gives me something to live for then, doesn't it? And so he just like throws him into an object and webs him up. And so they kind of have a bit of an initial conversation here to a degree, where Black Hat says, I suppose living is for the young, and I am but an old man. The day has been coming for some time. And Peter's like, what are you talking about? And he says, go ahead, get it over with. You are going to kill me now, aren't you? And the response of Peter is, no, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. And so the response of Black Hat is, well, then I guess this is my lucky day. But they all are, aren't they? And he dons a blade, and it looks like he's going to kill Peter. But notice this, Peter's spider sense doesn't go off, right? And so it's just like reboot complete, right? Harry Osborn's suit fires back up, the armor's online, he immediately fires a shot on Black Cat and sends him flying off a building, right? And he just like crashes into the ground below. Now, he is still moving, although I don't know if Peter can tell if it's that he's actually alive or like his legs twitching, right? You know, because like his brain's still sending signals, I guess, as it shuts down. I don't really know. But at the end of the day, like the guy's taken away in an ambulance. And this is one of the first times where you start to see a rift form between the two of them, because Harry Osborn feels justified in his actions, right? He says, he would have killed you, Peter, and not thought twice about it. I heard what he said to you about him and Fisk and God knows whoever else making a game of hunting us. I'm afraid we're running out of time here. You need to wake up and realize who these people are and what they are willing to do. My parents are gone because of them. So is your aunt. And if you think they won't do the same thing to you or me or our families, you are crazy. And he says, I don't know what you want, Peter. I didn't make the rules that we're playing by. And Peter says, but we can't be like them. We're supposed to be heroes. We're supposed to be better than that. We have to be. And Harry kind of mulls over that for a second, and then he just says, you need to know something, Peter. If I'm put to the choice and one of them is about to kill you, I will never hesitate. And so literally Peter's just kind of like, all right, because it shows that Harry is kind of going down a darker path, and he is willing to kill if it comes down to it. So again, this is Jonathan Hickman laying the groundwork for what will be probably one of the most heartbreaking moments in Ultimate Spider-Man, when these two inevitably fight and Harry Osborn most likely dies or just full-on transitions into becoming a villain and becomes the arch nemesis of Peter. I feel like I'm gonna cry when that happens. Everything is about to change in the Ultimate Spider-Man comic. This is issue number 12. This is the Christmas issue, and the ending of this comic is amazing. So what this does, this is the Jonathan Hickman story, right? It just kind of goes along and does its thing, and then he pulls the rug out from all of us, and it's so phenomenal. So this kind of opens up with like basically Christmas, right, at the Parker family house is really all it is. And everybody just kind of coming and going, and everybody just sort of doing their thing and meeting up. And in fact, we're actually kind of introduced to a few of Spider-Man's friends and family that we didn't really know existed before for whatever reason. So initially, Mr. and Mrs. Brock actually don't show up, right? Like they don't appear, although it seems like they normally do. And then there's Aunt Anna. And Aunt Anna, of course, just a long-standing member of the family. And then there's Gail. Now, Gail is what you and I would refer to as the person no one wants to see, essentially, right? Like she never shows up. She's the sister of MJ, and there's just this massive beef between the two of them, and it's really, really interesting, right? I'm kind of curious to see how you guys feel about the whole thing. But then, of course, there's like Peter Parker's son and Peter Parker's daughter, right? Because remember, for those of you guys who are just catching up, in the Ultimate Universe, Peter Parker was an adult before he became Spider-Man. And so for the most part, it's just kind of a little bit of chit-chat, right? People sort of getting caught up here. And that's when you switch over to Mary Jane Watson's mom. Now, her mom is kind of a dick, to be honest, right? And I guess every family out there has like that one person. And it's kind of her mom initially giving her a hard time over the idea that she seemingly burned her food, and even hassling MJ over the fact that like she can't cook or she won't cook or whatever her reason happens to be for just not being good at cooking. Now, there is a moment when Mary Jane's daughter, right? Mary Jane Watson and Peter Parker, when their daughter comes up to MJ and gives her the phone and says, Gwen Stacy's calling. Now, for those of you guys who haven't really been keeping track, Peter Parker is not, and I don't believe that he had been in a meaningful romantic relationship with Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy is with Harry Osborn. So initially, MJ just kind of like blows off the phone call. She's like, we'll call her back later on. Probably just calling to like wish her happy birthday or something along those lines. And that's when her mom is back on it again. Because MJ asks, like, why are you here, right? Like, you literally show up here out of the blue. You don't give me any answer for why you're here in the first place. How long are you going to be staying here? And she's like, well, are you trying to get rid of me? And the response of MJ is like, of course not, Mom. I'm not trying to get rid of you. I mean, yes, I am, but I'm not going to tell you that. She's like, I'm happy you're here, but you didn't tell anyone that you were coming, and I just want to plan accordingly. So do you have any idea how long it's going to be? And the response of MJ's mom here is like, oh, I mean, I haven't really thought about it, like, we'll see what comes up. And so ultimately MJ is like, all right, fine. So like, you show up at my house, you don't tell me you're going to come here. And then when you do get here, you're letting me know that you'll let me know when you feel like leaving. Not in my house, man. I'll give you the boot. But then she starts eyeing Uncle Ben, right? Because remember, Aunt May isn't a part of the picture anymore. And so she kind of asks, like, how's, Uncle Ben doing? Like, is he seeing anybody yet? And that's where MJ's like, look, come on, right? Don't start that stuff. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like MJ's mom she's trying to get her groove on, right? You can't really fault her for that. But at the same time, it is Uncle Ben, so like, the guy's effectively off limits. Now, here's where things get interesting. And this is what I want you to do over the course of this video. Keep your eye on Peter Parker. Keep your eye on Peter Parker, right? Because Peter Parker is so interesting in this, right? He never says a word the entire time. And you guys know that like Peter's a chatty Cathy, right? Like that dude can't shut up to save his life. So it's one of these weird things when suddenly he just doesn't say anything to anybody. And it could just be that he's kind of soaking it all in and just kind of enjoying the moment. I mean, you guys know from Christmas parties and whatnot, the best thing to do is just kind of sit there and relax and just not really do anything at all and watch the madness unfold. And so that's when Gail walks up on May, right? The daughter of Peter and MJ. And it's just kind of like, do you remember who I am? Right? Now, of course, MJ shows up and she's like, I mean, the last time you saw her, she was 2, right? I mean, no, she doesn't remember who you are, and don't act like it's on her that she doesn't remember who you are, because the reality is, as a 2-year-old, you're just not that important to her. And kind of under the radar, MJ's sort of like, and you're not really that important to me either. Now, of course, again, like Gwen Stacy calls, but of course the call is kind of ignored by MJ. And that's when you get into a kind of back and forth between MJ and Gail. Initially, it starts off somewhat light, right? Where it's just sort of like, okay, why are you here? Like, why are you showing up out of the blue? And that's where Gail's kind of like, can't you just be happy to see me? But the response of MJ is, I mean, I am happy to see you, but like, come on, you never show up with anything like this unless there's something that you need, right? So like, what's going on? Especially after what it was that you said to me, why in the world are you here? And again, that's where the back and forth kicks in, because the response of Gail is like, I suppose I could guess what you're talking about, but even then, I'm not sure I'd need to apologize for it. And of course, MJ's like, well, you don't think that telling me that I was wasting my life because I married the wrong guy, and then saying that having kids was making all those mistakes permanent isn't something that you need to apologize for, which is a pretty crappy thing to say to somebody that you supposedly cared about. And the response of Gail is like, I mean, I just thought you could have done better. Right? I mean, number one rule of interacting with people, just because you can say something doesn't necessarily mean that you should. If you're like me, it's a very frustrating rule, right? You just kind of like to tell people what you're thinking because you value honesty, but you also don't want to be a jerk. So it is kind of a fine line when you're dealing with other human beings, because people are weird. But that's when Aunt Anna kind of spills the beans to a degree on what's going on, because she's talking to Uncle Ben and she's like, yeah, like Gail's getting divorced, right? And Ben's like, well, when did that happen, right? And that's when Anna's just kind of like, I mean, I'm not really sure exactly. She doesn't really like to talk about it. And I just found out last week. Now, of course, this is when MJ's mom shows up here, right? A divorced woman. So clearly she's the best person to give advice on how to make a relationship work. And she's like, look, I'm not one to give unsolicited advice, but having experience with being divorced as well as being a widow, I do know that they both have the same solution. And that's where she's kind of like hitting at Uncle Ben under the radar, right? And he's just sort of like, I mean, okay, what's the solution? And she's like, well, I mean, you lie down for a while, you have a really good cry, but sooner or later, you got to get back on the horse, right? She's down bad, This woman probably smells of white diamonds, the old lady perfume. She probably smells of white diamonds and desperation, because that's kind of how it's coming off. Now, this is when you get back into Peter again, right? And this is another moment with Peter that's a little wonky, because MJ just kind of just starts talking to him about everything that's going on, right? Like, first my mother, she shows up here, right? Like showing up out of nowhere, no warning or anything, and then acting like she's the one that's put out. And then Gail, right? Like, we haven't talked in years, and she's just spouting the same garbage. And I don't know, like, I know that I should forgive her and I should get past it, but I kind of don't want to. Like, if that's the case, like, why do I invite her, right? Why do I always invite her if I don't want to have anything to do with her? She's just like, because I just don't want it to be this way. And I hope for something better, right? And she's like, yes, of course I do, right? Thank you, Peter. You're the best. And just walks off, right? You know, she just kind of wanted to vent herself to Peter. But again, Peter never says anything, right? So again, just him just kind of watching this whole thing unfold, right? This whole thing go down is kind of cool. So ultimately, NJ ends up grabbing Gail and just bringing her into the other room. And this exchange is amazing, because she says, I want to be clear about something. I love you, but this nonsense between us has to stop. I want it to stop, but you have to meet me halfway. Deal? And that's where Gail's just kind of like, okay, I could do that. And so that's when MJ's like, spill the beans, right? Like, why are you here now? And Gail just kind of comes clean, right? She's like, I found out that my husband was having an affair and I'm getting divorced. And that's when MJ is like, oh my God. And she's like, is there anything you could do to fix it? I don't know why you'd want to fix somebody who had an affair, right? I mean, just help them finish with all their living or something. I don't know. And MJ actually offers that here in a second, right? Because initially Gail's just like, I've added it all up, right? I thought about seeing if I could save things, if I could find some way to make it work out. And then I found out it's been going on for a couple of years, several years, and other people knew. And so that's where MJ's just like, okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to help you kill him, but if you need somebody to like help you bury the body or something like that, I'm definitely down, right? I could drive, I could get you to where you need to go. You know, I mean, hell's bells, we could take him there alive. We could make that man dig his own grave, right? We could do any number of things. Wouldn't that be a shame, right? You make a man dig his own grave? Man, that'd be crazy. But again, like, Gwen Stacy calls, and that's where MJ is like, look, okay, I'll take it here in a minute. Obviously, she's called like 3 times. There's got to be something going on. And so that's when you kind of get back to this conversation between MJ and Gail, right? And so what you end up finding out is the reason why Gail came there is because she was looking for some kind of support, but not in the sense that she could like have a conversation with MJ and MJ would pat her on the back and tell her everything's going to be okay and that kind of stuff. She came there because she wanted to compare the life that Mary Jane Watson had to the life that she has. And the hope was that MJ's life was worse. So even with everything that Gail has going on, as bad as it may be, her sister's not doing as well, which is one of the crappiest things that you could say to another person. But what she tells her is just like, it wasn't that way at all. Like, your job is, I mean, I don't know, your job's your job, but you have a beautiful family, you have a beautiful husband. Like, at the end of the day, sure, like, your life is about as boring as sitting in a room and watching paint peel. But the reality here is you love it and you are happy. No one understands except for you, but you are happy with your life. And that's where MJ's just kind of like, all right, if that's an apology, it by no means makes up for anything that's ever been said before. And that's where Gail's just kind of like, if that's what you really want as an apology, then fine. Like, here's an apology. I'm sorry for being a jerk to you and being rude all the time. And the two of them effectively make up, right? You know, so they're back on good terms again because it's the holiday and everybody's just sort of celebrating, you know, and it's like, man, like, it's been a great year. And they're just kind of rounding out the evening, Peter watching everything unfold. Now, at that point, Gwen Stacy calls again. And that's where MJ's just like, okay, something's going on. So she grabs a phone from Peter. And then, like, when she answers, Gwen's like, oh God, finally, why haven't you been picking up? I'm losing my mind over here. Is Peter there? Does he know anything? And that's where MJ's just kind of like, okay. Like, so she grabs Peter, they go into another room, and she's like, okay, you're on speakerphone. What's going on? And that's where Gwen says, I'm at our house for the holidays. I had a meeting out of town, so I came straight here. And Harry was supposed to drive up, but he didn't show up. That was 6 days ago, and I cannot reach him. Does Peter have any idea where he is? And I told you, man, I told you guys, son, I told you guys the ending to this is crazy because Peter's just staring out a window, right? MJ walks up to him and she's like, did you hear what Gwen was saying? Like, do you know where Harry is? When she goes to touch him, a black inky substance comes off of Peter. It's the symbiote, right? Remember, Peter's suit is made of the Venom symbiote. It was a gift given to him by Tony Stark, but even Tony didn't really understand what was going on. And that's where she's like, you're not Peter. Where is Peter? What have you done with Peter? Like, say something. And like, he just turns around with his eyes black. Clearly the symbiote's in control, and it just says, Merry Christmas. But here's the kicker, right? The symbiote is not in control of Peter Parker. The symbiote is duplicating Peter Parker, because what you do is you switch over to Kraven the Hunter. Remember, Kingpin has contracted and kind of put together his own Sinister Six to go after Peter and to go after Harry Osborn. And so Kraven the Hunter has them both. And in fact, he's feeding them an IV drip to keep them alive. I gotta tell you guys, man, I know the Kraven the Hunter movie was garbage, right? Like, it was a case study in how to screw up a movie that by all standards of measurement should have been great. But I am excited to see what Kraven the Hunter is like in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. Because truth to tell, man, he reminds me of Voss from Far Cry 3. I swear, man, the Ultimate Universe is so good right now. It's the best thing that Marvel has coming out right now. And here's the thing, right? This gives us Ultimate Venom, and you guys are gonna love this. So, Jonathan Hickman writes the stories like a movie. This feels like one, and this opens up on the 31st of January, right? Going into February of the new year, the whole 9 yards, it's dead winter, and you pick up with Venom swinging through the city. Now, in the last video, we found out that Peter Parker and Harry Osborn had been kidnapped by Kraven the Hunter. You know, as always, if you guys need to get caught up, there'll be a playlist at the end of the video that you can check out. But the long and short of it is that Kingpin leads the Sinister Six, and he's sending his henchmen out to basically take care of Peter and Harry. And so the question to ask here is, who's piloting the symbiote, right? And this is one of the coolest things, because Venom, outside of the Donny Cates run, has never been cooler, because you end up finding out it's actually the son of Peter Parker, Richard. And it's amazing, because he's like, at least that went better than last time. The response of Venom, it sure did. You're improving at a remarkable rate, kiddo. Now, here's the kicker, right? When it comes to the Venom symbiote, and this is why, despite how Hickman is writing him, do not trust everything that's going on with this symbiote. Because when the Venom symbiote initially came to fruition, right, the whole suit was brought in and all that kind of stuff, when Peter actually got it and started using it, it was modeled after himself, right? It was modeled after his own brain patterns and different things like that. So the Venom symbiote is a walking, talking version of Peter. And because of that, you don't always know what's going on under the surface and what's going on behind the scenes. So keep that in the back of your head, because he says, you know, your dad fell in a dumpster the first time and he has actual superpowers. And even Richard just kind of seems a little put off by the whole thing, because Venom turns into Peter. It's kind of his default state. Now, again, the Venom symbiote's written very human here, not really written as a bad guy, but it's still amazing, because Richard's like, dude, it kind of freaks me out when you do that, man. Like, don't look like my dad. And Venom even goes so far as to like keep himself like Peter, but to make his eyes black. And he's like, I mean, is this any better? And Richard's like, I mean, it's actually worse. So don't do that. Just stay as the Venom symbiote, as like the black suit Spider-Man, right? Be that guy. And so as the two of them kind of talk, I don't necessarily know that I would say there's a kind of like father-son bond type here. It's more like some cool friends, right? Like a mentor and a student that are kind of hanging out with each other. And that's why Richard is asking questions, right? He's like, I understand why you do it, to pretend like things are normal, but Dad's been gone almost 2 months. And seeing his face like that is a reminder, I'd rather you not pretend when it's just us. And the response of Venom, yeah, your mom kind of said the same thing. And that's when this funny thing, like occurs to Richard, right? He's like, wait a minute. So wait, hold on a second now. You're with my mom, and are you and my mom like, doing the thing, And the response of Venom is, no. Your father gave me explicit rules, right? When the whole thing came where I started to manifest, he realized what I was. There's rules that he laid down, right? Number 1, no touching Mary Jane Watson in any capacity whatsoever outside of maybe a handshake. Number 2, protect the family no matter what, even if it means my own destruction. My job is to keep you guys safe. And number 3, no touching Mary Jane Watson, which is exactly the kind of instructions that Peter Parker would give the Venom symbiote, right? I mean, I love the way it's written, man. It's so phenomenal. And so the two of them just kind of, continue on a little bit, where Richard has this very human moment, and he's like, I'm just really worried about him, right? Do you think he's okay? And Venom kind of gives him this great little bit of insight. He says, what I know is that your dad's a fighter. He'll get up from whatever's knocked him down. And if it was worse than that, if he was gone, I would know that too. And this is cool because Richard's like, how? And he says, I'm not really sure. I simply just kind of do. And Richard's like, so you can sense him? And the response of Venom is, yes. I don't quite understand it yet or how it works, but yes, I can sense him. And that's where Richard asks the most obvious question. Well, then why don't you just use that sense to find him? And the response of Venom, it doesn't really work that way, right? I did tell him a few months ago that if he wanted to, I could inject a trace amount of myself into his bloodstream, and that way I'd always be able to find him if he needed me to. And I could do the same thing with the rest of his family if you guys were kidnapped or anything along those lines. But he didn't really care for the idea. And truth to tell, right, not to sound a little cynical here, Peter was kind of foolish for declining that offer. I understand why he would have declined it, right? I mean, how often would you be okay with some alien symbiote, right? Well, not even really a symbiote, like advanced technology, picotech, designed by Tony Stark, injecting itself into your family, right? I mean, who knows what would happen as a result of that? So the risk was too great to take, right? Especially when you're dealing with your family. But at the same time, it also kind of begs the question, do the benefits outweigh the risks, especially now, given the situation that Peter's in, where he was so easily kidnapped? Because we're going to pick up with him here in a minute. And it's really fascinating because what ends up happening in this conversation is that Richard's just kind of like, I bet he changed his mind now, right? The fact that he went missing and that kind of a thing. And the response of Venom is, well, as soon as he gets back, we'll have to ask him. And so again, Richard kind of muses to himself, like, where are you, Dad? And that's when you pick up with really Kraven the Hunter. Now, truth to tell, man, I love the way Kraven the Hunter is in the Ultimate Universe. I have never cared about Kraven in Marvel Comics. As a character, I mean, he's interesting and he's got some intriguing stories, but like, if Marvel released a solo series for Kraven, it would just kind of be like, maybe. If I have nothing else to read, I'll pick it up. But like here, if there were like an Ultimate Universe miniseries on Kraven, I would read that. Like, I'd read it in an instant, man. I'd be all over that. It's just great. Because once he kind of goes down into the kingdom of the Mole Man, right, below Staten Island, things kind of shift up here. Because in effect, he's in the Savage Land. Now, the Savage Land traditionally in the main Marvel Universe is out in Antarctica, if my memory serves me correctly. I always forget whether it's in the Arctic or in Antarctica, but I'm pretty sure it's down south. And of course, it was effectively created by the Beyonders, not directly, but indirectly. They had actually communicated with a group called the Nawali, I think it was, and basically had them kind of gather together all these flora and fauna from across Earth and then deposit them in a singular location where the Beyonders could study them. Why is anybody's guess, but I'm pretty sure that was established in the old Fantastic Four unofficial Secret Wars #3 comic. The issue escapes me, but again, it was just kind of designed to show that the Beyonders had been dabbling in Earth for quite some time. But still, right here, it's down below New York. And it's kind of fascinating that Marvel would choose this locale. Again, the fact that it was in Antarctica was designed to illustrate that it's essentially hidden away from the world. And so down below the city of New York are not just crazy people, but also like dinosaurs, which is amazing because if I could go down to New York and hang out with dinosaurs, I would love it. But in this kind of conversation they have, right, Mole Man's not too keen on what it is that Kraven's done. And the reason for this is, remember, while the Sinister Six don't necessarily fear Kingpin, I mean, I guess they fear him as much as any, kind of henchman, for lack of a better word, fears the person they work for. What they truly fear is the group that Kingpin answers to, the Illuminati, which makes sense. You got the Incredible Hulk and some very heavy hitters there. But the fact is, right, Kingpin gave them direct orders. Your job is to grab Spider-Man and the Green Goblin and bring them to me. So Kraven is kind of deviating here a little bit. Kraven is sort of playing his own game. Again, basically the most dangerous game is really what this is, right? The plot of how it's kind of unfolding here. And that's why Mole Man's like, how long have you had them? I ask because no one likes to be surprised, Craven, and he will like it less than anyone. But the response of Craven here, and you guys are going to love the way he's written, he says, I've had them long enough to break them down, drug them, beat them, learn their strengths, relish in their weaknesses. You and the others will simply have to endure my indiscretions. I tell you, friend, I anticipate this being my greatest hunt. Now, this is a really, really important moment here because what this establishes is that the Sinister Six are not really believers, right? They don't really have this kind of all-encompassing dogmatic approach to like the authority of Kingpin or anything like that. They're mercenaries, right? They're soldiers of fortune, right? To a degree, if you want to call them that. All Craven cares about is the only thing he's ever cared about, embarking on quote unquote the great hunt, the greatest hunt he could ever experience. Even if it's the one that takes his own life, he dies in what he would deem to be an honorable way. So that supersedes everything else, even the wishes of Kingpin. But the response of Mole Man here is, do what you will, I don't care, not at all, because it's your skin on the line. But this, you've drugged me into your schemes. You're making me a part of your plans. For you to want to do the deed in my territory and make the Mole Man complicit in your acts. At the end of the day, when things go south, because they will, Kingpin will come after me because he knows or will know that I knew what you were doing and didn't turn you in. But the response of Craven here, he says, such a minor sin for such a major act. Don't you know me by now? I'm not some recreational hunter claiming trophies on the weekend. I'm a true predator, and the hunt must be pure. There must be real risk. The prey must be free, and the environment not just to my advantage. Now, that's always been kind of a hallmark of Craven. Craven won't usually throw you into a hunting situation where he has a better chance of winning than you do because the entire environment is bent to his favor. No, that takes away from the glory of the hunt. Craven would rather throw you into a place that he's never been to and knows nothing about. He has to get the lay of the land the same way you do. He has to fend off the same kind of predators the same way you do, because when he wins, it glorifies the hunt. It makes it worth all the more while. And so that's why Mole Man says, I'm not sure you truly understand what you're asking, Craven. This is not a soft land. It is a savage one. But Craven loves the idea. He says, yes, I can see that. The creatures you have down here are remarkable. They are from a better time when the world was simple and motivations were pure. Live and die, kill or be killed. This place is truly a testing ground. It is perfection. And that really is the core of Craven's motivation here, right? You look around the world, life's not hard. People make life hard, but just simply existing in the world is not a difficult thing to do, especially in this day and age, right? But at the end of the day, when you look to the past, the era that Craven relishes, unlike today, you don't have to fend off predators, right? You don't have to fight for your life against bears or, lions or whatever it is, whatever predators exist out there in whatever landscape you occupy. Now you just DoorDash your food and you get it in like 20 minutes with fees that double the cost of the food that you bought. But for Craven, he relishes in the simplicity of primal life. Kill or be killed. Nothing more, nothing less. And so it's such a phenomenal outlook on the world. I mean, I don't know that I ascribe to it per se, but it's a very interesting outlook on the world. And so again, as the two of them are kind of going back and forth, a third party chimes in and says, well, I see that neither of you were paying attention to the Kingpin when he spoke, because he was very clear. What is ours is only ours at his pleasure. So the only question that matters is, do your actions please him or anger him? Again, it's Mysterio. Now, again, we don't really know a whole lot about Mysterio. I mean, we know there's like the whole, Quentin Beck thing and that kind of stuff. I think it'd be cool if it turned out that Mysterio was nothing more than a teenager in disguise. Like that one guy from Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers who was faking being a mystic. But again, these two kind of going, there's initially a bit of an argument because it's like, how did this guy get here? Right? Because Mole Man's like, I didn't invite him. And Craven's like, well, I mean, I didn't either, unless you're saying that I did. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? That Mysterio is just kind of like, I simply come and go as I please, whenever, wherever. So don't worry about how I got here. Just know that I'm here. And so initially Craven's like, I mean, I hope you don't plan to stop me. And that's where Mysterio's like, I mean, not at all. I'm going to find enjoyment out of this either way. Either you die against Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, that brings me satisfaction because, I get to watch you perish, or you succeed in killing them, then I get to watch the Kingpin flay your hide. So whatever happens, I'm going to get my laughs, right? I'm going to get my kicks. And so he's like, I just want to see them, right? I want to see these guys. And that's when you get back up to the surface where actually Peter and Harry are being fed food, but do not let that fool you. Because Mysterio asks, can I assume that you keep them sedated? But then Craven says, I did at first, before I got to know them. Then there were other drugs to learn their hidden secrets and their greater truths. And of course, the occasional bout of physical domination necessary in these captor-captive situations. But now I've come up with something more effective. And initially it's like bomb collars, right? With like proximity sensors. And Craven's like, yeah, basically a different kind of cage for a different kind of animal. And so looking at the food and the table and the setup and everything, Mole Man's like, so what, is this some kind of like last meal before the hunt? And Craven's like, absolutely, right? This is the way things are done. After all, where's the sport in hunting a starving animal? And that's where Mysterio's like, I mean, how do you intend to do this? And Craven gives this amazing kind of monologue, right? He says, I won't lie, my first instinct was to be a loyal soldier. I was gonna make them fight to the death while the 6 of us looked on. And where Harry's like, I mean, we would never ever do that. Craven's like, I know, right? Especially once I learned that one of you was a physical dynamo and the other was just a weak man in a suit. It didn't lend itself to the kind of satisfaction that I craved. So I dug a little deeper, looked for a more profound motivating factor. True serums and monogamy showed me the way. It woke the hunter in me. And that is where Mole Man's like, you know who they really are, don't you? And the response of Craven is, yep, I figured out who the Green Goblin was before anybody else. The tracks were easy for a hunter of men to follow. He is Harry Osborn. If you don't know the name, I'm sure you know the company he owns. Oscorp. His only family member is his wife, Gwen. And that's where Mole Man's like, then who's the other guy? And Craven's just like, this is Peter, but he says it as he like slams a knife down into the table, and it's so dope because you can just like see it in your head, right? Craven reminds me of Voss from Far Cry 3, and he says Peter Parker with his perfect wife Mary Jane and his perfect children Richard and May. Such a hard thing to hold on to, perfection. So I want to see if he can do it. And so initially Mysterio chimes in and he's like, there's nothing more tedious than believing facts about a person reveal who they truly are. And that's where it's just kind of like, spoken like a true Mysterio, right? A guy who keeps his identity secret. But I agree, that's the point of the hunt, to reveal the prey as they truly are, to see what kind of people Harry Osborn and Peter Parker are when it comes down to it. Which one of them is really willing to do whatever it takes to win? It's almost like that Joker situation, right? You get to savor the little emotions. Do you want to know which ones of your friends were cowards? It's really awesome, right? Because that really is kind of the basis behind Craven doing what he's doing, right? Especially hunting these two guys. What are they really made of? And so there's this really, really cool moment, right? Where Harry's like, listen to me, you abducted us, drugged us, and tortured us. We're never going to play your stupid game. And Craven makes what may very well be the greatest statement in the history of his character in comics. He says, oh, but you will. You will run and I will hunt, because if you die, so does your family. But if you can kill me, then you and your loved ones are safe. Simplicity, straight to the point. But I just love the way that's phrased, right? You will run and I will hunt. That's what this game is. That's how it will be played. And so initially, again, a kind of back and forth with this, right? Mole Man's like, okay, fine. It seems like you're hell-bent on doing this down in my territory. So if you are, then at the very least, make it interesting for me, right? Like, we'll have some kind of a wager. And of course, all this depends on if the hunted choose to even play along in the first place. And so Harry, just kind of realizing the significance of this all, is just like, we'll take that deal. And so initially it's kind of like, all right, let's finish our meal, right? Let's get you guys fed so we can get you guys out there into the Savage Land. We can get this kind of hunting game going. But they both reject it, and they're like, no, we want to do it right now. Like, we are ready in this moment. And Craven's like, cool, let the hunt begin. So like he presses this button under the table, they go crashing down into the savage land, and it's just like immediately they take off running. The collars do activate, but of course they end up falling off, so they're not going to blow them up. They are more or less modified inhibitor collars, and it's Craven kind of screwing with him, right? You know, he was like, that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach, get used to it, but do not worry about bombs. I would never rob myself of the pleasure of looking you in your eyes and deep into your soul before I claim my prize, personal and close enough to smell your blood. But that fear of your end looming just around the corner, that is real. You have 3 hours to prepare yourselves, and then I'm coming for you. And then he tells them, one last thing, you are in the savage land, and here it will not just be me who's hunting you. So please, comrades, do try to stay alive. With that being said, guys, we are not going to bring this video to an end because there's a little more that goes on here. So I'm sure some of you guys were expecting like a cliffhanger type of ending here, but that's where Harry's like, what's the plan, right? And Peter's just kind of like, okay, so here's the thing. When we were falling, I could see that we were pretty much going to land dead center of this jungle, which is really the worst place for us to be because most predators hunt inland and most non-predators stay on the outskirts. So we're going to have to deal with the deadliest things that this place has to offer right off the bat. But I think our best plan is to head in a straight line and find the edge, then figure out some way to the surface. Now, initially, Harry has kind of a different viewpoint on this, right? He's like, well, I mean, what about Craven? How are we going to deal with him? But the response of Peter is, I mean, hopefully we can evade him and then we can get out of here without anybody noticing. But Peter has no intention of focusing on Craven the Hunter or trying to attack him or anything like that. And so initially Harry tries to stop him, and the response of Peter is like, look, man, I don't really care about anything else other than getting home right now because he knows about our families. And there's a kind of undercurrent here, right? The unasked question, which is, what if while Craven is fighting us here, he's already told the Kingpin about our families and Kingpin's going after them? But Harry, of course, with this question not really being answered, maybe he considers it, maybe he doesn't. He's just like, we need to deal with Craven because if we take care of him here, we don't have to worry about anybody else. But then the spider sense of Spider-Man kicks in and raptors are coming after him and Harry. Now, of course, Spider-Man having superior abilities and all that kind of stuff tears this thing apart, right? Literally rips his jaw off and just starts pummeling this thing. But then he tells Harry, like, all these raptors are racing past him. And he pulls like this just amazing Jurassic World moment, right? Where he's like, do not move. And so at that point, you switch back to New York City and you pick back up with Richard Parker. Again, him and Venom just kind of going through, and they're having a bit of a conversation about a scuffle that Richard just had, where he basically dealt with a low-level criminal. And again, in a lot of ways, Venom is teaching him how to become what you and I would call a superhero here, right? Where Richard's just like, you know, mom and dad would be furious if they found out what I'd done. I could have gotten myself hurt. And the response of Venom is like, it's a petty criminal, Richard, right? You were never in any real danger. And if you had frozen up or stumbled, I would have stepped in and I would have kept you protected. And Richard's like, yeah, but I mean, like, you know, mom and dad would still be pissed off, which they would, right? They would still be absolutely angry. But again, kind of going back and forth. And Venom's like, probably, but we'll deal with that if it becomes a problem. And so there's kind of like a person sort of on the rooftops watching all this go down who fires off a razor and cuts one of the webbing tendrils of Venom. And of course, he goes crashing down to the ground, only for us to be met with the new Black Cat, which is cool. Her story is really interesting in the Ultimate Universe. And for real and for true, we'll find out in the next video, guys. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man, where basically Peter and Harry fight Craven the Hunter. Peter stops pulling his punches, and the ending of this is crazy. So what this does is it picks up with Peter and Harry hiding in the Savage Land. Now, keep in mind here, right, and a little bit of catch up because it's been a little while since they released the last issue of this. That the idea behind this is that it really is kind of the Illuminati behind everything. And the Illuminati here in the Ultimate Universe is very different from the main Marvel Universe, right? Where the Illuminati in the Ultimate Universe is more realistic, more grounded, and more tangible. And their true power comes in the form of information. With information, you can blackmail people, you can control people, you can have people killed, you can cheat the stock markets. Information is the real currency of the world. And so, because of that information they have, Craven the Hunter, despite the fact that he's supposed to capture Peter and Harry and hand them over to the Kingpin, kind of the, I would call him more of like a general or a governor for the Illuminati themselves, that Craven does what Craven always does, which is let's play a game. And he decides to hunt them instead. So keep in mind, everything you're seeing here is off the books. This is not supposed to be happening. But given the nature of the Illuminati and the knowledge they have, Craven knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He knows about Mary Jane Watson. He knows about Peter's kids, Richard and May. He knows about Harry Osborn. He knows about Gwen Stacy, who Harry Osborn is married to. He knows the most intimate details of their life. And that's where this kind of disagreement, I would say, not a major source of conflict, but the disagreement between Peter and Harry comes from. Because as they're making their way to the Savage Land, they're trying to get to the edge of this preserve to some kind of an escape hatch. Because remember, unlike the main Marvel universe, where the Savage Land exists in Antarctica, in the Ultimate Universe, it's down below the city of New York. So it's just a matter of getting back up to the surface again. But the big concern for Peter is protecting Mary Jane Watson and protecting his kids. The big concern for Harry is we have to deal with this guy, because if we don't deal with him now, it doesn't matter where we go, and it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what lengths that we go to protect our families. He will always come back. And again, it's kind of here in this moment, this conversation, where Harry says, like, we need to focus on right now. You need to focus on that and nothing else, because we have to succeed in this before we can do anything about what's out there. And you need to come to grips with what has to happen, which is to say, we have to kill him. We have to end this guy. Now, again, that's also a fundamental difference between Harry and Peter. I wouldn't go so far as to say that Harry's trigger happy, right? He's not a Punisher character where he's just like, a guy who did a bad thing, kill him, right? That's not really what he's shooting for here, but he does understand the threat that Craven poses. And I wouldn't really call Peter naive. I would say that Peter has his own moral compass. But again, when it comes to villains in comic books, in a lot of ways, the, I guess, moral compass of superheroes is oftentimes their Achilles heel. If they play by the rules, then everybody else will play by the rules. But the issue with standing on the top of that ladder in that moral high ground is it's very easy for someone to kick it out from under you and for everything that you know and love to come crashing down. And that's really what Peter's going to have to contend with here. Because Peter says, don't tell me what I have to do, Harry. I know what I have to do, and I know in what order. We have to escape first, then hide our families, then you suit up and we take care of business. But that's where Harry's like, and then what? Right, what's your grand plan after that? Right? You're thinking in the moment. You're thinking small. Like so many people out there, you're thinking about right now. You're not thinking 3 steps ahead, but everybody else around you is. And so you're going to be left behind. So the question here is, what's your plan? Is your plan to just run and hide forever? Is that it? But are you hoping that you can beat up Craven and hand him over to the authorities? And if you do, what makes you think he's going to stay in jail? It's a very credible argument here. There are some villains out there, due to just the maniacal nature of themselves, or due to the connections they have, that they will never, ever, ever see the inside of a prison cell. They will never stand justice for the things that they've done. And the only way to deal with them is to kill them. Now, I'm not advocating that we kill everybody out there, but Harry makes a credible argument here. And so at the end of the day, Peter just kind of pushes it aside and says, like you said, let's focus on the now. I'll worry about later if we get the chance. And so again, in the middle of them trekking, right, suddenly a shot comes out of nowhere. It kills the raptor they're riding because, yes, dinosaurs exist in the Savage Land. Harry's kind of pinned down momentarily and essentially has a broken ankle. A second shot fires off and takes out this velociraptor once again, right? And then at that point, Craven's just watching them. Now, they don't know where he is, right? They can't see this guy, but Craven is a prodigious hunter here. And he even kind of taunts him, right? He's like, now, right? Come out and play. It's no fun if you simply wait for your death. And so again, with them hiding behind the rock, Craven's firing off shots. And it's really more to taunt them. It's really more to let them know, I know where you are. There's nowhere you can run to that I can't kill you. Now, at that point, is Craven having fun? Because truth to tell, if Craven really did want to kill them, he would just wait them out. He would never fire a single shot so they would know that he can see them, that they would go taking off out of the rocks. He'd fire off 2 shots. That'd be the end of them. But Craven likes to play with his food before he eats it. And it's one of the things that makes his character so captivating, both in the main Marvel universe and here. Because at that point, Peter's like, okay, so like we have to get to the cover of the jungle because out here we're in a clearing, man. We're out in the open, right? We're literally just sitting ducks. It's not that far. Can you make it? And the response of Harry is, I can make it. And Peter's like, okay, I'll distract him. And this is one of the coolest things that goes on here, right? Because keep in mind, Peter's powers are still being discovered by Peter himself. He's still learning what he's capable of. So he jumps out there in the middle of everything, and Craven's like, I mean, who am I to deny a man what it is that he wants? So he goes firing off shots, and Peter starts dodging them, right? He's literally dodging the shots of Craven. So you guys can figure out what's going on here, even if Peter doesn't fully understand. Because once he gets back to Harry, Harry's like, dude, that was pretty dumb. And Peter's like, I think I can sense when he's about to shoot at me before he does. And what's good is what works. So let's not overthink it. His spider sense is kicking in, right? It's the first time that Peter's actually experiencing his spider sense. And to a degree, that has kind of happened over the course of the Ultimate Spider-Man run. We as the audience understood what was going on better than Peter did, but there were these moments where Peter would be in a fight and he would just kind of automatically dodge, bob and weave, different things like that. His sense would kick in, right? So again, it's a cool little way that Jonathan Hickman uses to evolve the character of Peter and to have him grow. And so in the midst of all that, Mole Man shows up. Now, here's the kicker behind this, right? Mole Man and then Mysterio, as we'll also see, because we saw him in the last issue, they're kind of enigmas here, right? Keeping in mind that Kraven the Hunter is doing all this off the books and seemingly against the wishes of the Kingpin, right? Because the reality is that Kingpin and the Illuminati want Peter and Harry alive. They do not want them dead, at least as far as I remember. And so if Kraven kills them, of course, he can concoct any story he wants to, right? You know, they wouldn't come along willingly and I was forced to kill them or whatever, you know, whatever the case happens to be. But Mole Man, this Savage Land area, this is his realm. Kraven is conducting this hunt in Mole Man's home. And so that's why when he shows up here, he was like, so you guys are not going to make it out of here alive, right? At least not without some kind of help. You, I'm sure, believe you will make it out alive, but in all honesty, crap in one hand, wish in the other, and see which one fills up first. And so he says, fortunate for you, I am a man of means, especially in this place. And they don't initially trust him. And truth to tell, there's no reason to. One, because, I mean, the guy looks just creepy. And two, because he works with Kraven. But he says, this is my domain, my refuge, my place of peace, and I do not care for this current disturbance. And where they ask, like, you're one of them, aren't you? Right? His response is, I am more of them than with them. But yes, and to a degree, it makes sense, right? Some people would argue it's better to be the devil's right hand than in his path. And so he asks, why would you betray the Kingpin to help us? And the response of Mole Man is very, very particular here because he says, oh no, I would never dare to do such a thing over such things as you. But the Kingpin knows not of Kraven's excursion. So as for why I would help you, that's really none of your business. Now, in the last video that we saw, or last video that we did, when we were talking about the kind of conversations that were going on between Kraven and Mole Man, it doesn't really seem like there's much in the way of love lost here. So while Mole Man doesn't really give us any specific details on why it is that he's helping Peter and Harry, you and I could probably go so far as to argue that he wouldn't mind seeing Kraven killed. And that if Kraven dies, well, that's the end of it, right? And honestly, it just makes his life easier. But at the end of the day, the hatch is opened and you have Spider-Man and Harry that go down into it, and they're basically led away by the Malloys. And that's where Mysterio pops up. Now, one of the best things about this, right? Like maybe it's Quentin Beck, maybe it's not, but Mysterio really lives up to his namesake in Hickman's Ultimate Spider-Man. You know nothing about his motivations. You don't know his identity. You don't even really know what his loyalties are, that he's very, very ambiguous. So it's really cool in terms of how he functions. But the conversation between himself and Mole Man is that Mole Man's just kind of like good luck, and then as he turns around, he's suddenly met by Mysterio, right? And he's like, dude, what are you doing here, man? And Mysterio's like, just observing this dangerous game that you're playing. It's surprising How delightful. And Mole Man responds. He says, I never should have told you the plan, and I certainly should not have told you that they were here. But the response of Mysterio is, but you did. And any regrets that you have, I promise, are pure folly. You did the right thing, and I will not forget it. Now, what really seems to be going on here is that of all these henchmen, if you want to call them that work for the Kingpin, Mysterio seems to be the one with the greatest sense of loyalty to the Kingpin. We don't definitively know if that's the case, and I could be entirely wrong. But in a lot of ways, it seems like the way that he's seen by Mole Man and Craven and these guys is that he's almost kind of like the man on the inside, right? He's Kingpin's eyes and ears. And it's almost kind of the way in which Mysterio carries himself, right? And so that's where Mole Man's just like, I wish you would, right? And we should also forget this insane plan of ours. The closer we get to our day of action, the more I fear it will be the end of us both. So potentially, they're both looking to take out Kingpin. But again, very cloak and dagger, smoke and mirrors, very mysterious here. But what's not mysterious is the entire conversation between the two of them is being watched by Craven. Now, seemingly Craven can't hear them, right? Because he's just so far away, but maybe he can read lips. I don't know. Who knows? The only thing that really seems to matter to him is he recognizes the hatch and he knows the hatch that Peter and Harry went down. And so at that point, you pick back up with Peter and Harry themselves. And while they're not professional hunters, they have set a kind of makeshift trap, right? At least enough to potentially offer some measure of a distraction here. But that's where things really, at least this kind of rift, seems to sort of form between the two of them. They don't go to blows, but there's a revelation that Harry gives to Peter that changes everything. Because Peter says, all right, we're close to the edge now. We could be out of here soon. And Harry responds and he's like, I still say that we should stay and fight this guy. Put an end to the problem. Cut it off at the source. And Peter's like, I mean, we've talked about this, man. MJ, the kids, Gwen, they're just out there unprotected with no idea what might be coming for them. And that's where Harry's just kind of like, and Peter realizes something's going on. And he says, Gwen's not in danger. Probably not anyway. And Peter's like, what in the world are you talking about? And Harry says, you heard of ransom insurance. Like if someone kidnapped me, the insurance company would make sure the kidnappers are paid off if I'm returned. It ensures that things do not get out of hand. And Peter's like, okay, what's your point? And the response of Harry is, Gwen and I had an elevated version of that, danger liability. If something happens to either of us, not only does someone try to resolve it, but the other person gets an extreme level of security. It's invisible to the person being protected, but it's effective. Otto created the protocols, and he would have activated them by now. He would have done the same for you, but you wouldn't tell him who you are. He doesn't know your identity. Now, understand something here. Peter being angry is, I guess, maybe on some level angry with Harry, but more angry with himself because this could have been something available to him. And instead, because he didn't trust Otto and because he didn't reveal his identity, despite the fact that Otto Octavius is the one that helped Peter understand the nature of his suit, he's the one that designed the kind of upgraded Green Goblin suit for Harry, that he's really been nothing more than seemingly an ally to these guys, that Peter has put himself in a situation and put his family in a situation where if something like this happened, they would be in real credible danger. And so that's where he says, so you and yours are good, but MJ and the kids are just out there all alone. But again, he's more angry at himself. Seemingly he can't bring himself to say it, right? Like, I'm an idiot for turning down that kind of option. It's only ever after something like this happens that I realize the benefit to it, which to a degree makes sense, right? People are reactionary. People don't really act beforehand, right? In a kind of proactive way. Arguably, it's one of the big failings of modern humans, but the fact is that you switch back over to Craven the Hunter, who's actually massacred all these Moloids. And when Mole Man shows back up here, there's one who's left alive. And he starts asking him, like, what in the world happened here? And this Moloid's like, Craven came. And Craven kept killing everybody until somebody told him what he wanted to know. And the question of Mole Man is, what is it that he wanted? And this Moloid tells him, where the tunnels go. And so when Peter and Harry are making their way through the brush, Craven's waiting for them with a minigun, and he just like starts spraying everything down. And like Peter, again, because his spider sense kicks in, before the trigger's pulled, he's like, Harry, get down. And like immediately the shots go out, right? And so everything starts getting sprayed. But then Peter starts like skipping around, right? His spider sense is kicking in, helping him bob and weave. It's cool that he's picking up on it so fast and he's learning how to use it so quickly. But while Craven is trying to catch him, Craven's just spraying bullets all over the place. And Peter's dodging out of all of them until the gun starts clicking and Peter's like, you're out. You're out of ammo, right? And the response of Craven is, I have as many guns as there are ways to hunt my prey. Do you not see? I have hunted everything and never failed to catch them. There is nowhere you can run. So running will not save you. And that's where Peter's just like, okay, well then I guess we should stop running. Right? And so at that point, he says, Harry, do it. And Harry throws a rock, activates the trap, which explodes and sends Craven flying. Now, it's not enough to kill him. But at that point, Craven's just like, it's been some time since I've been truly tested. That was a good trap, but it was not enough. And I can tell that you have never hunted. Haven't you heard the saying, there is nothing more dangerous than a wounded animal? But the kicker here is that even Craven himself doesn't fully know what he's dealing with. He doesn't really understand the full capabilities of Peter. He does to a degree, but remember, Peter's spider sense is kicking in for really one of the very first times as far as he understands it. Craven doesn't know about it. So when Craven goes on the attack, it's almost like Goku's ultra plot armor, right? Where he just automatically dodges and bobs and weaves and doesn't have to think about it. Peter kind of does the same thing, right? His spider sense functions the way it normally does. He's able to counterattack essentially every move of Craven and then gets the upper hand on him. And he says like, this is it. Right, like we're done, and so there's this really amazing moment where Peter talking to Craven, he says, "You need to understand. There's only one way this ends." And Craven's like reaching for his gun, right? And like even when he gets his hands on it, Peter just like takes the gun from him and says, "Like you hurt us, you bled us, you learned everything you could about us, but you didn't really comprehend what you were hunting, did you?" And he like breaks the gun in half, and he's like, "Did you really think you could kill someone like me with a gun?" And he's like, you know what I understand now? I know what the line is because you crossed it. No one goes after my family. And like he literally just starts hammering on Craven like a side of beef, like almost kills him. And Harry's just like, do it, Peter, finish him. You have to. And then Peter stops. Right. And it's really awesome because at that point, Peter's just like, no, I'm not like him. We're not like him. He's going to forget everything he knows. He's going to leave our city and he's never going to return. Now, that is the Peter Parker in a fantasy land idealized perception of good guys versus bad guys. And that would work in the main Marvel universe. But the Ultimate Universe is more of a reflection of the real world. Bad guys don't just walk away because they've been defeated. And so that's where Harry's just like, what are you talking about, Peter? He's a killer. It's what he does. It's very reminiscent of like the scene from Sicario, right? Where Benicio del Toro is like, you do not belong here, Kate. You are not a wolf. And this is the land of wolves now. And it's really cool because at that point, while Harry's pleading his case, Craven pulls a gun and he's like, Harry's like, he won't stop until he wins. It's him or it's us. And Craven pulls the trigger. Now the bullet flies right through Peter, right? Literally hits Peter. And Peter's like, I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any danger. Like, why didn't I feel anything? And the response of Craven is, because I wasn't aiming at you. You were just in the way. And he shot Harry in the face, shot him in the head, kills Harry Osborn on the spot. And he's like, you should have listened to your friend because he was right. I will never stop. The hunt never ends. And Peter totally loses control. I mean, just completely loses control here and absolutely starts pummeling Craven. And he would have killed him if Mysterio hadn't popped up. And this is why I say Mysterio is so cool, man. Mysterio is so fascinating here because he shows up really more with a warning than anything else, but he makes Peter think in a way that Peter hadn't been thinking before. And I'm not talking about in this like moment of rage. I mean, the entire time he's been here, because Mysterio says, this is quite the dilemma, isn't it? He's like, normally we would be enemies as our allegiances demanded. But in this moment, that is not the case because I am more interested in him than you, hero, for I have plans. But should he die, should you choose to continue beating him to death, then his end would mean my full attention would turn onto you. So I have to ask, is that really what you want? And the response of Peter is like, he killed my friend. And the response of Mysterio is amazing here. He says, and like your friend said, he's a killer. And that's what killers do. So you have to wonder, if he is so good at it, what makes you think your loved ones are safe? How do you know he has not already sent someone to visit them? Honestly, what makes you even think they're still alive at all? And so that's where Peter's like, what do you know? And the response of Mysterio is, me personally, I have no real idea. But I do think that you should run home now, Peter Parker. You couldn't save your friend, but perhaps you can still save your family. It's amazing because when Peter gets back home, of course, MJ's safe. Right now, also keep in mind the backup story that had kind of been a part of this is that his son was running around in the Venom suit, which is essentially what Peter Parker's suit is, right? It's technically Picotech, but it's a Venom suit by all standard of measurement. And like MJ's fine, right? Like he just busts in, like literally knocks in the door. MJ's just like, what in the world is going on? She's like, oh my God, Peter, thank God. Because he's been missing for months. He's been gone for months. And in fact, in the time when it appeared that he was there, it was actually the Venom symbiote pretending to be him, essentially shape-shifting, which was Jonathan Hickman establishing to us that the Venom symbiote can change its physical form to look like anybody. It was a really cool revelation that came from the Ultimate Spider-Man line. But she's just like, where have you been? Like, because she realized that it was Venom and it wasn't actually Peter. And so at that point, it's like, where's my husband? Where in the world did Peter go? But once she realizes he's bleeding, she's like, what happened? And he just says like, Harry's gone. And she's like, what? She's like, Harry's dead. And I couldn't save him. I mean, tears are rolling down his face. I mean, it's a very emotional moment. And she was like, why would someone like, Peter, what happened? And it's like, they know. They know who we are. They know our identities. They know you. They know the kids. They know everything about us. Like they literally know everything. And so she's like, you're scaring me. Like, I'm scared. And he's like, I know, I'm sorry. It's just, I'm so sorry about all of this. And she's like, well, then what do we do? Like, what are we going to do here? And Peter does the only thing that he can think of. He's just like, we run. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and Spider-Man's deadliest enemy is here in the Ultimate Universe now, and it's amazing. I love that Jonathan Hickman brought this guy back. So, picking up after the last video that we did, which was about a month ago, the long and short of it is that basically Harry Osborn's dead, and that what was revealed to Peter Parker from Kraven the Hunter is that they know his family. They know his name, they know his family's names, they know where he lives. And so Peter, after escaping Kraven the Hunter, came to the realization his family's got to go on the run until he can figure out what it is that they're going to do next. Because honestly, he's still kind of figuring out how to be a superhero. And there is no unified superhero community here the way there is in the main Marvel universe. So there's no Fantastic Four for him to go to. There's no Avengers team for him to assemble. It's largely just kind of Peter by himself out there in the world. And so this picks up with Peter Parker and Mary Jane just kind of out there in the middle of the desert, just kind of figuring out where things go. Now, one of the cool things about this, and one of the things I love about this, which I still think it's a terrible decision by Marvel not to have Peter and Mary Jane married in the main Marvel universe, she is very much his foundational rock, right? When you're in a relationship, you're a team, right? So the idea is that you pick up the slack of the other people. It's like Brene Brown said, right? One of you can give 10%, so the other person tries to give 90. And that's what Mary Jane Watson does here. That when Peter comes out and he's kind of caught up in the whole situation, right? The fact that he should be able to protect his family, he feels like he can't, that they're on the run. She's kind of this more voice of reason. And it's like, I mean, we're not really on the run, right? We're on vacation, right? You got to look at it with a more positive spin. But the important thing here is that we're safe. That's really what matters the most. And so long as we stay moving, we can stay safe. One of the things that I've always loved about Jonathan Hickman is how he writes characters as more human than superhero, if that makes any sense, right? I love the way that he does that, and it's phenomenal. Not only that, you end up finding out that Peter and MJ and his family and everything are, number one, in an RV, which just looks fun, and two, they're at like this giant RV park, and they end up meeting this guy, right? He was like, good morning, neighbors, beware strangers bearing gifts, and they're just kind of like, if you keep offering us coffee every morning, we're gonna start expecting it. Which is true, right? Do something nice for someone once, they'll love it. You do it twice, they'll appreciate it. You do it 3 times, they'll start to expect it. And so he's just kind of like, don't do that, right? exactly how the government gets you. So right off the bat, right, we just kind of find out that the people who are occupying this trailer park are somewhat on the fringe in varying ways. And so as the guy kind of introduces himself and talks to everybody, that MJ's like, yeah, this guy thinks he has x-ray goggles. And he's like, no. The people around here with working x-ray goggles are over on the back row. They'll deny it, but they have them. And Peter's like, which ones are those? Are they the UFO guys? And he says, the UFO guys are on our row. Back row is split between amateur filmmakers and foreign intelligence agents. The next row is anonymous, off-the-grid non-persons, and the row after that is retired stockbrokers. And then, of course, there's you, right? So again, kind of a hodgepodge of people, which is one of the cool things about road tripping. You meet all kinds of crazy folks and all kinds of interesting folks and all kinds of folks that you wish you could just get away from as fast as possible. But you meet all kinds of people out there when you go on road trips. But what this guy reveals to them is that up there in the mountains, right, nobody really knows what goes on up there, but there's all kinds of like crazy, kooky noises, that it's like an old abandoned military base, that it's not really a safe place, that people have gone up there and they've just disappeared. So it's almost like a bit of a scary story, right? And so Peter's like, I mean, okay, let's go take a look. And so at that point, you pick up with Richard. Now, Richard is getting this really amazing story arc in the Ultimate Spider-Man comic. Of course, he's the teenage son of Peter Parker, and he has the Venom symbiote. Now, again, just kind of a reminder here, for those of you guys who need a bit of a refresher, the Venom symbiote in the Ultimate Universe is not some alien technology or some living embodiment of the Black Abyss from Null the Symbiote God. As always, this Ultimate Universe is much like the original Ultimate Universe, where it's far more grounded in reality, and you would expect things to transpire the way they would if it happened in the real world. And so the Venom symbiote is actually technology that was essentially created by Tony Stark and was given to Peter Parker. So much like the original Ultimate Universe, the Venom symbiote is more a result of science than it is, crazy alien fantasy and all that kind of stuff. The other thing about this is that the symbiote suit was modeled after Peter Parker. So again, it's not inherently villainous. And one of the things that had always kind of thrown Peter off, especially when the suit bonded to his son, was whether or not the suit would be able to function in a capacity that would allow for advanced reasoning, right? Like as human beings, for example, we have nuance. Sometimes that's the source of hypocrisy, and sometimes it's the source of fantastic things, right? Like we have the ability to decide when to clean our house, but we never quite get around to it. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And that's kind of the concern that he has, because when he's talking to his son, he's like, look, I'm still not sure about you having this Venom symbiote. And he's like, again, why is it a good idea to bring you along on this little adventure? And the response of his son is like the best response ever. He's like, well, because historically, team-ups are awesome, and people eat this father-son stuff up, especially the sons. And it's true. It's amazing. And that's where Peter's just kind of like, well, I mean, I love you, but like, I'm not really in this for sentimentality. It's not really what I'm going for here. I mean, you're important to me, but more so than any of that, my job is to keep you safe. And if you're running around in a Venom symbiote like this, number one, the situation makes it tough to keep you safe, and the symbiote suit makes it even harder because you stick out and you draw attention, that kind of thing. But again, he basically says, like, let's have a little bit of a chat. And that's where his son's like, I mean, that's what we're doing. And Peter says, I'm not talking to you, son. And the symbiote speaks and says, he's talking to me. Now, this is where Peter chimes in and says, let's go over a couple rules, right? There's a few things that I want to go over. And that's where the symbiote's like, I mean, I know, like, I'm not allowed to touch Mary Jane, that kind of thing. And he's like, no. Right? These are different rules, right? Those were rules that you had when you were basically duplicating me, right? When you were pretending to be me when I wasn't home. It's not something that Peter does very often, but it is a way for him to kind of go out and do his thing and still be there for the family in some capacity, albeit in a highly diminished state relative to the Peter Parker that they know and that they care about. And says, these rules are for when Richard is wearing you, right? When you're running around and that you guys are in dangerous situations. And Peter says, Richard told me how you've been practicing. How is that going? And Venom's like, I mean, I think it's going pretty well. And to a degree it is, right? One of the cool things about the relationship between Richard and Venom is Venom actually guides him on how to become a superhero. We could have taken that fight, Richard, but we needed to leave because you don't fully understand what you're capable of yet. And honestly, it was safer for you to go so we can kind of consolidate information and then figure out what the next step is, as opposed to Richard being a teenager and just wanting to kind of jump into the fray and fight everybody who he thinks needs to be fought and all that kind of stuff, right? When you're young and dumb, you're not not really thinking rationally. And so Peter says, he also told me that you could take over if things got bad, or if he faces something that he's not ready for. And that's where Venom says, yes, I can, I will, and technically he has. And so Peter asks him the question, he says, so if you have to make a choice between saving me and saving him, you do know what to do, right? And Venom's just like, yes, Peter, because I'm modeled after you. If that ever happens, I need to save everyone, right? And Peter's like, no, that's not what I mean. And it's kind of a little gag, right? Because Venom's like, I know exactly what you mean. And Venom even asks him, like, would you ever let anything happen to your son? And Peter's like, you know I wouldn't. And Venom says, then of course I wouldn't either. And so that's going to be an important plot point going forward. How it's going to manifest, I don't know. But as you guys know who have read Jonathan Hickman and are huge fans of Jonathan Hickman, everything is important in some capacity. He may not revisit this for another 2 years, but he will revisit it, and it will become a very significant part of the story. And so that's where Richard's just like, I mean, can I just say, you guys are taking all the fun out of like this whole thing of like being a superhero? And like both Peter and Venom are like, no. I love that whole response. So finally they get to this military base, right? This great big huge base where there's this great big huge tower. Now, anybody who's familiar with the Spider-Man mythos, as soon as I said military base, you immediately knew what was coming. But here's the cool thing. When they get there, they go to take a closer look. And one of the things that Peter does in guiding Richard is he says, okay, this is your first lesson of the day. If you get a bad feeling about something, assume something is wrong, even if you don't see anything. And that's a really cool point. One of the best things about Peter Parker's spider sense is that it's kind of a reflection of our gut instincts, right? My gut is telling me there's something wrong, so there probably is, right? Humans have a kind of built-in fight or flight response. But in the middle of this, his spider sense goes off and a giant sand hand goes to grab him. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sandman. The Sandman's here, and the Sandman is arguably the most powerful villain that Spider-Man has. He's almost impossible to kill for Spider-Man or to even defeat. And in fact, there's an alternate reality story where Sandman kills Spider-Man by like flooding Spider-Man's insides with sand. So there's stories out there where like, if he were just a little bit smarter, he could kill Peter like that and not think twice about it. Here's the kicker behind it, that there's a kind of device at work here. That tower is not just an arbitrary tower. It's actually a tower designed to keep him in that sand state because it says, entity consolidation detected, charging. And it basically emits a pulse right after 3 seconds. And it's designed to keep him from reverting back into his human form or to even look like anything other than just a giant pile of sand. But of course, the target of Sandman is this tower itself. But in being frustrated with the entire situation and honestly, not being the sharpest tool in the shed, then he just starts like grabbing Peter and just starts beating him against this against this tower, which I guess it gets the job done. Peter's incredibly durable, so there's no reason that it shouldn't be able to work. But again, the tower charges up and it attacks him again, right? And it literally just kind of reverts him back into a kind of sand state. And it goes that way over and over and over again. And seemingly that's been happening this entire time. Those are the sounds that all these people out there are hearing, right? That's what that scary noise in the mountains is. And so while Peter constantly keeps getting grabbed by Sandman and constantly beaten against this tower, Richard starts to figure things out. He's like, okay, so if we turn that tower off, that means what exactly, right? And that's where Venom says the tower seems to be the only thing keeping the creature at bay. Every time it assumes a human form, it quickly reduces back to particles. And so that's where Richard's like, okay, so if we turn it off, then he'll be free. And that's where Venom chimes in with an important caveat here. He's like, yes, that's true, Richard, but what would he be free to do if he can just kind of go back into his normal form? And Richard's immediate thought here is Spider-Man. And that's the inexperience of Richard, right? That he gets kind of caught up emotionally in the situation. Instead of thinking of the full totality of what would happen if he let his father go and any other potential options, he's so hyper-focused on saving his dad that nothing else really seems to matter that much. Now, it is a testament to how much he loves his father, but again, it's also a testament to his inexperience and a testament to his inability to think beyond how he feels in the moment. And so ultimately, he basically hits the tower and the tower shuts down. And when that happens, Sandman reverts back into his human form. Now, here's the part that isn't told to us, but I would go so far as to say that there's a whole motivation behind this that involves the Maker. Because what goes on here is he kind of tells his story to a degree. It's not overly complex, but he was like, like once he starts going back to a human form, he starts crying. And he was like, you, like me speaking to you right now, are the first words that I've been able to say in almost 3 years. Now, that 3-year window is coincidentally when the Maker first started making his move after arriving here and kind of screwing everything up. And so what happens is he says, I was just a normal guy who got too curious. They caught me after I cut through the fence and snuck into the base. I knew someone was doing illegal experiments here, but I never thought they would make me into one. But they did. I became someone who could be Earth. But after they saw what I had become, they built the tower to keep me from reforming and regaining my human form. Then they left, leaving me that way, trapped and hopeless. Now, here's one of the things to know, and what's really not being explained here. When the Maker arrived in this universe as a guy who can manipulate time, this evil version of Reed Richards knew how this universe started, and he knew how the universe would end. He had knowledge of all things across space and time in this reality. So he knew what the story of Sandman was supposed to become. But the Maker is always doing things, and had always been doing things, to either prevent superheroes from coming into existence, modifying the origins of traditional superheroes, hence the reason why Peter Parker did not become Spider-Man until he was an adult, as opposed to it happening when he was a teenager. All these little things here and there. What's interesting about that, though, is you could actually make an argument the Maker did Peter a favor, because if Peter Parker's not Spider-Man as a teenager, he's not reckless. And if he's not reckless, he doesn't lose Uncle Ben, and he doesn't lose Gwen Stacy, although him and Gwen never really seemed to get together in the first place. So you can make an argument the Maker's the reason why Peter Parker still has Uncle Ben. But as this story's told, Sandman does not appear to be a traditional villain. But even then, there will likely be a moment when he will come back and you will see the full totality of his powers. And he'll go nuts, because what happens before we get to that point is you switch to Peter as he jumps back over and basically calls Uncle Ben. Now, this is all off the radar, right? This is him borrowing somebody else's phone, and he's got like 5 minutes to talk. And the conversation between the two is one where it's very innocuous. Not even J. Jonah Jameson knows what they're talking about. Because as this conversation unfolds, it's Peter Parker asking him questions, are you safe? And how's everybody doing? Do I need to come home? And it's Uncle Ben responding as if he's talking to an insurance salesman, right? No, I don't need insurance. It's like, well, how are you doing, Uncle Ben? Well, my health is okay. And everybody else around me, their health seems to be pretty good. That kind of conversation, right? And so once the conversation ends pretty quickly, right? Again, doesn't last that long, that they hang up and the story switches to Ben, specifically in the presence of Kingpin and James Wesley. Now, James Wesley is the personal assistant of Wilson Fisk in the Ultimate Universe. And Kingpin, even though he is a servant of the Illuminati, so the Incredible Hulk and those guys who were basically assembled by the Maker and control everything behind the scenes for their own nefarious purposes, Wilson Fisk still operates as you would expect the Kingpin to operate in Marvel Comics. What's so interesting about this is a follow-up to Ultimate Spider-Man number 10, which is to say, in that story, that Ben Urich and J. Jonah Jameson, after leaving the Daily Bugle, finding funding from Harry Osborn's wife, basically Oscorp, and then using that funding to launch their own newspaper, started to realize that there's something going on here, right? That what had happened is that James Wesley, as the assistant to Wilson Fisk, had organized the sale of Stark Stain, the company that belonged to Howard Stark and Obadiah Stane, and has essentially been defunct since the original formation of the Ultimate Universe, as Jonathan Hickman has written it. Somebody sold it off, right? Wilson Fisk made it possible for it to be sold. Somebody bought it. It was sold to a shell company, which was sold to a shell company, and on and on and on. So no one knows who truly controls this. And then at the very end, Oscorp bought it. And so what it seemed like is Wilson Fisk had organized the sale of Stark Stain to some kind of shadow subsidiary. It was broken into pieces, and Oscorp owns one of those pieces. Now, the initial concern of Harry Osborn's wife in Ultimate Spider-Man 10, and the concern of Harry Osborn himself before he was killed, was that Ben Urich and J. Jonah Jameson had figured out that Harry was the Green Goblin. But that's not really what they were hunting for. What they were hunting for and trying to figure out is that if Wilson Fisk is doing all of this, and then selling Stark Stain to some other company, he's doing it against his will. Otherwise, he would have just purchased it for himself and then just like kept all the money that the company was making. And so that means someone out there is controlling Kingpin, and that's the person they were trying to find. Now, they initially confronted James Wesley about this, and James had essentially told them, right, in no uncertain terms, you're going down a rabbit hole and you are digging up some very, very bad things. What Wilson Fisk and James didn't know was that within Stark Stain's company, hidden way down in the bottom, right in the belly of that company, was years of information that had been put together on Wilson Fisk and even on this, kind of hidden Illuminati hand. That information was given to Ben Urich and J. Jonah Jameson by Harry Osborn. That's kind of been the background story that's been following the idea of Ben and J. Jonah Jameson all throughout the Ultimate Spider-Man run so far. And so ultimately, they published an article in their newspaper revealing all this information. But Uncle Ben didn't sign his name to it. Instead, he used the name Ben Reilly. And the way that he had always done interviews when he was asking people about this, one of our reporters out there in the field is doing this, putting on this guise that it wasn't him doing it, it was just some nameless reporter out there, because he knew that if he did sign his name to it, folks would come looking for him. And so that's when he's confronted by James and Kingpin, and James gives them a piece of paper, and they're like, what in the world is this, right? And he says, tomorrow, the Daily Bugle is running a story about the reckless owner and operators of your newspaper, right? Basically you guys, but no one knows it's you guys. And he says, I'm here on their behalf to see if you wanted to make a comment. And they're like, what did you do? And James says, what you are looking at here are various well-sourced police and forensic reports confirming the deaths and murders of a not so insignificant number of people who all happen to share the same name, Ben Reilly. So the real question is, what did you do? And the question's asked by Jameson, you really killed every Ben Reilly in New York? And the response of Kingpin is just like, goodness no, right? I belong to a global organization. My God, give me more credit. We killed every Ben Reilly on the planet. And that's where it's just like, why would you do that? And Kingpin's like, you write a story and you think you're changing the world. You tell the truth and you think it matters. It does not. And where Jameson just kind of like, so you did all this what? To like educate us? Or are you just here to put an end to our entire practice? And the response of Kingpin is not what you would expect. He says, I just wanted you to know that I'm an admirer of your work. I know it was you. It's not some mystery reporter out there who wrote this article for your paper. No, it was you. You signed your name to it. And I'm here to make a point, right? I killed every Ben Reilly out there. I could kill you anytime I want. At any point, it doesn't matter. I can kill you in your sleep. I can kill you when you're walking out to the car and you'll be dead before you heard the sound that killed you. I can do anything I want. There's nothing you can do to stop me. I killed every Ben Reilly on the face of the planet. Do you hear police sirens? Do you see handcuffs around my arms? No. I'm standing here in front of you telling you that I did it. So what could you possibly do to stop me? And what could I possibly do to stop you? It's this phenomenal moment, right? This huge reveal. He's like, strong words, they elicit a strong response. And what's really awesome about this, and it's one of the reasons why I love the way that Jonathan Hickman writes J. Jonah Jameson and Uncle Ben. I may have called him Ben Urich, right? But I love the way he writes Uncle Ben, as he says, what's this supposed to be, right? Like, what are you hoping to accomplish here? Are you hoping to make us quit? I mean, you've already killed everybody. And that's where Jameson's like, I mean, it's not going to happen, right? Our job is to report the truth. And we knew when we got into this that we were putting our lives on the line when we were publishing an article involving arguably one of the most powerful men in the criminal world. But if you really think that killing every guy out there named Ben Reilly is going to somehow intimidate us into stopping, well, you got another thing coming. And that's where Kingpin's like, good, I don't want you to stop. Right? And it takes him by surprise, right? Literally, Uncle Ben's just like, what? And he's like, you give me something to point to pick apart, to reframe, to ridicule, to further our plans. I want you to keep going. You're a useful tool to separate us from them. And the questions asked by J. Jonah Jameson, like your plans, like what are you talking about? I hear that if you want to hear God laugh, tell them all about your plans. And that's where Kingpin reveals why the paper of Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson is so useful. He says, here's what you don't know. As far as you're concerned, I work for God, and what you call night, that is his hand casting a shadow over the earth itself. So please continue what you're doing. Be a useful distraction, but stop hiding behind others. You'll just get the wrong people hurt. Now, the bigger point that he's making here is this. No one cares what they have to say. The universe is in a relatively rough place. People are out there living their lives. And while we're not really given the political makeup of how people in this world function, the fact is that different people read different newspapers for various reasons. You have fans of the Daily Bugle, you have fans of this one. And so what this does with them coming along and saying, you guys won't believe what the Kingpin's doing, it forces everybody's attention onto what the Kingpin's doing. Make a lot of noise over here so no one notices what's going on over there. Now, it's not the intention of Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson to basically be a tool to be used by the Kingpin in order to draw everyone's attention away from what the Illuminati's actually doing. It just happens to work out that way. And that's where the situation becomes a little strained and a little difficult. Because if you're a newspaper like this, and you know you're being used as a distraction for the general public to stop focusing on what's really going on, what do? Do you stick with the truth? You keep publishing that information because the world needs to know, even though you know people don't care, but journalism is ideally about the pursuit of truth? Or do you stop publishing your stories? Do you shut your paper down and hope people just realize what's happening over there, that they've been distracted from the entire time, knowing that even if they learn about it, there's two possibilities. Number one, they won't care. And number two, even if they did, there's nothing they can do about it. What do you do in that kind of situation? It's not an easy answer. And this is why Hickman is amazing. He's one of the best writers in the history of the entire comic book world. Because what happens here is Wesley is just like, okay, so I mean, do you care to make a comment? For the record, and they essentially send him away. But this is where you get some incredible foreshadowing here, right? This is Jonathan Hickman saying, yeah, man, Uncle Ben's gonna die. Because what Uncle Ben does is he says, sure, right? When all this is done, when wrongs have been righted and the shadow is lifted, I'm the guy who's going to write the obituary. And you can quote me on that. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Hickman just told us that Uncle Ben is likely gonna get one to the dome piece. Ultimate Spider-Man is phenomenal. And this origin of Ultimate Mysterio is even better. I think it's actually the best comic that's come out as part of this whole run from Hickman so far. So what this does is this picks up with George Stacy, the father of Gwen, and he tells her, right, life isn't fair, that I wish that's not how things were, but it is. And because of that, things are going to be different now, but I have to keep doing my job, and you have to get up every day and continue to become the amazing person your mother always knew you were going to be. And Gwen asks, right, does mother's death ever get better? Right? Do you ever feel better after that? And the response of her father, never. No one ever really gets past losing somebody that they love. But the good news is that they're never really gone. They live on in your heart. And so you follow the story of Gwen. Now, here's the cool thing, right? You basically pick up with her going on a date with Harry Osborn. And it's kind of cool to see the two of them basically dating one another because, as you guys can tell, we're following a chronological timeline here. So this is long before Gwen and Harry ever get married. And initially, Gwen had no interest in him, right? Because he was just some super rich guy and she doesn't really dig super rich guys. And so as the two of them kind of talk and hit it off, and clearly there's some chemistry there, it turns into something more romantic. It turns into something serious. But then that's when Gwen gets a call in saying that they found her father, right? They found the body of George Stacy. And at that point, you switch back over to the original conversation they had, where he tells her, right, they always live on in your heart. But then we get the other half of this, and he says, and no one can take that away from you. You see, as the years pass, your memory of mom will not change, and you will get to remember her in the way that most children would. Perfectly, not ruined by age or learning that parents are regular people and flawed just like everybody else. And the response of Gwen, well, I think you're perfect, Dad. And he says, well, I'm not. I have secrets that many in the world, and especially you, won't find out about until I'm gone. You might not understand who I was. People might say bad things about me. They might say nothing at all because the mystery will hold. Just understand one thing. Everything I've done was for you, so you will understand the world as it really is. That's my legacy to you. And so you pick back up with Gwen, and she's literally talking to somebody that we seemingly can't see, right? And they say, after years of trying, we finally recovered your father's remains. They didn't want to give them up. They didn't want us complete. But now, thanks to good fortune and circumstance, his final wish can come to pass. He wanted you to take his place and join us. Do you know the words? And Gwen says, you guys nailed this, man. Gwen says, the world is a lie, and only through embracing those lies and becoming a master of them can we truly see. Our craft is old, older than the lie. Our power is ageless, the amulet passed from sire to spawn, one to wear it, five to share it. We are Mysterio. You guys nailed it, man. I didn't believe it. Right? But you guys nailed it in the comments of the video where like Harry Osborn died and it was like, who in the world is Mysterio? You guys said Gwen. I got to give you guys credit here. Here's the other thing though, and I got to ask this question because I was thinking about it. Does that look like the Eye of Agamotto on their heads? It's kind of crazy, right? Like it's kind of crazy. So following that, right, you pick up 9 years ago, right? And this is when Harry and Gwen Stacy get married. And it's this really, really interesting moment because there comes this point when Norman Osborn, before his death, seemed to know what was going on. Because, of course, during this whole wedding dance and everything, that it leads to Norman and his wife kind of cutting in, which is tradition, right? When it comes to the wedding, the kids dancing with the parents is part of the whole wedding ceremony. But when Norman is talking to Gwen, right, initially he kind of busts her balls a little bit, kind of testing her a smidge, right? You know, he's like, I have a little bit of an admission. And she's like, what's that? And he's like, I think you could have done better. And her response, well, that's funny because I said the same thing to your wife, right? You know, so just being able to give that grief back and not having such thin skin. And Norman loves that, right? Norman loves that she can just kind of let it roll off of her and give it right back to him. And so he says, I want you to promise me something, new daughter of mine. And she says, what's that? And he looks at her very intently and he says, don't ever let him distract you from what you were put on this earth to do. And she simply says, I can make that promise. Now, again, we're not told explicitly that Norman Osborn knows, but it seems like he kind of does, right? And it's really cool because following that, you pick up with their first Christmas together as a married couple, right? And Harry's like, you know, our first Christmas as a married couple, a lot of pressure here gift-wise. I mean, it's really a statement as to how well you've come to know the other person. Do you know them or do you really know them? And so he's like, go ahead, right? Open this thing up. And when she cracks open her gift, it's a book, an actual copy of a book called The World That Is and the World That Was by Jericho Drumm. Now, it is wild to see a Brother Voodoo reference here, but clearly he's not the Brother Voodoo that we know from the main Marvel Universe, right? He is not at one point the replacement for Doctor Strange as the Sorcerer Supreme and a powerful practitioner of the mystic arts. But here is what's awesome here. The conversation between Harry and Gwen really reveals that Gwen seems to know what the Maker did when he showed up and started changing things across the universe, right? That Harry says, let me tell you, super hard to find a copy of that. And we could have put a kid through college for what I paid. Still, I know how much you love your conspiracy stuff. And that's where Gwen's like, you really think it's a conspiracy? Right? Do you know what this book is about? It suggests that the world has two timelines, the one we're currently living in and the one that we are supposed to be living in. It's about tachyon particles and temporal echoes, not flat earths and chemtrails. It's the real reason you can't find this book anywhere. Now, this is a cool thing, right? Because remember, the whole reason this universe is the way that it is, the new Ultimate Universe looks the way it does, is because the Maker from the original Ultimate Universe couldn't go back to his reality, right? It'd basically been destroyed during the incursions. Yes, Marvel kind of brought it back, but that was Bendis and Marvel ignored it, and so you can just assume that it hasn't existed since its destruction right before Secret Wars 2015. And so the Maker showed up here to this universe and started screwing everything up, changing the universe to look like the one that he was familiar with, but one that he could absolutely control. Now, of course, ultimately he was defeated, but still, right? And that's what Gwen says, right? She says that in talking to Quentin Beck, who is a member of this Mysterio tribe, right? She says, we were right all along, Quentin. Everything we've worked toward, believed in, is real. The world is an illusion fabricated by one man telling a lie big enough to deceive all of humanity. And now he's trapped in a prison of his own making for the next 2 years, right? Remember, the Maker's trapped in the city, and it's just simply a countdown in the Ultimate Universe right now until it opens up and the Maker reemerges. And the question's asked, how do we know this is true? And the response of Gwen, our current elevation under Fisk happened because my husband's parents were killed in the Stain Stark explosion. As a result, and as you already know, our company, Oscorp, absorbed Stain Stark. Then, when we went rifling through all their corporate archives, we also learned of all of this, the real history of the world. And that's the truth, that the Illuminati, right, the group formed by the Maker to control the world behind the scenes, so the Maker didn't have to monitor everything all the time, and the ones who are effectively controlling things in the Maker's absence had quite literally documented everything the Maker did, which you would think they would be smarter than to do something like that, but maybe it was their hubris and their arrogance in believing that even if they did, who was going to stop him? Regardless, the response of Quentin Beck will need to act fast, release the information, and wipe the fog from the eyes of the world. But the response of Gwen? No, we cannot dump this information out there right now, because she says, you'll understand better after you look at the copies I brought for all of you, but we cannot risk having any involvement traced back to us. Acting fast is flying too close to the sun, and that's exactly what got my father killed. I think we need a better delivery system. And when the question's asked, what's that delivery system going to be? Her response, I don't know yet, but I'll think of something. And that's an important distinction to understand here. These guys are sitting on the reality of how the world is supposed to look. But the problem with this is that there's some mysterious organization operating behind the scenes that no one has any reason to trust. And so if they suddenly dump this information out into the world, hey guys, the world's secretly being controlled by some organization out there, people are going to say, well, I mean, you're a secret organization. How do we know it's not you? And even if it's not you, why should we trust you, right? There's a lot of cloak and dagger stuff, no pun intended, going on here. And so that is when you pick up with the paper. Now, those of you guys who aren't following the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, and you're seeing this for the very first time, I do have a playlist for it. You guys are welcome to check it out. The paper was, or really is, an entire newspaper created by J. Jonah Jameson and Uncle Ben, because in the Ultimate Universe, Uncle Ben didn't die. The idea behind this was that they were disillusioned with the Daily Bugle, because Wilson Fisk had taken over the Daily Bugle and was effectively using it as a propaganda piece now, right? Puff pieces on himself and basically telling lies to the world. And so because of the fact that Jameson and Uncle Ben were so in hot pursuit of the truth, they launched their own brand. It's more or less the Ultimate Universe's version of like Frontline from Ben Urich and Sally Floyd, for those of you guys who remember Civil War. And so the cool thing is when you have this kind of dinner conversation between Harry and Gwen and Peter and Mary Jane, that they're all kind of, meeting up and talking for the first time, becoming friends, essentially. And Mysterio kind of follows Gwen around. Now, here's the kicker about this. We're not told explicitly if this is an illusion in Gwen Stacy's head, kind of like the other half of herself, essentially, or if it really is Mysterio following her around. We will get an answer to this, right? It's important to understand. We will get that. But still, right, in this moment, it's kind of a very personal conversation, because you have Mary Jane and Peter who ask Harry and Gwen, like, do you guys want to have kids or anything like that? And the response of Gwen is, children? No. I mean, I'd like to think that I'd make a good mom, but none for us yet. We're considering it though, right? And that's where Mysterio's like, that's a lie, right? And Peter's like, well, I mean, just know it's the best thing ever, right? Like, what's the holdup? And the response of Harry, the world that we would be bringing them into. And that's the truth as far as Mysterio is concerned. And that's kind of the nature of things, right? When you're considering having kids, hopefully you're considering what kind of world you're bringing those children into and how it will impact them as they grow up. And so again, what you do is you switch over to Gwen Stacy having a conversation with Mary Jane Watson. Now remember, Mary Jane Watson is basically the brand manager for the paper, right? She's the marketing side of it. With that in mind, Gwen Stacy as Mysterio, or at least part of the Mysterio group, understands that the best delivery system for essentially this revelation that the world isn't really as it appears to be is through the paper, a newspaper source, which is ran by J. Jonah Jameson, a very trusted person within the news community, even if he was running smear campaigns against various people from time to time. In a lot of ways, his word is beyond contestation. Not only that, once that kind of system is set up, which we know that ultimately the paper does publish those documents, you switch over to a conversation between Harry and Gwen, right? Where literally Harry says, you were right, Ben and Jonah were way less interested in superhero antics than all the maker files that we had. I hope we did the right thing in giving it to them. And the response of Gwen, the wrong thing would be letting the world continue in the direction it's been heading for most of our lives. If they want to do something about it, who are we to stop them? So again, kind of Gwen operating behind the scenes, right? Basically slipping these documents out there in the world, sending Harry and then Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson on this kind of path without them realizing she was the one doing it, and finding the documents. And then of course the documents getting out there into the world. So again, very much a hidden hand in all of this. And so in turn, Gwen basically gives him a drink, right? You know, this is electrolytes. And he's like, do you want to hear something funny? And she's like, sure. And he's like, they thought that it might be you in the suit. They thought that you were the Green Goblin. And Gwen's like, that is hilarious, right? And he's like, I mean, could you imagine that? And she's like, no, absolutely not. I couldn't see myself walking around in a suit. Then you pick up with a few months ago. Now, this was the theory that so many of you guys had. Whether it's true or not, we'll see here in a second. But the first thing to know is that the Mysterio that was following Gwen around is a different Mysterio. That when she made this statement, right, one person to have the power and 5 to share it, that seemingly the Mysterio persona rotates between members of the group. So no one person ever stays Mysterio for long. And so if one person gets caught, the entire Mysterio persona isn't destroyed. It's not lost. It's a pretty ingenious strategy. And so when Gwen Stacy shows up, you know, at the home, the question is like, what are you doing here now? Like, I don't really have time for this. And the response of Mysterio is, I found him. I found your husband. Now, this kind of bookends into the story where Kraven the Hunter had kidnapped Harry and Peter and was hunting them in the Savage Land. And that's what Gwen's told here, right? Kraven took him along with his sidekick. He caught their scent earlier and laid in wait until he could act. He kept it all very quiet, but now he makes the mistake of including a confidant of ours into his schemes, all because Kraven wants to hunt them in the Savage Land. So the Mysterio that Kraven was talking to when the whole hunt and everything was going on, that was not Gwen Stacy. And so that's where Mysterio says, Kraven does not know about our alliance with the Mole Man, and he does not know what the Mole Man has told me, but Kraven does mean to kill them. And that's where Gwen says, the amulet passes from you to me in 2 days. Do I have that long? And the response of Mysterio, I asked our friend to buy us some time. And she's like, thank you. And then Mysterio says, one other thing. Are you aware that you're being followed? Now, of course, Mysterio follows her along as she goes and she confronts Dr. Octopus, right? Otto Octavius. Now, Otto Octavius is not the villain that you're familiar with. He's basically the tech guy for Peter Parker and Harry Osborn, kind of helping them improve their suits and so on and so forth. And literally, she comes storming into the room where he's at. And she's like, are you having me watched? And the response of Otto, it was Harry's plan, a security thing that he had me do. If he goes missing, which you informed me of, then the protocols snap into place. So yes, you're being followed and you're being protected. But then he takes it a step further. He's like, forgive me, I would normally never intrude on your privacy, but some of the things that you've been doing and places that you've been going don't really add up. I have a few questions. And that's where Mysterio tells her he's figuring it out. He's realizing you're not who you claim to be. He doesn't know that you're a member of our group, but he does know something's going on. So at that point, Mysterio's like, he's too curious and too close. Cut him loose. Gwen Stacy fires him on the spot. Now, you get to the moment when Harry Osborn gets shot by Kraven the Hunter, right? And you have this whole scene unfolding where like Harry's screaming at him, right? Like, Peter, you have to kill Kraven. If you don't kill him, he's going to kill us, right? It's him or it's us. Suddenly, Mysterio appears and it's just like, don't speak a word. Watch. You guys were right. The whole thing was an illusion. The whole thing was an illusion, right? Kraven takes the gun, fires the bullet, kills Harry Osborn. And Mysterio is holding the real Harry the entire time. And so as far as Peter's concerned, everything he's seeing is real. right? And that's where Peter starts to freak out. He attacks Kraven. He was like, what in the world, right? You killed my friend. That whole thing unfolds. As awesome as it is, where Peter is talking to Mysterio after what basically seems to be the death of Kraven, and it's just like, he killed my friend. And of course, the real Mysterio is like, not hardly. But the fake Mysterio says he's a killer, and that's what killers do. So you have to wonder, if he is good at it, what makes you think your loved ones are safe? Honestly, what makes you think they're even still alive? That whole scenario unfolding with Peter Parker, which of course we saw leading to Peter taking off and basically leaving Harry behind, and ultimately going back to his family in order to try to protect them and grieving over the loss of his friend. But then once Peter's done and out of the picture, the illusion fades. Harry's alive and well, and Kraven's like, what are you playing at, Mysterio? Like, you dare come between me and my hunt? And the response of Mysterio, I do, but only because you came between me and mine. And he's like, so long, comrade, and kills Kraven on the spot. And at that point, Harry's just like, Mysterio? And like, Mysterio unmasks and reveals herself as Gwen. And Harry is pissed and is like, what in the hell is going on? Now, here's the cool thing about this, right? That ultimately, Gwen explains everything. And so at that point, Harry's just like, so I'm dead. You guys had a funeral and everything for me, right? And Gwen's like, yes, you're dead. As far as the world is concerned, you are no longer alive. And the Green Goblin is not dead, which must mean I'm not the Green Goblin. And the response of Gwen, yes, right? There's no way you could be the Green Goblin. Now, here's the kicker about this. Peter knows the Green Goblin's Harry. So if the Green Goblin starts surfing around the city, Peter's going to be like, what is going on? He's immediately going to go after it, right? Which means either Harry's going to have to reveal to Peter the fact that he's actually alive and how it is that he survived, which is basically going to be the whole thing with Gwen Stacy, or Harry can never be the Green Goblin again. He's basically going to have to kind of go underground. If I'm a betting man, I bet all the money in my pockets to all the money in your pockets, Harry's going to reveal the fact that he's alive to Peter Parker. Peter Parker's going to learn about everything with Gwen Stacy, and Mysterio is going to become an ally. Because you guys are seeing here, Otto Octavius, so on and so forth, some of these traditional Spider-Man villains are actually good guys. They're allies to his side. And so if that's the case, and Mysterio and them are working against the influence of the Maker, then what if you get a story where, like we saw with the last video that we did, Sandman is an ally to Peter Parker, Green Goblin is an ally to Peter Parker, Mysterio is an ally to Peter Parker, Otto Octavius. What we're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you picked up on it or not, is a non-evil version of the Sinister Six. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man, probably one of the best comics coming out of Marvel right now. Now, of course, in the last video, which as always, we have a playlist if you need to get caught up, it turned out that Harry Osborn didn't actually die, that it was all an illusion created by Mysterio. We'll talk more about that here in a second. But one of the first things that happens is Harry goes to visit Uncle Ben. Now, again, it's a cool scenario here and a cool explanation because Uncle Ben isn't really caught off guard by any of this. And a lot of it just kind of makes sense given the state of the world. Almost anything's possible. And at his age, he just kind of learns to expect certain things. It may also be one of these instances where Hickman is teasing the idea that Uncle Ben knows a lot more than he's letting on here. And that's why he says, this is happening a bit too much for my taste. How in the world did you get in here, right? Because folks just keep on showing up in his house uninvited, right? And of course, Harry says it was just a regular door with a regular lock bin. Anyone who wants to get in is getting in. And that's the response of Ben here, right? He's like, well, I mean, in your case, I kind of figured it'd be harder than that. After all, I thought you were dead. And so something to keep in mind here, and one of the things that's been established is that in the aftermath of the perceived death of Harry Osborn, Peter Parker and his family went on the run because Kraven had warned Peter that his family is in danger, right? Like Kingpin knows who his family is, he knows who his wife is, his children, so on and so forth. And so in order to keep them safe, they essentially took off. Uncle Ben is really the only person out there that has contact with Peter, that knows how to reach him. And that's exactly what goes on here, because Uncle Ben reveals to Harry that Peter took his death very hard. And it makes sense, right? I mean, these guys were close, they fought crime together, so there's a lot of connection that goes on there. And that's why Uncle Ben tells him, like, you should reach out to him. you should talk to him and let him know that you're okay. And that's where he's like, I mean, do you have a system? And that's where Ben says, yes, like we have a way to get in touch with each other. But all Harry's really looking to do here is get some feelers, right? To find out how Peter's doing. Is Peter okay? How's he coping with everything? And that's the response of Uncle Ben, right? I mean, look, he's doing well enough, man, but like he thought you were dead, right? He thought you were gone and out of the picture. So he's doing as well as anybody can do under that situation. But what's really ominous here is that he tells Uncle Ben, right, like you need to keep your head down because things are about to get very, very serious. And the response of Ben is like, you say that as if they haven't been that way already. And the response of Harry, compared to what's coming, it has not been that serious. Now, here's the thing to keep in mind, and it's one of the things that you kind of tend to forget given what all is going on in the Ultimate Universe. You have multiple stories all being told at the same time and all serving various purposes. The story of Spider-Man from Jonathan Hickman is just the story of Peter Parker, right? It doesn't really involve a whole lot of other stuff. But when you kind of zoom out and you focus on the bigger picture here, that's all Dennis Camp and the Ultimates, right? The return of the Maker, how that's kind of playing out, the attempt of the Ultimates to basically bring together various superheroes, as many as they can, in order to deal with the threat of the Maker. So all that's being handled there. This will, of course, inevitably book into it, right? It'll become a part of it. But what's really going on here is that with Kingpin working as essentially an agent of the Illuminati who were formed by the Maker in order to control the world in his stead, that this is kind of the smaller step leading into the bigger thing. And so the war on Kingpin is one of the first ways in which this whole situation can be won. Now, at that point, you switch over to Gwen Stacy, and that's where things get wonky because remember, Gwen Stacy is Mysterio in the Ultimate Universe, but Mysterio isn't simply just one person. It's not like it's just Quentin Beck running around and doing his thing like in the main Marvel Universe. Mysterio is a concept, a fraternity, an organization, individuals who all work in unison to essentially make the world a better place. Because while the Mysterio fraternity predates the arrival of the Maker in this universe, the reality is that they, as masters of illusion, understand that the world had been changed by the Maker. Now, much like Tony Stark and all those guys, they don't know the full totality of everything the Maker changed. And so in a lot of ways, what the Mysterio organization does is they work behind the scenes, kind of a hidden hand, in order to bring truth to the world. And Gwen Stacy is a part of that, just like her father was. Here's the crazy thing. She's having this conversation with Robbie Robertson, right? As you guys know from the Daily Bugle and all that kind of stuff. And him bringing information to her, she asked the question, are you sure this is right? And Robbie says, no one would ever confuse me for being an investigative journalist, Gwen, but I think it's fair to say I know the difference between good information and bad information. And this is a sure thing. Now, we'll find out what he's talking about here in a second, but the response of Gwen, and why again should I trust you, Mr. Robinson, and the response of Robbie, because we Mysterios have to stick together, don't we? Robbie Robertson is part of the organization. Now, that's what's so crazy about this is because keep in mind, none of the Mysterios know the identities of the other person. So you never know who any of these Mysterios are. Now, we're going to take that idea and I'm going to flip it on its head here in a little bit, right? It's going to totally change the way you see things. But the response of Gwen, we do. Thank you, right? So now she knows Robbie Robertson is on her side. So the information he provides is beyond contestation because they're both fighting for the same cause. And so at that point, the whole meeting is interrupted, right? When Gwen Stacy's told, right, your 4 o'clock is here, they've arrived a little bit early. Robbie Robertson, of course, ends up leaving and passes Kingpin and Wesley. Now, of course, she says, have a seat and that kind of thing. And Kingpin just says, I won't be staying long. And he actually says one of the coolest things. I love the way that Hickman handles Kingpin in this comic because he always gives the best lines, right? He says, I'll do you the courtesy of not pretending that your husband was the one who actually ran your father's company. Everyone knows it's always been you. I'm also going to assume that you are privy to the arrangements your husband and I had regarding other business ventures. If I'm wrong, Mr. Wesley can fill you in on everything you don't know, but I am here to let you know that I expect those arrangements to continue in perpetuity for all time. Mr. Wesley has some documentation for you to sign to that effect. And the response of Gwen, so I'm signing this whether I like it or not. And the response of Kingpin, some people run this world, others simply live in it. I'm sorry for your loss, my condolences. That's pretty cold, man. It's one of the coolest lines, right? Some people run this world, others simply just live in it. Dude, it is one of the best lines that I think I've ever heard Kingpin say. And so he just says, I'm heading back to the office. I leave this in your hands, Mr. Wesley. And that's where Wesley tells Gwen, right? You know, Mr. Fisk, he can be very demanding. And Wesley, as you guys know, is Fisk's right-hand man. And so that's where Gwen says, that must be difficult for you. And the response of Wesley, as he turns into Mysterio, you have no idea. So the crazy thing about this, right? Kingpin is surrounded by enemies and he doesn't know. It's so dope. It's this crazy revelation. Right now, here's where I'm gonna flip things on its head, right? Up to this point, everyone that we've seen has been against the Kingpin, but no one knows the identities of the Mysterios. So the question to ask here is, what if one of them is working with Kingpin? What if one of them is on his side? Nobody would know. If there's a traitor in their ranks, they're in the best possible position to destroy the entire group of Mysterios from the inside out. Now, here's the other crazy cool revelation from Wesley, right? He says, there's quite a bit of dancing that someone in my position has to do. For example, I helped you find your husband so you could save him. And in return, all I got was a growing number of questions from Mr. Fisk regarding the disappearance of Kraven. Quite a few tricky steps in that one, and the tune was not one that I prefer. It almost makes me want to stop the music altogether. So here's the crazy thing, right? The Mysterio that we saw who was talking to Gwen, we didn't know who he was. The one that's been working or kind of operating as an agent of Kingpin the whole time. We had no clue who that guy was. I thought it was Quentin Beck, but nobody ever knew for sure. It was Wesley, right? And that's where Gwen says, but you would never do that, right? You would always play your role just like you're supposed to. And he says, yes, because I have a commitment to our cause. And she says, speaking of which, I think you have something that belongs to me. And in turn, he takes the Mysterio amulet and hands it to her. Now, that's one of the things that we covered in the previous revelation of Gwen Stacy being Mysterio in the Ultimate Universe. The amulet changes hands. It shifts from one person to the next. And so while the amulet usually shifts from one person to the next in a somewhat mysterious way, that the reality here is that Wesley kind of revealing everything to Gwen, she seemed to already know who he is. So again, this kind of flies in the face a little bit with the idea that the Mysterios don't know who the other is. It's entirely possible they do, right? That little bit of history hasn't necessarily been revealed to us yet, because for the most part, all we have are context clues. When it came to the other Mysterios that were there, their faces were shrouded in darkness, so it's entirely possible that Gwen saw them. But the fact that she didn't seem to know that Robbie Robertson was a Mysterio indicates not everyone's identity is well known. But regardless of how you slice it, what ends up happening is that once Wesley leaves, Harry, of course, steps out of the closet, quite literally. And Gwen tells him, right, per the Mysterio code, we have a week until we have to hand the amulet over to the next person. So let's make the most of it. Let's go to war. And so what ends up happening is that Harry basically goes down into this kind of hidden bunker where Otto Octavius is continuing to work for him. Now, again, that was one of the cool revelations from the Ultimate Universe, that what we would traditionally see as being the normal villains of Peter, that it's not universal, that Otto Octavius, while he's not Dr. Octopus as we know him, is basically the tech guy, right, for both Peter and Harry. He's the one that offered improvements to Peter's suit and improvements to Harry's suit, and even tried to decipher and understand the very nature of Peter's suit as it had been designed by Iron Man using Picotech. Now, that technology was far beyond Otto, but he was able to figure out some of it. And so with the Green Goblin, it has an AI inside of it. And that was Jonathan Hickman's way of splitting the difference between the traditional Green Goblin mythos, where you have like Norman Osborn and his Green Goblin persona, right? These two personalities vying for control, and this more updated telling of the Green Goblin story within the Ultimate Universe. And so you're going to kind of see this play out in a pretty cool way, because one of the things that goes on is that in this conversation between the two, Harry reveals to Otto that he does have money stashed away, but there isn't a whole lot of it. There's only so much to go around. So the things that Otto needs to be absolute things, right? If you don't need it, I will not buy it. So only make requests for the things that you need. And so he says things like, I do need a particle accelerator, and I do need a pocket-sized pressurized nuclear reactor. Now, why it is that he would need that, we don't fully know. But clearly it's because of the tentacle arms. 100% it's going to be for that, and that would be dope. Of course, he also reveals that because he's the one that has been keeping eyes on the Peter Parker residence, right? He's the one that kind of built the protocols that if anything ever were to happen to any one of them, protective measures would go in place. So like people would follow the Parker family, things like that, even though the Parker family wouldn't know that they'd be there to keep the Parker family safe and so on and so forth. That he's basically bugged the joint in order to make sure that he would essentially know if anyone untoward comes roaming into the Parker residence with the intention of doing somebody harm. And so following that, when Otto leaves to go do his own thing, Harry starts talking to the suit, right? He says, all right, Dad, let's get this over with. This is where you kind of get the two sides of the coin, because traditionally the Green Goblin persona, of course, as most of you guys know, is the darker side of Norman Osborn, the part of him that's always trying to push him towards violence and, doing nefarious acts and things along those lines. While it's not really the exact same, it's not a one-to-one copy when it comes to the Ultimate Universe, it is very, very similar, because when the AI boots up, that Norman Osborn's consciousness, right, says, what is this? You've been gone, time has passed, mapping changes in brain patterns, downloading memories. You were captured, you were beaten, and you were broken. And the response of Harry, yeah, like I had a bit of a bad run. And his father's response, instead of being a kind of warm and welcoming person, as you would hope he would be, it's very much the relationship between Harry and Norman in the main Marvel universe, right? A bad run is fortune looking the other way. A bad run is unexpected weather and unforeseen circumstances. You didn't even know that your wife was Mysterio, which is no surprise, no great insight. After all, do you even know who you are, Harry Osborn? Do you even know what you are? And as Harry goes on this mission, right, with Norman Osborn, it kind of continues on, right? I'm tired of being ashamed of you. Do you hear me, son? I am weary of this shame that haunts me even after my death. It's time to prove yourself once and for all. And so at that point, you pick up with the information that was given to Gwen Stacy by Robbie Robertson, specifically where Mr. Negative and his forces are operating out of. And so when they get in there, they literally blow a hole in the joint that the immediate response of Harry is, nobody's shooting. Why is anybody shooting, right? Like we just blew a hole in their building. Why aren't they firing? And then he realizes none of them are holding guns. And the response of Gwen, it's too volatile an environment for guns. When Mr. Negative and his demons took over the neighborhood, they hid this weapons factory inside a residential building. The people who could leave did. Everyone that's left didn't have anywhere else to go. And now they're forced to work here in a demon bomb factory, exporting this specialty. Now, of course, the demons attack as you would expect them to, right? I mean, of course, you have two guys who show up here that aren't supposed to be here. And that's where the plan kind of comes to fruition, right? That Gwen Stacy tells Harry, get the civilians out of here, right? I'll take care of all the weapons. And so Harry basically does that, right? He starts grabbing as many people as possible and whisking them away. But what you get is you get this really cool moment where you get to see what Gwen is capable of when she's Mysterio. And I gotta say, man, it's phenomenal, right? Because what ends up happening is, of course, she creates a whole bunch of illusions. And one of the demons says, they're not real. None of them is real. And the response of Gwen, what is real? Is it masked brothers with a shared cause? Or is it what hides behind them? And that's when you get this kind of illusion that she's created of like a literal demon-looking Green Goblin. I do love the fact that Gwen Stacy as Mysterio is ruthless. Like she is cold and ruthless, and it's phenomenal. Like it's one of the coolest developments of her character that I've ever seen in Marvel Comics. And yet again, you pick up with Harry Osborn getting civilians out of the building, and his father is still chirping in his ear. This is the manner in which you've chosen to prove yourself, son. I suppose I shouldn't have expected anything else. After all, that's how you decided to treat my company, your birthright, my pride and joy, and you pawned it off on your wife so you could go play hero. Now look at you, dealing with the rabble while she handles the bad guys. I suppose that means she's better at that, then you are as well. And where Harry responds by saying that he's saving people, the response of his father is very telling, because he says, small people make small moves, Harry, and at your core, you will always be a failure. And that, disappointingly, is my greatest failure. I hoped that you would be better. So it's a very dark and twisted statement made by his father. Again, it harkens back to the old school Spider-Man comics, the relationship between Harry and Norman in the main Marvel universe. And one can't help but ask why it is that this AI is so dark in how it treats Harry. But once they both get out of the building, right, that what ends up happening is Harry asks, like, did you defuse all the bombs? And the response of Gwen, I never said anything about defusing the bombs. And the whole building explodes. Now this takes Harry by surprise, and it's one of these things where it's a bit of a turn from what he's traditionally used to, because keep in mind, in that whole moment when they were down in the Savage Land and Kraven had a gun, right, and he was chasing after Harry and he was chasing after Peter, Peter got the upper hand on him and had him subdued. Harry kept telling Peter, you have to kill him. If you don't kill him, he will come back. He will always come back. He has to die. It's the only way to keep us safe. And now it's the situation where you have a kind of act of terrorism. But the big difference between these two, right, between what was happening in the Savage Land and what's happening here, kind of comes by way of Gwen. Because Gwen says, no, right, I told you I would take care of them. And there it is, taken care of. The response of Harry, these people could have gotten hurt. People could have been killed. And that's kind of the difference, right? Harry is willing to do whatever needs to be done, and he's willing to destroy whatever needs to be destroyed in order to take out his enemy, so long as there is no concern of collateral damage and innocent life being caught in the crosshairs. For Gwen, she doesn't really seem to mind that all that much. Now, a lot of that seems to be rooted in the idea that for the Mysterios, the cause is more important than any one individual's life. Saving the future, defeating the Maker, setting the world back to the way that it's supposed to be is drastically more important than saving a regular person. And while that may very well be true, it doesn't necessarily give you carte blanche to just indiscriminately allow people to die, even though you could save them, right? There is still that old school Spider-Man mantra, with great power must also come great responsibility. And that's what Harry says, right? Because she asked the question, did you get everybody out? And his response, yes, I think so. There were no more heat signatures inside. What were you thinking? And that's where the brutal nature of Gwen comes to bear. And in a lot of ways, Harry is seeing a side of his wife that he didn't know existed before, because she says, we're at war with a generational enemy, Harry. You know that. So we have to do whatever is required. I don't know why you're surprised by this. You were saying the exact same thing a few months ago. We do what has to be done. And so at that point, you pick up with Peter, right? And Peter basically meets with the guy in the trailer park who's the dude that taps into like satellites and all that kind of stuff. But basically, he's the way in which Peter is able to talk to Uncle Ben. There's still a trace, and he tells him you have 90 seconds, right, before the powers that be realize this phone call is going on and then ultimately come after us in this location, right? And so, of course, you have Uncle Ben kind of doing his normal thing where he talks in a very nonchalant way as if nothing serious is going on. It's usually one of these things where Uncle Ben talks where he's talking like somebody's asking him if he wants a newspaper subscription or something along those lines, but he tells Peter, someone wants to talk to you. And that's when Harry gets on the phone, totally catches Peter by surprise. And truth to tell, I did not expect Hickman to do this soon. I expected it to be a little while before Harry got the news, but obviously Hickman's fast tracking this because keep in mind, we only have 6 months here in the real world, in real world time. We only have 6 months until the Maker re-emerges. One of the things to remember, the Ultimate Universe comics, they track in real time. It's like Earth 98, right, from Marvel's multiverse from way back in the day. But that's why Harry tells him, yeah, it's me, it's a long story, but you need to come home because I need you here. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. Again, this is a world building issue, but all these things will be important. And for a lot of you guys who are asking, why isn't Mary Jane Watson important? Why isn't she doing anything meaningful? I have a sneaking suspicion Mary Jane is going to play a very significant role in the Spider-Man comics. Either she's going to die, just like Gwen Stacy died in the main Marvel universe, or she's going to end up becoming probably some kind of a spider person. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are covering the story where Miles Morales Spider-Man returns to the Ultimate Universe, because this is Spider-Man Incursion. So the idea behind this story is that this initially picks up with Miles in the main Marvel Universe. We'll make sense of his returning to the Ultimate Universe here in a second, but what goes on here is he actually kind of muses to himself and really is just talking to his journal. And he talks about the idea that he used to fear change, right? He says, it's been a long journey, but I'm finally at a place where I feel like I can adjust to whatever life throws at me. Is that wild to say? It feels wild to say. I've had so much thrown at me recently, but I've been able to mostly handle it as best I can. The crazy thing is, I used to fear change, though I guess that after what I've been through, I've just gotten used to it. And so initially, it jumps back to the ending of Secret Wars, when Molecule Man Owen Reese basically tells Spider-Man that he owes him a favor for bringing him a cheeseburger. Now, for those of you guys who think that statement is absolutely insane, yes, it does sound insane, and I recognize that as I say it. But the idea behind this was that at the end of Secret Wars 2015, because of the fact that Molecule Man had always talked about the idea that he was hungry, kind of an on-running joke with his character, Miles has a cheeseburger in his pocket that he gives to him. And so in response to that, when the main Marvel Universe was restored by the actions of Reed Richards, Miles Morales shows up in the main Marvel Universe, and he's basically been there ever since. What ends up happening is that Molecule Man restores his mom. He brings back Rio. And so in a lot of ways, Miles' life was complete. What's interesting about this is what he continues to say. A part of me knows that I've lost something, everything, but that I was given a second chance. I know I'm from someplace else, another universe. It's just the details are fuzzy. Now, here's an important thing to understand. Yes, Earth 6160 is the new Ultimate Universe in Marvel Comics. Ultimate Universe 2.0 is what some people have taken to calling it. The original is Earth 1610, as some of you guys may or may not remember. For Miles, and specifically for that original Ultimate Universe, it's gone now, right? There really is no bringing it back in Marvel. They've kind of written it out. Brian Michael Bendis did try to bring it back a couple times, and in fact, it was revisited in Donny Cates' run on Venom, but the fact is, Marvel's just sort of discarded the whole thing. And so 6160 is the main focus. That's kind of what Miles is talking about, the idea of him losing everything. His entire universe is gone, and it has been since Secret Wars, really the collapse of the multiverse and Avengers and New Avengers. But one of the things that had happened as part of the launch of Ultimate Universe 2.0 is that the Maker, who comes from that reality, had visited Miles Morales, and in knowing that they both came from the original Ultimate Universe, he actually extended Miles an olive branch, asked him if he wanted to come back with him. And Miles says, even though I don't remember much, I knew that I couldn't trust him, the Maker. And so the Maker had given him a card and said, if you ever change your mind, then you can find me. Now, the card was blank, but obviously it was some kind of technology where the Maker would just be able to summon him if Miles ever decided that he wanted to come along. But what Miles says is that ever since the Maker showed up, he feels like something's off, like there's some secret trying to crawl its way out of his head. A voice that says maybe the offer to join him in a new universe was not all smoke, that maybe there's something there that can fill a void that Miles didn't know he had. Now again, this kind of hits on the idea, Miles doesn't remember the universe he comes from, or at least all the details of the universe that he came from. And so that's why he says, but then I spend an extra 5 seconds thinking about it and feel stupid for ever doubting myself. Now, of course, what ends up happening is his younger sister, Billy, basically attracts the attention of the card in the trash can. And when that happens, she's whisked away to the new Ultimate Universe. And in turn, Miles jumps through. Now, for a lot of you guys who are familiar with Spider-Man stories, right off the bat, this is very reminiscent of both Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2. For those of you guys who don't know about that, Spider-Man was the first time that Miles Morales in the original Earth 1610 Ultimate Universe first met Peter Parker in the main Marvel Universe. And it was basically Brian Michael Bendis kind of giving the middle finger to people who didn't like Miles Morales and essentially telling them he's here to stay. And he kind of wrote that into the story when Peter Parker from the main Marvel Universe gave Miles his blessing, and from that point forward, Miles was Spider-Man in the Ultimate Universe. Fans eventually warmed up to him, and Miles has been around ever since. But at this point, Miles doesn't know where his sister is. And so following that, you switch over to Manhattan in Earth 6160, the new Ultimate Universe, and you pick up with Peter and Venom. Now, one of the things to know, and the big speculation, is that this takes place between Ultimate Spider-Man issues 17 and 18. At the time right now that I'm recording this video in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, of course, Peter Parker Spider-Man, as you would expect, but his son is Venom. Venom isn't really an official name that he's adopted at this point. It's kind of a fan name that's been given to him because of the striking similarity between Peter Parker in the main Marvel Universe in Secret Wars 1984 when he kind of got the Venom suit and the suit that his son wears. But what ends up happening here is all these holes start popping up in this area. And initially Richard, right, the son of Peter, starts asking questions. Like he literally talks to his suit, like, what's going on here? Can you figure out what's happening? And his suit doesn't immediately recognize it, right? He says it's multiplying. And he says, hold on, I'm trying to analyze the energy signature. It appears the energy is organic in nature. And in that moment, they're met with the Ultimate Universe version of Spot. Now, it is important to specify, this is the first time we've seen him. So there is no backstory here. There's no real general understanding of what's happening. Instead, he talks about the idea of how the box worked. And then he kind of talks about Tony Stark going to screw himself. Now, for those of you guys who are not reading the current Ultimate Universe in Marvel, what Spot's referring to is that because the Maker had traveled to this universe and basically changed history, screwed things up so that things are not the way they're supposed to be, that Tony Stark had created a series of boxes, almost like gift boxes. And what these were designed to do was essentially fast track the characters. So where the Maker had killed the radioactive spider that was supposed to bite Spider-Man in this universe, and so Peter never became Spider-Man, Tony Stark ended up sending a box to Peter when he was an adult. And that box had the radioactive spider, and it had a Picotech suit, which bonds itself to Peter and basically gives him his abilities. Now, of course, that's the suit that Richard is currently wearing. Peter has his own suit here. But the fact is, right, it is a way to kind of fast track superheroes. The box that Spot has was actually not meant for him. It was meant for somebody else. But Spot took it, and now he's running around as a villain. And that's what's kind of cool, is because in response, Richard's suit says combat routines engaging, buckle up, kid. Now, the reason why it says that is because in the Spider-Man comics, the suit is tasked with protecting Richard. So it does what it can to keep Richard safe while also allowing Richard to kind of operate on his own to a degree to understand how to become a superhero and not get himself killed. But in the midst of this fight, because they've never encountered anyone like Spot before, Miles shows up. Now, Miles Morales has faced Spot multiple times, and Miles knows pretty much how to deal with his character. There is a bit of randomness in terms of the portals opening, different things like that, but the fact is, right, Miles is able to overcome him quite readily using a Venom Blast Punch, right? And then, of course, they web up Spot, they essentially trap him there, and then at that point, there's a bit of a conversation, and they're kind of greeting each other for the first time, right? Peter and Richard in this universe have never encountered any other Spider-Man besides themselves, so they're not overly familiar with the idea of the multiverse, and so for them, a lot of this is brand new. What's really awesome about this is that Richard is obsessed with Miles. Peter just starts talking. He's like, so you're from an alternate universe. He's like, and I'm a Spider-Man there too, so it's basically the same. And the response of Miles, kind of, right? You know, the sky's way less crowded here. And so he asks, like, you've only really been Spider-Man for a year and a half? And the response of Richard, I mean, it only started for me a few months ago, but yeah, like, is there another version of me? And that's where Miles tells him, I mean, there's a Venom, but I don't really know much about the guy. Right now, here's a cool thing too, for those of you guys who are not following the Ultimate Universe. When the reference is made that Peter's only been Spider-Man for a year and a half, that's real time. One of the coolest things about the Ultimate Universe in Marvel is that it follows in real time. So from the time that I'm recording this video right now, a year and a half ago is when Peter first became Spider-Man, give or take a little bit, right? Richard just became Venom a couple months ago in real time. It's really awesome. If you guys haven't read it, it's phenomenal. But the fact is, they kind of team up here. That Miles tells them, look, I get this is all new for you. Trust me, the multiverse gets old really fast, but I'm looking for my sister. She's just a kid. So can we focus on the here and now? And so at that point, they all kind of go on the hunt. Again, Richard is super obsessed with Miles, right? So he's like, can you believe how cool he is? And Peter's a little, pissy about the fact that his son thinks that Miles is cooler than he is. What dad wouldn't? But it kind of continues on. While all this is happening though, Spot is trying to free himself, right? He's trying to break out. But Miles also kind of fills them in a little bit on how the idea of Spider-Man works, at least in relation to his universe. Because Richard says, man, like he makes it look effortless. And of course, Peter responds that it probably just comes with experience. But Richard says, but he sounds like my age, younger than you for sure. Peter chimes in and he just asks a guy, right? right? Have you seen like this little kid roaming around here? And the guy's like, look, I'm not really interested in any of that, because people in the Ultimate Universe kind of seem to be jerks. That's the indication that seems to be given off by some of the writers that we've seen so far. But again, it's kind of this back and forth, right? He's so young. It's crazy that he's such a capable Spider-Man. What's so interesting about this is that if you're familiar with the original Ultimate Universe and the original version of Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe, a lot of these statements are similar, right? You're so young. How are you so capable? How can you be a superhero? You need more experience. All those little things kind of come together in order to tell that narrative of Peter in the original Ultimate Universe. But again, nothing's really doing here on the hunt for Miles Morales' sister. And at the end of the day, it all kind of pops off when Spot escapes again. Now, this version of Spot probably looks very familiar to you in terms of the things he says. Of course, he's very reminiscent of the Spider-Verse films. No doubt that's the reason why his character has the kind of mannerisms he does in order to kind of bridge that gap of familiarity between the movies and the comics. But again, this guy's overcome by Miles Morales specifically, but at that point, you switch to the Council of the Maker. Now again, a little explanation here for this council if you're not reading the Ultimate Universe. The general gist behind this is that when the Maker came to this universe and started screwing everything up, he formed what was basically the Illuminati, right? A group that could essentially rule in his stead while he's off doing whatever it is he's doing. Now, because of how Ultimate Invasion ended, the Maker's locked in his dome, right, where time passes differently, and he comes out here in about 6 months. So the council is ruling in his stead. But as each individual is told about what's going on, that there's been a dimensional incursion of some kind, that there's actually been 2, that there's a spider hero, a trickster, a climber, falling finally always, and Spider's sister, opener of ways, basically a reference to the sister of Miles, the Hulk being told, Great Gray One, this is city technology, the unmistakable teleportation signature of the Maker himself. The question they have is, could he have escaped? Is he coming back? Or is it some great weapon or agent or something like that? And so ultimately they all kind of agree on the same thing, albeit in different locations, specifically Colossus Omega Red and his sister Ileana, who again, we still haven't seen a lot of their backstory, but are kind of like twisted evil versions of the X-Men that we're traditionally aware of, that they all want that power for themselves. And then at that point, you switch to the Ultimates, and again, the Maker's signature. And Doom in this reality, who again is basically Reed Richards, that he says it's not the Maker. And the question is like, I mean, how do you know it's not the Maker? And it's like, chiefly, because we're all still alive. The reality is that if it really was the Maker, the first thing he would do is try to kill us all. He's smart enough to know that this is something that we would do, right? Operating just fairly far into the future, away from the current time stream of what's happening in the new Ultimate Universe, but like, he would come for us in some capacity. And so what they end up doing is just sending a couple of their own members to go investigate it. The rest of the Ultimates don't really show up. Now, of course, the reason for that is, again, in the main Ultimate Universe, they're trying to expand the Ultimate teams out. They're trying to recruit new members. So they've got bigger things to focus on besides some kind of time-based incursion in the city of Manhattan. Not only that, Peter and Richard end up learning about the powers of Miles, that he has his Venom Blast, that he can make himself invisible. All these things seem fairly new to them, right? A whole different experience. But then at that point, Peter chimes in and says, look, it's been hours. If she were in the area, we'd have found her. So why don't you come crash at our place and we can start fresh in the morning? But at that point, Miles freaks out, right? That's my sister. She's 11 months old and doesn't know a single person in this universe. You guys can do you if you want to, but I'm not going to stop until I find Billy. Not for anything. And of course, when they kind of chime in and try to interject, the response of Miles, I'm good, right? Seriously, I have this. And so ultimately, Peter's just kind of like, all right, I mean, I don't really like it, but okay. Right? We'll check on you tomorrow. And of course, Richard wants to stay, right? But ultimately it's a school night, which means he has to go home, which kind of sucks for him. And so you kind of pick back up with Miles while he's back on the hunt. And he says, just to be safe, I searched in camouflage mode for a while. And Spider Dad was right about one thing. So much of what's going on in this universe is so foreign to him. And it's so strange. He says, I swing over to Brooklyn and I try not to freak out. I check out our address. It's the only place that Billy knows. I thought maybe that she found her way back home. I know that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but what else do I have? And then he says, nothing, right? I've got nothing. No Billy. It's not even the same building. It's some other family living in some other apartment. Do we not even exist here? Now, that's kind of a reverse of what happened at the end of Spider-Man. After Peter and Miles met and their adventure was over and everything, Peter came back to the main Marvel universe and then found himself asking the question, is there a Miles Morales here? It was a really awesome cliffhanger for the story. But Miles kind of continues on, right? He says, I swing around my neighborhood for a while, but it's not my neighborhood, not my world. From high up, it looks the same, but up close, it's all different. And so while he's standing there talking about the idea of trying to find his sister, he's suddenly grabbed by a giant hand, only to be met by Wasp and Hank Pym. And the question they ask here, are you here to destroy the world or to save it? Because keep in mind, one of the on-running themes in the Ultimate Universe right now is that the forces of the Maker will emerge. And when they do, there's no knowing what actually happens. Quite literally, no one knows what's going to happen, if everyone's going to die or if everyone's going to live. The Guardians of the Galaxy came from the future. They're not even 100% sure if what they saw with the deaths of the Ultimates is actually going to happen. So again, this is cool because it's kind of bringing Miles into this new universe. I'm excited to see where it goes. We're finally getting caught up, and Spider-Man's son, right, Venom, puts the fear of God in the Kingpin. Now, here's the cool thing about this, right? This picks up after the last video that we did, where basically he had been tricked into a meeting with the Kingpin, not realizing what was going on. One part of that is because he's just kind of in love with Felicia Hardy, or as in love as he can be. The other part of that is because when Richard Parker got the Picotech suit that was originally given to Peter Parker by Tony Stark, which Peter effectively cast aside in favor of his traditional spandex suit, that Richard wanted to be a superhero, but he doesn't really understand what that means. And he certainly doesn't understand how deep and how twisted the world can be as it was made by the Maker. Because Kingpin, much like the main Marvel universe, is every bit as cold and ruthless as you would expect him to be. And so that's why he tells Richard, so what is it going to be? The pain and suffering of betraying your fellow heroes, or just plain old pain and suffering? I'm fine with whichever way you want to go. And Richard doesn't know how to react here, right? Fear starts to set in. Reality starts to set in. And that's where the Venom suit takes over. And it just tells him, I can take things over if you want me to. Do you want me to do that? And Richard says yes. And that's where things get dope, because Venom says, close your eyes, son, and do not open them until I tell you to. And at that point, he manifests, and it looks amazing. It looks so phenomenal. And here's the cool thing about this, right? Whenever you think of Venom, you think of just like this brutal murder machine in a lot of ways. Just cold, calculating, ruthless, maddening, just destroying everything in its path. And while Venom over the years in the main Marvel universe has had his evolution and he's changed and kind of become a good guy, there's still something to be said about the good old-fashioned David Michelini Venom Lethal Protector era of Marvel Comics. And that's what Jonathan Hickman is drawing on. Just the absolute insanity of the old school Venom story. So much so that all the bullseye henchmen of the Kingpin, every single one of these guys, are massacred. And when I say massacred, I mean torn apart, right? The whole 9 yards. And even Kingpin is looking at this and is like, what are you, right? He's never seen anything like this before. And I would say nobody on this earth probably has. But here's one of the things to keep in mind about all of this. This is still a tech suit. It's not a traditional organic symbiote that we're used to. But at the end of the day, it makes no difference, because while all these people are being massacred, and even Felicia Hardy's father is on the verge of being destroyed after having been pushed off a building, losing the use of his legs, that Venom goes in for the kill. And then in that moment, Richard takes over and he just says, I'm sorry we scared you. For the first time, Felicia is actually seeing what Richard is about. And that's where she starts to realize she was in over her head, that she didn't realize what was going on with Venom, especially watching her father being destroyed like that. And so what it does is it switches over to Wilson Fisk conversing with everybody else here. Now, it's important to specify Felicia Hardy's father is not dead, although I imagine after seeing something as horrific as Venom, he probably wishes he was. But what's really interesting about this is that Wilson Fisk just says, it's been months, right? Where is he? And so in response to this, Mr. Negative chimes in and he says, I can tell you that Kraven has not left our territories by any of the means that we normally use. I've also been to both his estate and preserve and questioned everyone there. I was thorough in the only way that I can be. No one on his staff knows where he is, but everyone is concerned. He's never disappeared like this before, and they assume the worst. Now, here's the thing to keep in mind. If you're not really keeping up with Spider-Man, the whole idea behind Kingpin is that this is effectively the Sinister Six, minus Kraven the Hunter. Kraven the Hunter kidnapped Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Harry Osborn, and initially he was getting the upper hand. It wasn't until Mole Man stepped in alongside Mysterio and basically took out Kraven the Hunter. And so at this point in time, no one really knows what's going on with Kraven. Mole Man's not telling, but more so than any of that, where Kingpin believes he's surrounded by subordinates, the reality here is he's surrounded by people who are either looking to kill him or at the very least, get out from under his rule. So he doesn't really have control over anything. He just believes he does. And that's one of the greatest things about Kingpin and the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. For a guy who just prides himself on always having his thumb on everybody around him, he has his thumb on nothing. He has his thumb on a ruse. And so that's why Mole Man says there are plenty of ways to slip through our fingers unnoticed. Maybe he got tired of all of this. Maybe he decided to hole up in some peaceful corner of the world and watch the sunrise. And then in turn, Wilson Fisk turns to Wesley, right? His personal assistant, basically. And Wesley just says, nothing on my end either. And not to make matters worse, but perhaps it's time to consider our worst case scenario. And when Wilson Fisk is like, do you think he's dead? The response of Wesley, no. Worst case is he's working with Mysterio. Now again, this is one of those cool elements here, because Mysterio is not just one guy. Technically, it seemed to have started with Quentin Beck, but Mysterio is a bunch of people. It's essentially an inner council, a small council. Gwen Stacy is one of the Mysterios, but so is Wesley. So again, Wesley actively working against Kingpin. I love that element of this whole story. And so again, Mr. Negative chimes back in. He says, I would think the worst case is much worse than that. Namely, so could one of us, seeding these fears and seeding these doubts. And so Kingpin asks, right, is this a guess or is it something more? And the response of Mr. Negative, take it however you want, right? But no one at this table has suffered more at the hands of our traitorous ex-colleague than me. Mysterio and his confederates have destroyed 2 more of my warehouses while you all conveniently remain untouched. Perhaps the best course of action on this front is for me to take control of each of you, peek under the hood, just so I can be sure. Now, Mr. Negative's ability to dominate the wills of others is not universal, right? He's very similar to the Purple Man in the sense that those individuals who have a strong enough will can overcome his abilities. But here's the funny thing about this is that Kingpin is like, you wouldn't dare. And he says, even if you did, we both know you are not powerful enough to dominate my will. But the response of Mr. Negative, that was years ago, and I have grown stronger over the years. And that's where Kingpin actually just kind of folds, right? He's like, okay, then look at what they've done to us, right? Because this is no world for justice or heroes. I have become obsessed with mystery instead of adversary. You are right. We will deal with Kraven when we learn more. Until then, we have true enemies to crush. And that's where Felicia's father asked the question, what about the monster, right? I mean, this guy is literally hooked up to all kinds of tubes and stuff. He didn't really make it out of it in one piece. And so Mr. Negative doesn't even know about that. He doesn't know the whole thing about Venom. That's why he's like, I mean, what is this guy talking about, right? The response of Kingpin, Mr. Hardy and I laid a trap with what I now suspect to be the begrudging assistance of his daughter. I was hoping it would be Spider-Man. Instead, it was a nightmare, and while I suppose personal desires and divided loyalties are something that we're going to have to deal with regarding the younger generation, young Felicia will remain at arm's length for a while. She did swear that it was not Spider-Man, and that she does not know his real name, or that he would transform into a beast, but her father thinks she may be lying. I've stayed out of it for now, but soon enough, I will have a name one way or another. And that's where Mole Man's like, and what are you going to do when you get it? And the response of Kingpin, kill him. Because keep in mind, Kingpin does not know the identity of Spider-Man as Peter Parker. And so while all this is going on, because of the actions of Wesley operating as a spy and as a member of the Mysterio group, while Gwen Stacy does currently have the Mysterio amulet, meaning she's the one that takes on the physical appearance of Mysterio, Wesley basically allows them to listen in on the entire conversation. And that's seemingly why Kingpin is losing at every turn, because he has no clue that everyone is spying on him. And that's when you switch back over to Mole Man and the apartment of Spider-Man, because this place is every bit as trashed as you would expect it to be. One of the things to keep in mind is that when Spider-Man and Harry Osborn had been kidnapped by Kraven the Hunter, that ultimately their home was turned into a kind of monitoring space by Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius, who actually treated it as his own place. And he trashed it, right? I mean, this guy, pizza boxes all over the place. Guy's living like he's in a frat house, right? He's like Asmund Gold's place. And so because of that, Spider-Man chimes in every once in a while to see whether or not anybody is foolish enough to break into this place. And lo and behold, here comes the Mole Man. Now, the conversation between the two is really interesting, because what Jonathan Hickman seems to be hitting at here is that at some point along the line, Spider-Man might kill. And that's what's kind of nuts, is because in this conversation, right, Spider-Man initially kind of greets Mole Man by just saying, I come here to visit every so often, hoping somebody shows up. And then, what do you know? The time that I actually happen to be here to check on this device, someone shows up, right? And so that's where Mole Man says, right, it's amusing that you think that your family is ever going to be able to live here again, Peter Parker, when Peter's talking about, having to explain the hole in the wall to MJ and all that kind of stuff. And that's where Peter asks, like, what are you talking about? And the response of Mole Man, it means they're coming for you. They do not know who you are yet. And because I am complicit, I've kept what I know secret for now, but believe me, it's just a matter of time until they do. So I wanted to warn you, right? Because Mole Man knows the identity of Spider-Man, but even Peter is just kind of like flabbergasted here, right? Mole Man is a member of Kingpin's Sinister Six. Mole Man has no reason to lend aid to Peter Parker. It makes no sense that he would do any of that. And even Peter's a little suspicious, right? Is this some kind of double agent act? Is he trying to gain the confidence of Peter Parker so he can betray him and destroy him at a future point in time by handing him over to Kingpin? There's a lot of suspicious stuff, right? And so Peter even goes so far as to say that, I do not get this, right? I don't understand why you helped us in the jungle, or why you'd want to help me now. And how on earth did you come through the wall? We're not even on the bottom floor, right? And that's where Mole Man's like, that's just how my powers work. And to answer the more important question, let's just say that I do not care for who I have been associated with over the years, and I've been looking for a way out. Now, I think I've found someone and something powerful enough to end this for good. And Peter starts to pick up on what the Mole Man is putting down, which is to say, Peter, I think you are the guy who can put down the Kingpin. And that's where Peter says, you have the wrong guy, right? You need to understand there are lines that I won't cross, things that I won't do. And the response of the Mole Man, and your friends feel the same way, because I saw what you went through, and that changes a person. Now, here's what he's talking about here, right? The reality is that in this new Ultimate Universe that was kind of founded, right, the groundwork laid by Jonathan Hickman and has been consistently contributed to by some of the greatest writers in modern comic books, that you have this universe where things are very dark and very, very bleak. More so than that, it's a universe that presents itself as a place where guys like Peter Parker do not have the luxury of being able to draw lines in the sand and being able to say, well, that's a line that I'm just not going to cross. In the main Marvel universe, they do it all the time. But in this reality, his hand could very well be forced. And in fact, it almost was, right? That there was a moment when Peter almost killed Kraven the Hunter. He was so close to doing it, you could almost taste it. And if anything, that's probably a teaser from Jonathan Hickman indicating that Peter may very well go over the edge at some point in time. Because lest we forget, the Maker is still emerging from that entire city. So who knows what happens when that takes place. But Peter, in looking at all of this, just says, I think you should leave. And that's where the Mole Man just says, remember, the offer stands. I can help you. And so this is an important thing here, because Peter is falling into a dark place based on the torture he experienced from Craven. And so at that point, you switch back over to Richard, who just gets back home. And Richard was not supposed to be out because he was grounded. So not only did Richard sneak out, he manifested the Venom symbiote, found himself in some great big huge scenario with a kingpin in over his head. As you guys can imagine, his parents are pissed. Peter and MJ are mad as hell. So much so that like MJ starts freaking out. She says, Richard Parker, right? So first and last name obviously means you're in trouble. And she's like, I don't even know what to say to you right now. And then she says, actually, I know exactly what I want to say. If you think being grounded comes with some kind of selective participation, then maybe I need to grab your biggest book and beat you half to death with it. And if you think for 1 second that suit can protect you from me, you are wrong. Because if the Venom symbiote understands anything, it's not to stand in the way of a pissed off mom. And that's where it tells Richard, like, I told you that was a bad idea. And then Richard, responding to the Venom symbiote, says, shut up. And at that moment, MJ thinks he's talking to her. She's like, what did you just say to me? Right? And Peter's just kind of like, I think we should all kind of calm down. And the response of MJ, I don't care. Right? Like, she's just getting more and more pissed off because not only did Richard sneak out of the house when he was grounded, now it sounds like he's giving her lip. Right? So it's just one of these things where she's just getting angrier and angrier. So Peter ultimately kind of diffuses the situation. It's like, okay, look, let's just all kind of calm down. MJ, we'll take a minute. Richard, you stay here. Symbiote, do not let him leave. And Peter like webs him up, right? So that he can't actually go anywhere. And then after having to deal with, MJ's mom and all that kind of stuff, you finally get this moment that so many people who have been reading Ultimate Spider-Man have been waiting for, right? One of the biggest criticisms that I've seen online with the Ultimate Spider-Man comic so far is that Gwen Stacy is Mysterio, Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Harry Osborn is the Green Goblin, Uncle Ben and J. Jonah Jameson are running their own newspaper where they're exposing the truth out there to the world. Everybody has a proactive role in this comic book doing something to combat the forces of evil in some capacity, except for Mary Jane Watson. She's just there. And like Peter talks to her sometimes, but now we're kind of getting that shift because what happens is there's this phenomenal conversation between the two of them because she says, I feel like I've taken all this pretty well, everything that's been going on, that I've been a pretty good mom and a pretty good wife. And the response of Peter, like, you're an amazing wife and you're an even better mom. But that's where MJ just says, when you first started out, I forgave you for keeping it from me. I knew you were going through something, and if I was patient, you'd let me know when you were ready. But when you and Harry were kidnapped, I took care of the kids and did my best to remain calm, even though I was anything but. And when you said it was time to run, I ran as hard as I could. But this stuff with Richard, I thought it might be fun for the two of you to help you guys grow closer, for you to grow closer to him. And maybe that's how it started. But Peter, this suit is dangerous. And Peter kind of cuts her off and is like, look, I mean, he's safer in that suit than you are walking across the street, which is an adequate statement, right? The Venom symbiote or the Picotech suit, however you want to refer to it, would willingly destroy itself in order to keep Richard Parker safe. That's what it was told to do by Peter. It's its number one priority. But even Peter says, it doesn't mean that I like it, right? It doesn't mean that I'm not also terrified when he puts it on. But for the time being, after what he's backed into, I want him sleeping in that thing. And that's where MJ's like, and what about May and me? Right? What about the two of us? Right? What about your daughter and your wife and my whole family who might be dragged into this by hiding out here? What about Uncle Ben? What about everyone? And that's where Peter's like, what about everybody? Right? We're all trapped in this city with these maniacs in charge. It's why they have to be stopped. It's why this has to end. We have a plan. And that's what's so ironic about everything that Peter is saying, right? In relationships, you have what are called bids, right? Your partner looks out the window and says, man, that's a pretty bird. That's a bid. She wants you to acknowledge the fact that the bird exists. And that's what MJ's doing here. She's trying to bridge a connection between her husband by expressing the fact that Peter keeps using a lot of I statements, right? I and we, meaning basically everybody but her, which in effect, he's telling her, sit down, chill, relax, right? You will be safe. But the reality here is that MJ does not want to be kept. She doesn't want to be put in some kind of a glass jar and told everything's going to be cool. We'll get to you once everything is sorted out. She feels helpless, and she's feeling helpless because she's being made to feel helpless, because she asked the question, you trust them, right? Harry and Gwen. And he says, I trust Harry, and Harry trusts Gwen. And MJ just says, Peter, I don't know how much more of this I can take. And so the response of Peter, then tell me what you need me to do, right? Anything, like whatever it is, tell me what you need me to do. And the response of MJ, I don't want to ask anymore. And Peter's like, what are you talking about? And she says, I know that you've answered every question that I've had, but I don't want to have to do that anymore. I want you to tell me everything that I need to know about you, Harry, and Gwen, everything that you've been up to. No more lies by omission, no more secrets. And that's where Peter's like, are you really sure that you want to know? Because this could be one of those situations where you get everything you're asking for, but nothing that you want. And the response of MJ, I am absolutely sure. Tell me everything. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man. Now, here's the thing. This is one of those comics that's almost entirely dialogue, but it's arguably the most important of the Ultimate Spider-Man comics that have come out to this point. And here's the reason why. In the aftermath of the previous video, or in the previous video that we covered, the idea was that Mary Jane Watson wanted to know everything. She'd largely just been left in the dark. Peter didn't spill the beans on it all. And the reality here is she was the odd man out. That Gwen Stacy is Mysterio. Harry Osborn ultimately faked his death with the help of Gwen Stacy as Mysterio, and of course, Peter Parker's Spider-Man. And so while Gwen has little bits and pieces, she doesn't know it all. And the motivation here is the revelation, because what ends up happening is initially there's a bit of a conversation between Harry and Gwen Stacy. Specifically, Harry Osborn says that Peter and MJ are the kind of people you can always count on, that they're exactly who they appear to be. And of course, that's a little bit of a slight at his wife. You know, she says to be so lucky. And he asks her, do you think it has anything to do with luck? And her response here is important because she says, I think simple circumstances do not require the moral flexibility people like you and me normally have. We are what the world allows us to be, dear. Now, that's an incredibly important statement here, because one of the things that this hints at is that unlike Peter Parker, who's kind of bucking the trend and trying to defy the odds and become a hero in the face of what is a pretty dark place, Gwen Stacy kind of allows herself to be ruled by it, controlled by it to a degree. And that's where, of course, Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson arrive on the scene. And there are a few bit of, well wishes and hey, how are you doing? And that kind of stuff. But then you finally get down to business. Now, there's also a lot of indirect statement here. For example, one of the things that Harry Osborn says is that because he's not supposed to be alive, that what he's actually done here is he has bought out the entirety of the restaurant and flown in a whole new crew so that none of the regulars are aware of the fact that he's alive when he's not supposed to be. Not only that, of course, Gwen Stacy kind of says things like, tonight you're going to get your fill, right, with what's on the menu, which is no more secrets and no more lies, right? Tonight, it all comes out and you get every ounce of truth that you're asking for. And so initially it starts off with her talking to Harry Osborn, where she says, last time we had dinner, all of you knew exactly what was going on, and I was the only one who didn't. And of course, Harry throws Peter under the bus, right? He's like, I told him to tell you. Truth to tell. Like, I told him to make you aware of what was going on, and the fact that he didn't kind of says a lot about him, so some friend he is. But Harry's interesting here because he says, your husband had a secret, my wife had a secret. And MJ asks, right, how did you feel about that? And he says, confused, excited, worried, and maybe a little betrayed. But that's kind of the crazy thing, right? Relationships in and of themselves always have some measure of secrecy, right? Your partner should, for the most part, be an open book. But everybody has their own life and their own thing. And even if it's only just for the fact that it more or less seems innocuous, your partner doesn't tell you everything they do. But what you're talking about here between Harry Osborn and Gwen Stacy is a huge amount of secrecy between the two of them. Gwen Stacy did not know he was the Green Goblin, and he did not know that Gwen Stacy was Mysterio. And so the fact that those secrets are coming out, it kind of makes the relationship seem a little tenuous between the two of them. And so Gwen responds to the statement of Harry Osborn, right? Maybe a lot thought of betrayal was the feeling that he had there, but I had good reasons, just like Peter did. It was a secret between people who aren't supposed to have them. Almost everyone calls that a betrayal. And this is where you start to see the difference between Gwen Stacy as you know her and Gwen Stacy as she shows up in the Ultimate Universe. Because MJ's response is like, you don't seem very remorseful. And the response of Gwen Stacy, my apology was saving his life. But there's a lot more to the fact that she lacks remorse. The reality here is that Gwen Stacy is a lot more cold than she initially lets off here, because once they all sit down and they all start having dinner, Gwen Stacy says, "What are your questions? How many questions do you have?" And the response of MJ, "I have a billion questions. I mean, I know about Peter, but the two of you, I have no idea what's at play. For example, how many people around you know what's really going on? Do they know about us? What enemies do you have that we don't know about?" And I could go on and on and on and on. And Gwen is just like, I mean, by all means, right? Keep going. This is a chance to clear the air. And the response of MJ, the point is, it's become obvious to me that the three of you are joined at the hip, for better or worse. But that's when Gwen Stacy picks up on what it is that Mary Jane Watson is really worried about, because none of the questions that she asked presented any idea of immediate danger to Gwen Stacy, Harry, or even Peter, which only leaves one concerned party, the kids. She's worried about her kids. And Peter kind of cuts in, right? He's like, well, I mean, of course we are. And we're worried about each other. And for the record, we're worried about the two of you. And so that's where Gwen's like, well, then that's the real question. Not whether the battle is righteous or worth it, or if we even win. What you really care about is what it might cost. And that right there is all the hallmarks of idealism. And that's where Gwen knows exactly where to aim, because the response of Gwen Stacy is, damn right I do. But my problem with the way you're talking is you're acting like you don't have anything to lose. And that's terrifying to me. Right now, the response of Gwen Stacy, it's true that I have less than you, but not nothing. Like I said earlier, I betrayed a generational alliance for Harry. And that's a very telling statement here, because Gwen Stacy is talking about just loyalty, whereas MJ is talking about children. And more people than not are going to say they value the lives of their children over virtually everything else. But MJ continues on. She says, and that's another thing. From the way that Peter explained it, you've been posing as a villain, real or not, the entire time. Now, of course, it is more complicated than Mary Jane Watson's making it out to be, but at the end of the day, it's kind of not. When it comes to situations like this, specifically with MJ, she's trimming all the fat. She's ignoring all the glitz and glamour and the frosting that people put on top, right? The rationales they tell themselves in order to make themselves feel better, and looking at it for what it actually is, which is she's been pretending to be a villain. But at the end of the day, MJ says, look, I wish I didn't have to talk about this. I really do. But it's what keeps me up at night. It's what robs me of sleep and steals any peace that I have. I understand that the three of you feel like you need to do this, that maybe it's what you were put on this earth to do. I completely get that. And I've tried really hard to accept that what you're doing matters more than anything else. I've compromised and I've compromised, and every time I draw a line in the sand, I get pushed across it. And she literally tells Peter, I know that you don't mean to, right? I know you're getting pushed across that line also, but I never imagined it would go this far when it started. I thought that we could manage it. Like, I really thought we could. You'd be a hero, you'd go out in the city, you'd save some folks, and that would basically be it. But she says, the danger, the running, the secrets, that could cost us everything. Our children could be killed in the midst of all of this. Where does it end? And when does it stop? And so ultimately, of course, Harry hands her a tissue and he says, I hate the way that you feel, and I hate to see you like this, but the only way out is through. And MJ kind of asks, right, what in the world does that mean? And the response of Gwen, in a pretty confident and self-assured way, that it only ends when we win. And that's when MJ gets up and basically walks away, right? She has to go to the bathroom and kind of excuse herself given the entirety of the situation. Now, at that point, we actually take a moment and switch over to Uncle Ben and to Richard Parker, the son of Peter, because lest we forget, he's basically got what you and I would call the Venom symbiote, and he's kind of running around as a superhero, and he's got his own stories, right? His own kind of adventures going on with Felicia, who basically handed him over to Kingpin, set him up in a trap. But one of the things about this is that he's also kind of young and in love to a degree. When you're like a teenager, right, you're running on hormones, right? I mean, you're not really thinking rationally, and you certainly don't have all the answers to it all, right? You're flying by the seat of your pants. And so once Richard's sister goes to bed and it's just kind of Uncle Ben and Richard's sitting in the living room, Uncle Ben's just kind of like, okay, so what do you say instead of watching a movie about a bank heist, we talk about how much trouble you've been getting in? And his response, I mean, I really don't want to talk about it, Uncle Ben, like seriously. I really don't want to have that conversation, which is teenage code for like, I absolutely do, but I want to feel like I'm in a state of confidence when I do, and it's kind of making me uncomfortable to a degree. And so he literally just sort of spills the beans, right? He's like, really, like what else was I supposed to do? She said she needed help, and I mean, what's the suit for if I don't help people? And sure, yes, it was a lie and a trap, and truly it was a scary situation, but it turned out fine. Felicia and I are fine because I had the suit. So how does it make sense for me not to be able to wear it anymore? How is that safer? I mean, I understand the idea that it gives me a false sense of security, and I understand that maybe there's something out there that the suit cannot cope with, but that's true for everyone. There's always something scary lurking around the corner. My parents just think I can't handle it. Plus, you know, I really want to see her again. And at that point, Uncle Ben's just kind of like, I thought you didn't want to talk about it. But there is kind of a lot to unpack here, right? I mean, he's young, he's romantically interested in Felicia Hardy, but like so many teenagers, he's reckless. He thinks he's indestructible, thinks he's immortal. And there is truth to this recognition of the fact that there are some things a symbiote just can't necessarily go against. What he's not thinking about, though, is what happens when that time comes? What happens when he's in a situation where he comes across something that the suit cannot protect him from, and there is no way out? That's what he's not thinking about. That's what he's not focusing on, because he doesn't really have the experience, the wisdom, and the wherewithal to see further down the line, because those are things that he has not encountered, and so he has no reason to consider those possibilities. So it is kind of ironic, right? Kind of the age-old battle between younger kids and adults. But at that point, you get to what's really one of the more interesting parts of the Spider-Man mythos, because I don't know how many of you guys forgot, Uncle Ben's basically involved in a love triangle. Uncle Ben's got Riz, right? You have like Madeline and you've got Anna. And of course, Madeline is the one that's like really into Uncle Ben. And technically she's crashing with Anna, and Anna's just kind of there. But when like Madeline shows up here, Anna's just in the living room talking to Uncle Ben. And there doesn't really seem to be like much in the way of romantic chemistry between Uncle Ben and Madeline. And in fact, Madeline is on a date with J. Jonah Jameson. But when she sees Anna there, it's kind of like the concern of like, are you moving in on my main squeeze, right? Because we don't really know the inner workings, but she kind of seems to be going through this idea of like, if he sees me interested in somebody else, then like, he'll be interested in me, right? Nonsensical games. But still, it's just kind of fun to see that Uncle Ben is just involved in a love triangle, because at that point, he just kind of asks her, right? Like, did you have fun? And she's like, oh, I'm getting there. And Uncle Ben's like, you know, I should probably just call it a night. Like, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm not dealing with all this. But at that point, you switch back over to Gwen Stacy. And here's one of the cool things about Gwen and MJ, because again, Gwen Stacy's kind of cold here. When Mary Jane Watson goes to the bathroom, Gwen Stacy follows her, right? And she just kind of talks to her. She says, I know that was not what you wanted to hear. I'm a bad messenger. But that's because there's a huge difference between you and me. I had dreams and idealism beaten out of me years ago. For you, that's what's happening right now. And where MJ asks, right, like, what do you want? She says, Peter, I don't think that we can win without your husband. He's stronger, faster, just naturally better at all of this. When people look up and hope for someone to save them, it's him that they want to see. The problem is he has an innocent view of the world, a belief that everything is going to work out if you just do the right thing. And that's a weakness. Now, that's an important statement to make, and it's not wholly inaccurate, right? In the real world, which is kind of what the Ultimate Universe is designed to mirror, the good guys don't always win. And when the good guys lose, they lose big. The world's not as simple as bad guys lose and good guys win, because that's just how fair things work out. It's not that way. And that's what MJ says, right? Everybody has a weakness here. And she asks, like, don't you only have powers when you have your amulet? And the response of Gwen, yes, which is my point, and you should pay attention to it. I have to be careful when I'm not Mysterio. I'm vulnerable, a weakness to those around me, and in a certain sense, useless, like you. and your children, except with you, it's every minute of every day. And she says, I know that that sounds harsh, and don't take it personally. One has to be aware of their shortcomings in order to have a plan for them. And so she says, you need to hear this. You should have a plan for yours, MJ. And that's where MJ's just kind of like, yeah, I'm working on it, right? And the response of Gwen is like, that's good. That's really good that you're doing that. So of course, MJ asks the question, so when do you get your amulet back? And of course, Gwen's like 11 days. Why? And Mary Jane Watson just clocks that girl, right? Just knocks her out. And she had it coming. What an asshole thing to say to somebody, right? She absolutely, what a cruel thing to say to a person. She 100% had that coming. And so at that point, you switch back over to Peter Parker and to Harry Osborn. And of course, it's just two guys kind of bantering back and forth, right? I mean, like, do you think everything's all right in there, And it's like, oh yeah, she's a problem solver, she's good, I bet they probably worked everything out by now and, they're on to something else, right? Just girls talking in the bathroom, because you know how girls are. But MJ's the only one that comes out. Right? And they're just kind of like, hey. And when Peter looks at Mary Jane Watson, he's like, what happened? And she just looks at him and she's like, you're a good man, Peter. And she's like, you could be too, Harry, but your wife, she's gonna get everybody killed. And someone needs to do something about that. Only for us to find out someone's planning it, because what's happening right now in that moment is Mr. Negative has taken it upon himself to go after Mysterio, which now makes Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, Gwen Stacy, and Mary Jane Watson public enemy number one as far as the Kingpin Sinister Six is concerned. We finally get Ultimate Superior Spider-Man in the new Ultimate Universe from Jonathan Hickman. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man. So, we're picking up with a 3-month time skip after the end of the last issue. And while we didn't technically cover number 21, there wasn't a whole lot that happened in that story. It was technically the origin of Mr. Negative, which we can cover it if you want to, but the real meat and potatoes of that comic, and what really mattered in that comic, was the fact that Mr. Negative had basically taken Quentin Beck, a member of the Council of Mysterios, and because Mr. Negative has the ability to dominate the wills of others, he forced Quentin Beck to reveal everything, and then sent Quentin Beck back to the Council of Mysterios, and then had him basically take himself out, right, with explosives, killing Gwen Stacy and all the other Mysterios in the process. And so 3 months after that, you basically pick up with Spider-Man swinging through the city. And here's a funny thing, right? He's actually heading to a Chinese joint. And he just tells them, right, like, make sure there's soy sauce in this food. Jonathan Hickman is nothing if not very particular about the small moments in Marvel Comics. But the cool thing is that as he's heading back, he just kind of makes this statement, right? Because he's basically going underground, and he says, the depths to which I sink, hiding deep in the earth, beneath the great behemoth of the city, like something small and inferior, when I am so much more, when I am so very superior. And that's when he arrives back at what's basically the Savage Land. Right now, that's one of the things that we learned earlier in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, is that the Savage Land in the new Ultimate Universe is not located down in Antarctica. It's actually just below the city of New York, down in the sewer system. And of course, it's ran by Mole Man. And so what ends up happening is that when Spider-Man arrives back, you end up finding out it's Otto Octavius, it's Dr. Octopus, and what they're doing is actually running a bit of a ruse here. The idea being that what Otto Octavius does by operating as Spider-Man is he protects Peter Parker's identity. That was the big issue that Peter had to contend with. Eventually, somebody would put it together, and seemingly people had, but somebody would put it together that every time Peter Parker's gone, Spider-Man is over there. So the best thing for them to do is to have Peter over here and Spider-Man over there, right? Creating just a very simple distraction and a bit of confusion for those who felt like they were on the trail of Peter Parker's identity. So it is cool to see that Otto is officially taking on the mantle of Ultimate Spider-Man. Now, it doesn't really seem like it's spinning out into a great big huge thing, but the fact is that what's also happening at the same time is that J. Jonah Jameson and Ben Parker, again, running their own independent news organization, are basically preparing a media package, right? Getting ready to like fire this thing out into the world. It is the only thing that anybody's going to be talking about, because one of the undercurrents of Jonathan Hickman's run on Ultimate Spider-Man is that they had actually been going through and piecing together bits of information that they could find from whatever sources they could pull from, which also included Gwen Stacy, that basically exposed the truth of what the Kingpin was doing. And that's kind of an important element of what's going on with the Ultimate Universe at the moment, because, well, it is technically ending. And in fact, they're going to kill the comic when everybody reaches issue number 24. No idea why, right? Marvel's publisher Dan Buckley was the one who made the call, so blame him. But the fact is that what was going on here was that, as we know, the Maker had kind of made this universe what it is. And while Kingpin works on behalf of the Illuminati, or the Maker's Council, that seemingly Ben and J. Jonah Jameson and even Spider-Man are kind of removed from it all, right? They're just sort of doing their thing in New York over there, whereas you have the Ultimates and all these guys who are kind of doing their thing over here. Presumably, it's all going to come together in a fight against the Maker, but we don't necessarily know because now all the writers have to fast-track the ending. But the fact is, right, Otto asked the question, how much longer? And that's where Ben just simply says a couple of hours, right? We could be ready to go tonight. But Jameson, of course, says, like, we'll drop it first thing tomorrow and then throughout the day. It'll be the only thing that anybody's talking about. And that's where Otto tells them, right, just remember, there is a limit to how many bursts we can push out before the signal can be traced. I built all this as well as it could be done. But like I said, there are limits. Also, I got dinner. So they're basically broadcasting on a pirate signal, right, is really kind of what's happening here. And so once everybody's basically gathered around the table, of course, the question is, where's Peter and where's Harry Osborn? And so that's when you switch over to the two of them basically fighting Bullseyes. Now, unlike Bullseye as we're used to in the main Marvel Universe, where he's just kind of a crazed, highly skilled fighter who just loves killing people, Bullseyes in the Ultimate Universe are really more just henchmen than anything else. But this fight between Spider-Man, Harry, and the Bullseyes has less to do with, like, cleaning up the streets and basically taking shots at Kingpin and ultimately working their way closer to them. It's taking out frustration because with Gwen Stacy dead, right, Harry Osborn is just in a fit, right? This guy is in a lot of ways losing it psychologically as well as emotionally. Now, Peter does make some references to the fact that, like, these Bullseyes don't really seem to have developed any upgrades whatsoever. He literally says, we've been smashing these guys for over a year. You'd think by now they'd have learned their lesson or at least gotten some new upgrades, only for one of them to pop an eye patch and then blast Peter with basically a laser out of his eye. So that's kind of cool. And Peter's like, okay, so that was my bad. I probably should have seen that coming. My mistake, bro. But that's where Harry's just kind of like, it's no problem, right? Like, I happen to have gotten some upgrades of my own. And he literally fires off a device that just electrifies everybody, right? And that's where Peter's like, I mean, it may have been a tad excessive, but it is cool. And coolness is really the only thing that matters. But again, right, kind of a shared moment between the two of them, which is really where we get the mental state of Harry Osborn here. Because with a 3-month time skip, we didn't really get the immediate aftermath of Gwen's death from Harry's perspective. He's just kind of been coping with it as time goes on. And so Peter just says, right, so like, what are all these guys doing here now? And that's where Harry's like, you know, I wouldn't overthink it. Like, you see a bullseye, you hit a bullseye, be home in time for dinner. And that's where he tells Peter, like, if you hurry, you can still make it. And Peter invites him. He's like, dude, come back to dinner, man. Like, come back to the house, get some food with the family. Like, it'll help to be around everybody. But Harry kind of shuts him down, right? He's like, all it does is remind me that you've got a great family, and I do not. Not anymore. Plus, one can only take so much of Otto Octavius, which is a true statement, right? Whether it's the main Marvel Universe or the Ultimate Universe, you got to take him in small doses. He's like a buddy of mine, Dustin. And so that's when Peter's just kind of like, I mean, look, like, come on, man. But the response of Harry, right? Like, really, Pete, it's fine. Gwen's gone, and I miss her. But what else am I going to do besides this? Now, this is a very important thing here, because this is one of those kind of forks in the road to a degree. And I would have been curious to see how this whole thing would turn out with Harry Osborn, because this is a path that Harry is setting himself down, where in moments of grief, it's much better to reach out to people. It's how you maintain your humanity, and you kind of keep that feeling that, like, you're not alone, isolated in the world. But with Harry Osborn, he's just kind of isolating himself. And it is easy to do, right? I mean, full transparency here. It is very easy to do. Isolate yourself, shut the world out while I deal with these kinds of things on my own. And for some people it works, right? But for Harry Osborn, being around people seems to be the thing that he would need, because he's experienced so much loss and sacrifice. His dad's dead, his mom's dead. Now his wife was just killed in a pretty brutal fashion. These are not small things. But at the end of the day, Peter respects the wishes of his friend. And so he says, promise me, you will yell if you need me. And that's where Harry's just like, I mean, the comms are working fine, so if I yell, you better come running, right? And Peter's just like, I mean, if you yell, I will 100% be there. And so once Peter's gone, Harry just says, it's all clear. And that's where this voice comes out of nowhere and says, what a tangled web we weave. When first we practice to deceive. I am so proud of you, son. Now that's an important thing to know here, right? That when Otto Octavius was basically assembling these suits, right? Or at least modifying these suits for Peter and for Harry, he also gave Harry an AI, which was an AI of his father. The issue with this is that almost as soon as it pops up, it kind of becomes the overbearing Norman Osborn that we're traditionally used to, which seems a little manipulative. And so you combine that with Harry Osborn losing his wife Gwen, it's a recipe for the traditional Green Goblin persona, right? Like one personality whispering in his ear, coupled with the feeling of loss and feeling lost, that can be very problematic. And so he just simply tells, right, his father's voice, I want him safe. There is nothing more to it. And that's where this voice just says, of course. And why wouldn't you lie to him if all you're going to do is lie to yourself? And so at that point, you switch back over to Otto, who's essentially working in his lab. And in talking to somebody that we can't readily see, he says, you see, I've studied how the people who really run this world operate. I've studied them. I've studied their methods. And more than that, I've studied their master, the great Maker. Now, this is an interesting point because it shows that Otto Octavius has kind of been doing what Peter Parker has not been doing. Peter's been so focused on being Spider-Man and protecting his family from whatever threats the Kingpin was throwing at them. He was never really sitting down and looking at the bigger picture. Otto's been doing it this entire time. And he says, a great builder of societies, a great builder of machines. It took some time, a deep dive into all the records that Stain Stark possessed and following all those threads to their origin. There's a string at the center of the world. It connects to a series of nodes that all connect to the Maker's fabled city itself, an ocean of knowledge that all rivers flow to. And I've built this to infect it. Now, this is a huge revelation within the Ultimate Universe, and here's the reason why. When everything popped off in Ultimate Invasion, and the Maker was ultimately defeated, right? That Norman Osborn trapped inside the city, presumed dead, that the Maker trapped inside the city and most likely is alive, that when the city dome shut, and they were all just kind of concealed in there, and then Jonathan Hickman gave us a 2-year window in saying, at the end of 2 years, the dome will reopen, the Maker will reemerge, and God help everybody on Earth, because who knows what the Maker's been doing that entire time, because time passes differently within the city, that we largely assume the Maker and all those guys were cut off, right? But this changes everything, because when there's a statement here, right, that it connects to a series of nodes that all connect to the Maker's fabled city itself, seemingly the Maker's watching everything. He's not isolated from the world. He won't reemerge having no idea what's going on. That seemingly he knows everything that's happening. And if Norman Osborn truly is alive within the city, that would explain that what Otto Octavius is doing is actually creating a way in which Norman Osborn can communicate with Harry Osborn. Now, again, it is largely just an AI, but the fact is, right, a way in is a way out. If nodes send information to the city, information from the city can be sent back out again. And so that's what's cool, because it turns out that Otto is actually talking to Richard Parker. He's talking to the son of Peter. And Richard just asks, right, what is it? And Otto just says, a worm, a subtle self-replicating parasite that eats the tiniest portion of all that knowledge. Put this device in the right place and it will erase any existing, and more important than that, any future acquisition of information regarding your family. And Richard's like, and I mean, it'll erase any information about you too, right? And Otto's like, of course, along with any of our other small number of allies. So basically, he's talking about Felicia Hardy, because that's the girl that Richard Parker is essentially in love with. And so Richard asked the question, right, what's the catch? Because if this were just a beacon that you could activate, you would have activated it already and just left it down here or put it someplace that has nothing to do with us so no one could locate us easily. But that's where Otto just says it has to be connected to one of the Maker's nodes. And the only accessible one on this continent is located in the heart of the Kingpin's empire. If only there was someone brave enough to do this. And that's where Richard's like, subtle. Because those of you guys who have been following Ultimate Spider-Man know that Richard Parker is an answer to the question, what if you or I got powers? we would 100% get into mischief. Oh, absolutely. If we were teenagers and we got superpowers all of a sudden, yeah, man, we'd get into mischief. We'd probably use them to impress girls or guys, whoever you're attracted to. But like, we would basically try to become celebrities. Right? And that's kind of the funny thing is Otto's just kind of like, all seriousness, right? All joking aside, it needs to be done. Right? And so Richard's just like, then why don't you do it instead of trying to get me grounded again? And that's where Otto says, because to get to the node, someone would need to break into one of the most secure vaults in this hemisphere. And in fact, one could argue that only one of the greatest thieves in the history of the world could pull off something like this. Do you know anyone like that? Of course, Richard does, right? It's Felicia. And of course, at that point, we switch over to her character, and she's just essentially overlooking Fisk Tower, which leads to the arrival of Richard. And of course, she asks the question, like, what are you doing here, right? And he simply just says, one, I was actually looking for you. And two, believe it or not, I am on a mission. And he says, I'm supposed to break into that building and place this device where it needs to go. I could save my family, and I made sure that it could also save you. So I'm doing it. And there's nothing Kingpin can do to stop me. And so she says, like, you should know, I've followed Mr. Negative here. And that's where Richard is just kind of like, I mean, I'm still going, right? But I really could use your help. Do you want to get into some trouble? And she's like, definitely. Because Felicia has a bone to pick. But here's the crazy thing, right? And here's where this story really feels like it goes sideways. Because at that point, you switch over to a different location, and you've got Harry Osborn just monitoring this building. And the question's asked, is he in there? And Harry just says, yes. And it's like he doesn't even care what I've done. He says, I see a dozen more enhanced humans and the target 2 floors down from the roof. And that's where this voice just says, time to go in. And they ask, are you with us? And it turns out this is an amalgamation of Mysterios. Now, here's the crazy thing. It doesn't really look like Gwen is actually a part of it, or if she is, it's just kind of her mind. But here's the crazy thing. It kind of feeds back to the nature of the Mysterios. Instead of them simply referring to themselves and saying that we are Mysterio as a council, now they are Mysterio as a gestalt entity. And that's kind of wild, because where we could say that Harry's mind is breaking, that he's kind of going insane, he's seeing things that aren't really there. This is how he imagines Gwen living on in some twisted capacity. The reflection of Mysterio is in his helmet. So what we're seeing is actually real. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man. This is the penultimate issue, right? We have one more left until Ultimate Endgame kicks off and the Maker returns in Marvel Comics. So what this does here is this initially opens up with Mary Jane Watson pissed off at Otto Octavius over the fact that Otto kind of allowed Richard Parker to leave and go confront the Kingpin, or at least travel to the Kingpin's headquarters. So it's been a couple months since Marvel released an Ultimate Spider-Man comic because it's been delayed. Let's fill in some gaps here. So a lot of you guys probably already know, or at least remember, that Peter Parker's son, Richard, in this universe, basically got what you and I might call the Venom symbiote. It's not a true Venom symbiote like the one from the main Marvel universe. It's more tech-based than anything else. But he's an answer to the question, what would happen if a teenager got powers, right? They just become even more reckless than a teenager traditionally is. And so Richard has always kind of had a thirst to prove himself. And so having powers kind of begins to feed into that. And Otto had really kind of manipulated him into the idea of traveling to the Kingpin's headquarters and basically planting a device that would go towards the larger scheme and machination of bringing the Kingpin down. And so that's why MJ's so pissed off. But one of the kickers about this is that she had told Otto Octavius, you do not parent my child. I am the one who parents my child. And like so many people, her kryptonite is having that thrown back at her, because what ends up happening is when she tells him, right, like, why did you let him go? Why didn't you stop him? His response, well, some parents are overly protective of who is and not allowed to parent their child. So it really wasn't my place, was it? Which pisses her off, right? The one thing people hate is when you throw their past back at them. And so Peter's just kind of like, okay, look, everybody calm down. everybody chill. How long ago did he leave? And Otto's like, I mean, I don't know exactly, but about an hour ago. And so that's where Peter's just like, we're going after him. Now, here's a cool thing. Following that, what you do is you switch over to Richard and Felicia Hardy, because one of the things to keep in mind is that Felicia Hardy is Black Cat in the Ultimate Universe, as you would expect her to be. But unlike Peter Parker, who had a thing with Felicia Hardy, she's much younger here, right? She's essentially a teenager. So it's more Richard that has a thing for Felicia. So let's kind of be honest with ourselves, right? You know, in a lot of ways over the course of this story, Richard Parker is being led around by his little symbiote, if that makes any sense. Like the guy's thinking with his hormones. And so what's kind of cool here is how they converse with each other, right? He says, funny place for our first real hangout session. And that's where she's like, nobody talks like that, Richard, right? And be serious. And so he's kind of like, I am serious, Felicia. Like, why are we on the side of the building? And Felicia tells him, right, it was the specs showing us where we're supposed to plug the device in. And she says, looking at the plans, I'm guessing that the node was originally accessed from some other place. And Richard's just kind of like, yeah, right, the Stark-Stain building, if I had to hazard a guess. Of course, the Stark-Stain building basically being Howard Stark and Obadiah Stane, who initially worked together at the beginning of all of this before Stane was killed and Howard Stark seemingly disappeared with everything that was going on with the Maker. And so what ends up happening is Felicia says they zeroed out one of the elevators to serve as access to the node through the sub-basement, except you can only access it on the 23rd floor. So we either enter through the lobby, where there's normally a ton of security, then go up to go down, or maybe access it from the roof where Kingpin is. The problem with this, and this is one of the things to know, when it comes to the Kingpin, he keeps these buildings under lock and key. You don't just walk in, right? So it's not simply just a matter of security, it's also a lot of artificially intelligence-based security systems that are functioning here. And so where Felicia Hardy is a prodigious thief and is able to do enough to do things like hack the cameras in the elevators and stuff like that so they don't really get seen. Once they actually get down to the tunnel itself, it's a scene straight out of Ocean's 12, right? Just like lasers everywhere. Motion sensors, the whole 9 yards. And so at that point, you jump over to J. Jonah Jameson and to Uncle Ben. Now, for those of you guys that need a little bit of a refresher about this, J. Jonah Jameson and Uncle Ben run their own newspaper system. The idea behind this was that they had effectively left the Daily Bugle just because of the fact that the Daily Bugle had basically become the propaganda arm of the Kingpin. The Kingpin, of course, serving the Illuminati. And so the Daily Bugle was just designed to lie to people, right? It was a newspaper source designed to basically give people false news and to contradict what was truly happening out there in the world. And because the average person either didn't have the wherewithal to know what was going on out there or just didn't care about the truth, it's ultimately led to the Daily Bugle becoming exceedingly influential in pulling the wool over people's eyes. And so J. Jonah Jameson and Uncle Ben launched their whole newspaper as a way to counter that. But what they've also done is stockpiled information on the Kingpin, what's truly happening out there in the world, all of which goes towards the return of the Maker. And so what ends up happening is Otto tells them, right? He says, when we send the message, and as the Maker's great mechanism of control means every broadcast device in the world is integrated, every screen will display the same thing, giving us power over that system for 3 bursts of 30 seconds. That long and no longer. After 3 times, we will most certainly be locked out, or worse, they will have traced our location. And so the two of them are like, okay, what's interesting about this is that Mole Man joins them, right? Now, this is where Jonathan Hickman starts to bring in all these little pieces, and that's the nature of Jonathan Hickman as a writer. That's why I always say, if you go and you read Jonathan Hickman's stories in isolation, it tells one cohesive story, right? So that's why little things like this are all important. What I am pointing out here is that where Mole Man was originally one of Kingpin's agents, that ultimately he turned against him, just because of the idea that Mole Man has his own machinations, and for the most part, doesn't really like being a henchman, and honestly, looking at the writing on the wall, knew that the Kingpin's days were numbered. And so where Mole Man originally believed it was better to be the devil's right hand than in his path, now it's better to just be out of the way. Better to be on the winning side. And so once the broadcast fires out, it goes like this, right? This is Wilson Fisk. Over the past year, it's been revealed that he is also known as the Kingpin of New York. It's a name that he has earned, installed as the strong right hand of those who truly run this world. He was not chosen by you. He was not elected to office. He simply rules. And so where Wilson Fisk is watching all of this, a voice comes out of nowhere and it just asks, do you know how they're doing this? And when he turns around, it's Mr. Negative, right? And Kingpin's like, what are you doing here? And Negative just says, I came to see you actually, though it was long past time that we had a private conversation. Now, one of the background themes when it comes to Mr. Negative over the course of the Ultimate Spider-Man line is that he's largely had his own plans for essentially either usurping Wilson Fisk or destroying him entirely. But one thing to know, he knows everything now. And we'll talk about that here in a minute, but he knows way more than he initially lets on. And so the funny thing here is that Kingpin just says, right, I can see you have something on your mind. I'm just not sure this is the best time for it. But Wilson Fisk starts undoing his tie. And it's important to understand here, in Marvel Comics, when the tie comes off, the brutality comes in. That's how Kingpin works. Right? When he starts taking off his tie, starts unbuttoning his shirt, the end times are about to befall you. Not even in hell would you see a massacre like what he will bring on. And that's exactly what starts to happen here. Because Mr. Negative starts drawing his weapon. They know what's about to happen. This is all ceremony. And literally, Mr. Negative says, I'm afraid that the time is now. And it's not that the matter is urgent necessarily, but it is inevitable. And that's where Kingpin just says, always such appetite. These men who want power. I understand it well. And he just says, I am going to break you now. Not because you deserve it, though I'm sure that you do, but because all this makes me want to hurt something. And so Kingpin, right, just starts cracking his knuckles. And he's like, I am curious how you got through all my bullseyes without them alerting me. Did you bend their minds, make them yours, right? Did you dominate their wills? And the response of Negative, I would have, but there was no one there. It seems that your men had somewhere else to be. And at that point, you pick up with Harry Osborn and Mysterio. Now, here's one of the crazy things about this, which, by the way, the last video I misspoke and said that it was Quentin Beck that was taken by Mr. Negative. It was actually Wesley, right? People were super quick to call that out. They're like, Rob, you're wrong. But the cool thing here, right? Here's the funny thing about this. There was a point in the story where Mysterio was basically a council of individuals, right? Quentin Beck, Wesley, the right-hand man of Kingpin, Gwen Stacy, and several other people. The issue with this was that there was an explosion that took place where all the Mysterios were killed, but instead of dying, they merged together into what you see now, right? This kind of combination of personalities and even individuals combined into one. And it's why they repeat themselves, almost as if there's some kind of a hive mind that all kind of have to agree in order for anything to happen, which fits very neatly into the nature of the Mysterio Council, which is that they all had to agree that an act could be taken before that act could be taken. And so that's why when Harry Osborn says, that's a lot of bullseyes, the Mysterios say, move them for us. And they say it 4 times. And that's when Gwen says, move them for me. Now, Harry Osborn, right, still very much in love with his wife, despite the fact that she's nothing like the Gwen Stacy that he remembers, right? At least not physically. He says, sure, no problem. And literally just goes in to confront these bullseyes. What's crazy is a voice comes out of nowhere and says, stop. Let them through. And that's where the bullseyes are just like you heard him, follow me. And like they all part. They all just separate. There's no fight that goes on here. And so from there, Harry Osborn and Gwen just follow the bullseyes. At that moment, you jump back to Mr. Negative and Kingpin, right? And Mr. Negative says, you must be getting used to it by now. Everybody abandoning you. Then again, that's a convenient lie that spares you the real truth, isn't it? And Kingpin initially just finds this kind of curious, right? He was like, are you trying to make me angry, provoke a reaction? And if so, it's going to take something much more than we are born alone and we all die alone. And that's where Negative says, of course, but betrayal is a good step beyond rejection. Haven't you wondered whatever happened to Mr. Wesley? Where did your most trusted man disappear to? Or was he ever really here at all? And that's an important thing because we know what he's referring to, but Kingpin does not, because he says, if you killed him, if it was you, I am going to enjoy this more than I thought I was. And that's where Negative says, not likely, not once you find out. But in that moment, there's some kind of a distraction here. And then it jumps back to Richard and Felicia. And Richard picks up on something, right? He's like, something happened here. I don't know what it is, but something happened. And Felicia's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I don't know. I thought I heard something. And so Felicia's like, Richard, your foot, because in his distraction, he's activated the alarm systems. So now everyone knows there's an intruder in the building. So any element of surprise is now gone. And that's the kicker here, because in that moment, you jump back to Negative and Kingpin just says, right, there are intruders at the node. Mr. Negative doesn't know what it means, but Kingpin says, do what you will with this city, but know that your dominion exists at the pleasure of the maker. And he just says, if there is one rule we live by, it's this: be a solid foundation on which his empire stands. And so that's kind of the funny thing, is because Kingpin's aware of his role in the bigger picture. Yes, the Illuminati, right? The Incredible Hulk and all these guys that run the show behind the scenes, kind of carrying out the will of the maker despite the maker's absence, that yes, they all put Wilson Fisk in charge. And Wilson Fisk is not blind to that, right? It's not as though he's just kind of run away with himself. No, he's well aware of what's going on. And at the end of the day, everything he does is to serve the maker, even if he does it grudgingly, even if his ego really kind of tells him, you could be so much more than this. The reality here, and as most of you guys know, the maker is a man who can control time, and a man who can control time is God. Because how do you fight a man? How do you defeat a man who can make it so that you were never born? That's the kind of power the maker has historically had. In the middle of all this, though, Peter Parker busts into the entire building and he confronts Kingpin and Mr. Negative directly. And he says, normally I'd have something hilarious to say, but I didn't really prepare any jokes where the punchline was for two guys. He's like, actually, I do have something, right? How many guys does it take? But then that's when he suddenly looks at the monitors and realizes Richard and Felicia are in the building, and Kingpin and Negative know that they're there. And so Negative just says, right, your timing could not be more perfect, Mr. Parker. You're just in time to watch some truly awful things happen to you and yours. And that's where Kingpin is like, how do you know his name, right? And Mr. Negative is just like James Wesley told me. He told me everything he learned in his secret life as Mysterio. And that's the kicker here. That's what Mr. Negative did. He took Wesley, right? He took Wesley and then he used his powers to dominate Wesley's mind and force Wesley to reveal everything he knew, right? And that's what he says. I know all of your secrets, Kingpin, and I know all of yours, Peter Parker. Like, I'm sure it's your uncle behind that Kingpin story that was on every screen earlier. And like I know, that's your son, Richard, down in the vault, right? And so Peter just says, do not worry about him, worry about me. Now, on the surface, this doesn't seem very huge, but the reality here is that if one person knows the identity of Peter Parker, and if one person knows the names of people who are closest to Peter and what their relationships are to Peter, that one person can grow at an exponential rate. All it takes is a tweet, a Facebook post, an Instagram story, and suddenly the whole world knows exactly who Peter Parker is as Spider-Man. They know his wife is Mary Jane Watson. They know his uncle is named Ben. They know his uncle's best friend is J. Jonah Jameson, right? It's an amazing revelation here because it kind of becomes like a Kaiser Sose type thing, right? These villains go after Peter Parker, right? They go after his parents. They go after his parents' friends. They burn down the buildings that they work in. They burn down the homes that they live in. They kill everybody that they know and love, and then just leave, right? It's a massive revelation here. And so that's where Kingpin just says, until I fall, this is my city and all of it is my concern. Truce until we deal with these other problems. And Negative says, yes, truce. You deal with this, I'm in the mood to end a bloodline. And so Peter immediately attacks Mr. Negative. But while he's attacking him, Kingpin grabs Peter and attacks Peter. Now understand, Spider-Man is facing off against two exceedingly capable villains. Peter is a very solid superhero, but one of the things to keep in mind is he's only been Spider-Man for a couple of years. This is not Marvel Comics where he's been Spider-Man for years and years and years and years and years. And he's faced off against these guys probably hundreds of times. And he knows all their strengths and he knows all their weaknesses and he knows exactly how to counter them. No. This is like the second time he's fought them. So he's still very much new to all of this. What also complicates the situation is when you jump back to Richard and Felicia Hardy, that the two of them are kind of going against these mechanized security systems, right, that exist down in this tunnel. And Felicia realizes that there seems to be what's basically a kind of safety switch by the vault door. So it's like, can you buy me time to get to that switch so that I can deal with the door? And Richard's just kind of like, I mean, yeah, sure. But that's when the symbiote chimes into him and says, we have a problem, Richard. And Richard asks what it is. And he says, the defenses here are made of the same stuff that I am. Extremely complex and highly adaptable. A symbiote-based security system, which means they are immediately subdued. There's no way for them to overcome it. They're not fighting mechanical arms that are clumsy and lunky or anything like that. And so at that point, you jump back to Kingpin, right? And he says, didn't you learn your lesson the last time that you came here? How badly do you have to be beaten to understand? Which is true. Kingpin almost killed Spider-Man. He beat him so bad. Like, it was insane. And Peter just says, you caught me on a bad day, Fisk, at my beginning. I know what I am doing now. And Kingpin just says, you had help then, which is true. Peter was fighting alongside Harry Osborn. And so he says, now you're here alone. And Peter just says, like I said, I know what I'm doing. But that's when Negative is like, if you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't have come here. Do not fight, and dominates the will of Peter Parker. Like that. Dude, it's amazing. Dude, it's one of the best fights that I think I've ever seen. And because Peter can't fight back, Kingpin just starts hammering this guy. And so at that moment, Peter calls for help and he says, Harry, are you there? You jump back to Harry Osborn, right? Who has been brought by all the bullseyes to the person that told the bullseyes to stand down. And one of them says, I present to you Henry Duggery, Captain Britain of the Makers Council, i.e. the Illuminati, an aristocrat of our secret world, our master and yours. And Henry just says, right, like, let's not stand on formality. Please come in. And I have to say, when you reached out to me, my curiosity was barely piqued. But now that I'm here, now that I've surveyed what's become of my territory, I have to say, I am more interested in how you might run things, Mysterio. That's the kicker. It's the revelation that Mysterio made this bargain behind Harry's back. But that's the problem. Harry is looking at Mysterio through the lens of Mysterio is my wife, Gwen Stacy. She's a member of a larger council, and so I'm talking to Gwen now. He's not thinking of Mysterio as a kind of hodgepodge of various entities combined together, acting of its own accord, with only one small portion of that being his wife. And if there's anything that had been established is that while Gwen Stacy does very much care about her husband, the machinations and the goals of the Mysterio Council exceed everything else, because the destruction of the Maker, the defeat of the Maker, is more important than everything else. And that's where Harry's taken by surprise. And Mysterio just says, we have many plans. And so Harry's just like, what do you mean? But that's when Peter chimes in and it's like, Harry, can you hear me? Harry, I need your help. Please. Now, lest we forget, the AI built into Harry's suit, not that dissimilar from the AI in Iron Man's suit, is modeled after his father, Norman Osborn. And Norman Osborn is a very harsh figure for Harry, not in the sense that he torments his son, but in the sense that in a lot of ways, he forces him to confront the realities of the situations that he's in. And in this particular instance, Norman, albeit acting like a bit of a dick, just says, fascinating, isn't it? How you are ignored so often and then pulled at all at once. And he says, so what's it going to be, son? Will you stand by 1/5 of a wife or run off to save a better man than you will ever be? Where does your loyalty lie? Do you have any agency at all? Or are you just a thing to be pulled to and fro? And that's where Harry makes a choice. And he just says, I'm sorry, Pete. And he leaves Peter to his fate. And so at that point, Peter kind of starts to overcome the will or the power of Mr. Negative. And Negative just says, no fighting back. Remember. And Peter can't bring himself to launch any meaningful punches. And so that's the cool thing here, is because at that moment, you jump back to Jameson and Uncle Ben, along with Otto Octavius, and they continue making this broadcast. And so that's where Otto is asked, right, are you ready for the second signal? And Otto just says, whenever you are. And that's where Uncle Ben says, sending it. And so you get this amazing broadcast over everything that's happening, where it says, make no mistake, the Kingpin is not rich, he is not famous, he is not influential. He is power. He decides what kind of life you are allowed to have. And this is what they do. They rule. And we are expected to take it. They feed you a fake idea of life. They feed you, and then you laugh as you choke on it. And so with all of that having happened, Peter Parker being beaten to death by the Kingpin just looks on all of this and just says, it's done. He is finished. And Negative just says, such grand plans, right? Such broad ambition to topple kings and seed hope for the hopeless. Such a hero. I expected more. And Kingpin just says, take the lesson for what it is. The rabble always talk about revolution until the blood comes out, and then all they do is bleed. And so Negative just says, I will take care of the sun. You finish up here. Only to find out Peter's not dead. He stands up and he says, no, right? This is not over. I am just getting started. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Ultimate Spider-Man, where basically Peter and Harry fight Kraven the Hunter. Peter stops pulling his punches, and the ending of this is crazy. So what this does is it picks up with Peter and Harry hiding in the Savage Land. Now, keep in mind here, right, and a little bit of catch up, because it's been a little while since they released the last issue of this, that the idea behind this is that it really is kind of the Illuminati behind everything. And the Illuminati here in the Ultimate Universe is very different from the main Marvel Universe, right? Where the Illuminati in the Ultimate Universe is more realistic, more grounded, and more tangible. And their true power comes in the form of information. With information, you can blackmail people, you can control people, you can have people killed, you can cheat the stock markets. Information is the real currency of the world. And so because of that information they have, Kraven the Hunter, despite the fact that he's supposed to capture Peter and Harry and hand them over to the Kingpin, kind of I would call him more of like a general or a governor for the Illuminati themselves, that Kraven does what Kraven always does, which is let's play a game. And he decides to hunt them instead. So keep in mind, everything you're seeing here is off the books. This is not supposed to be happening. But given the nature of the Illuminati and the knowledge they have, Kraven knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He knows about Mary Jane Watson. He knows about Peter's kids, Richard and May. He knows about Harry Osborn. He knows about Gwen Stacy, who Harry Osborn is married to. He knows the most intimate details of their life. And that's where this kind of disagreement, I would say, not a major source of conflict, but the disagreement between Peter and Harry comes from. Because as they're making their way to the Savage Land, they're trying to get to the edge of this preserve to some kind of an escape hatch. Because remember, unlike the main Marvel universe, where the Savage Land exists in Antarctica, in the Ultimate Universe, it's down below the city of New York. So it's just a matter of getting back up to the surface again. But the big concern for Peter is protecting Mary Jane Watson and protecting his kids. The big concern for Harry is we have to deal with this guy, because if we don't deal with him now, it doesn't matter where we go, and it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what lengths that we go to protect our families. He will always come back. And again, it's kind of here in this moment, this conversation, where Harry says, like, we need to focus on right now. You need to focus on that and nothing else, because we have to succeed in this before we can do anything about what's out there. And you need to come to grips with what has to happen, which is to say, we have to kill him. We have to end this guy. Now, again, that's also a fundamental difference between Harry and Peter. I wouldn't go so far as to say that Harry's trigger happy, right? He's not a Punisher character where he's just like, a guy who did a bad thing, kill him, right? That's not really what he's shooting for here, but he does understand the threat that Kraven poses. And I wouldn't really call Peter naive. I would say that Peter has his own moral compass. But again, when it comes to villains in comic books, in a lot of ways, I guess, moral compass of superheroes is oftentimes their Achilles heel. If they play by the rules, then everybody else will play by the rules. But the issue with standing on the top of that ladder in that moral high ground is it's very easy for someone to kick it out from under you and for everything that you know and love to come crashing down. And that's really what Peter's going to have to contend with here. Because Peter says, "Don't tell me what I have to do, Harry. I know what I have to do, and I know in what order. We have to escape first, then hide our families, then you suit up and we take care of business." But that's where Harry's like, "And then what? Right, what's your grand plan after that?" Right? I mean, you're thinking in the moment. You're thinking small. Like so many people out there, you're thinking about right now. You're not thinking 3 steps ahead, but everybody else around you is. And so you're going to be left behind. So the question here is, what's your plan? I mean, is your plan to just run and hide forever? Is that it? Or are you hoping that you can beat up Craven and hand him over to the authorities? And if you do, what makes you think he's going to stay in jail? It's a very credible argument here. There are some villains out there, due to just the maniacal nature of themselves or due to the connections they have, that they will never, ever, ever see the inside of a prison cell. They will never stand justice for the things that they've done. And the only way to deal with them is to kill them. Now, I'm not advocating that we kill everybody out there, but Harry makes a credible argument here. And so at the end of the day, Peter just kind of pushes it aside and says, like you said, let's focus on the now. I'll worry about later if we get the chance. And so again, in the middle of them trekking, right, suddenly a shot comes out of nowhere. It kills the raptor they're riding because, yes, dinosaurs exist in the Savage Land. Harry's kind of pinned down momentarily and essentially has a broken ankle. A second shot fires off and takes out this velociraptor once again, right? And then at that point, Craven's just watching them. Now, they don't know where he is, right? They can't see this guy, but Craven is a prodigious hunter here. And he even kind of taunts him, right? He's like, now, right? Come out and play. It's no fun if you simply wait for your death. And so again, with them hiding behind the rock, Craven's firing off shots. And it's really more to taunt them. It's really more to let them know, I know where you are. There's nowhere you can run to that I can't kill you. Now, at that point, is Craven having fun? Because truth to tell, if Craven really did want to kill them, he would just wait them out. He would never fire a single shot so they would know that he can see them, that they would go taking off out of the rocks. He'd fire off 2 shots. That'd be the end of them. But Craven likes to play with his food before he eats it. And it's one of the things that makes his character so captivating, both in the main Marvel universe and here. Because at that point, Peter's like, okay, so like we have to get to the cover of the jungle because out here we're in a clearing, man. We're out in the open, right? We're literally just sitting ducks. It's not that far. Can you make it? And the response of Harry is, I can make it. And Peter's like, okay, I'll distract him. And this is one of the coolest things that goes on here, right? Because keep in mind, Peter's powers are still being discovered by Peter himself. He's still learning what he's capable of. So he jumps out there in the middle of everything, and Craven's like, I mean, who am I to deny a man what it is that he wants? So he goes firing off shots, and Peter starts dodging them, right? He's literally dodging the shots of Craven. So you guys can figure out what's going on here, even if Peter doesn't fully understand. Because once he gets back to Harry, Harry's like, dude, that was pretty dumb. And Peter's like, I think I can sense when he's about to shoot at me before he does. And what's good is what works. So let's not overthink it. His spider sense is kicking in, right? It's the first time that Peter's actually experiencing his spider sense. And to a degree, that has kind of happened over the course of the Ultimate Spider-Man run. We as the audience understood what was going on better than Peter did, but there were these moments where Peter would be in a fight and he would just kind of automatically dodge, bob and weave, different things like that. His sense would kick in, right? So again, it's a cool little way that Jonathan Hickman uses to evolve the character of Peter and to have him grow. And so in the midst of all that, Mole Man shows up. Now, here's the kicker behind this, right? Mole Man and then Mysterio, as we'll also see, because we saw him in the last issue, they're kind of enigmas here, right? Keeping in mind that Kraven the Hunter is doing all this off the books and seemingly against the wishes of the Kingpin, right? Because the reality is that Kingpin and the Illuminati want Peter and Harry alive. They do not want them dead, at least as far as I remember. And so if Kraven kills them, of course, he can concoct any story he wants to, right? You know, they wouldn't come along willingly and I was forced to kill them or whatever, you know, whatever the case happens to be. But Mole Man, this Savage Land area, this is his realm. Kraven is conducting this hunt in Mole Man's home. And so that's why when he shows up here, he was like, so you guys are not going to make it out of here alive, right? At least not without some kind of help. You, I'm sure, believe you will make it out alive, but in all honesty, crap in one hand, wish in the other, and see which one fills up first. And so he says, fortunate for you, I am a man of means, especially in this place. And they don't initially trust him. And truth to tell, there's no reason to. One, because, I mean, the guy looks just creepy, and two, because he works with Craven. But he says, "This is my domain, my refuge, my place of peace, and I do not care for this current disturbance." And where they ask, like, "You're one of them, aren't you?" Right? His response is, "I am more of them than with them." But yes, and to a degree, it makes sense, right? Some people would argue it's better to be the devil's right hand than in his path. And so he asks, "Why would you betray the kingpin to help us?" And the response of Mole Man is very, very particular here because he says, "Oh no, I would never dare to do such a thing over such things as you. But the kingpin knows not of Craven's excursion. So, as for why I would help you, that's really none of your business." Now, in the last video that we saw, or last video that we did, when we were talking about the kind of conversations that were going on between Craven and Mole Man, it doesn't really seem like there's much in the way of love loss here. So while Mole Man doesn't really give us any specific details on why it is that he's helping Peter and Harry, you and I could probably go so far as to argue that he wouldn't mind seeing Craven killed, and that if Craven dies, well, that's the end of it, right? And honestly, it just makes his life easier. But at the end of the day, the hatch is opened and you have Spider-Man and Harry that go down into it, and they're basically led away by the Malloys. And that's where Mysterio pops up. Now, one of the best things about this, right? Like, maybe it's Quentin Beck, maybe it's not, but Mysterio really lives up to his namesake in Hickman's Ultimate Spider-Man. You know nothing about his motivations, you don't know his identity, you don't even really know what his loyalties are, that he's very, very ambiguous. So it's really cool in terms of how he functions. But the conversation between himself and Mole Man is that Mole Man's just kind of like, "Good luck," and then as he turns around, he's suddenly met by Mysterio, right? And he's like, "Dude, what are you doing here, man?" And Mysterio's like, "Just observing this dangerous game that you're playing. It's surprising how delightful." And Mole Man responds, he says, "I never should have told you the plan, and I certainly should not have told you that they were here." But the response of Mysterio is, "But you did. And any regrets that you have, I promise, are pure folly. You did the right thing, and I will not forget it." Now, what really seems to be going on here is that of all these henchmen, if you want to call them that work for the Kingpin, Mysterio seems to be the one with the greatest sense of loyalty to the Kingpin. We don't definitively know if that's the case, and I could be entirely wrong. But in a lot of ways, it seems like the way that he's seen by Mole Man and Craven and these guys is that he's almost kind of like the man on the inside, right? He's Kingpin's eyes and ears. And it's almost kind of the way in which Mysterio carries himself, right? And so that's where Mole Man's just like, "I wish you would," right? And we should also forget this insane plan of ours. The closer we get to our day of action, the more I fear it will be the end of us both. So potentially, they're both looking to take out Kingpin. But again, very cloak and dagger, smoke and mirrors, very mysterious here. But what's not mysterious is the entire conversation between the two of them is being watched by Craven. Now, seemingly Craven can't hear them, right? Because he's just so far away, but maybe he can read lips. I don't know. Who knows? The only thing that really seems to matter to him is he recognizes the hatch, and he knows the hatch that Peter and Harry went down. And so at that point, you pick back up with Peter and Harry themselves. And while they're not professional hunters, they have set a kind of makeshift trap, right? At least enough to potentially offer some measure of a distraction here. But that's where things really, at least this kind of rift, seems to sort of form between the two of them. They don't go to blows, but there's a revelation that Harry gives to Peter that changes everything. Because Peter says, "All right, we're close to the edge now. We could be out of here soon." And Harry responds and he's like, "I still say that we should stay and fight this guy. Put an end to the problem. Cut it off at the source." And Peter's like, "I mean, we've talked about this, man. MJ, the kids, Gwen, they're just out there unprotected with no idea what might be coming for them." And that's where Harry's just kind of like, and Peter realizes something's going on. And he says, "Gwen's not in danger. Probably not anyway." And Peter's like, "What in the world are you talking about?" And Harry says, "You heard of ransom insurance. Like if someone kidnapped me, the insurance company would make sure the kidnappers are paid off if I'm returned. It ensures that things do not get out of hand." And Peter's like, "Okay, what's your point?" And the response of Harry is, "Gwen and I had an elevated version of that. Danger liability. If something happens to either of us, not only does someone try to resolve it, but the other person gets an extreme level of security. It's invisible to the person being protected, but it's effective. Otto created the protocols, and he would have activated them by now. He would have done the same for you, but you wouldn't tell him who you are. He doesn't know your identity. Now, understand something here. Peter being angry is, I guess, maybe on some level angry with Harry, but more angry with himself because this could have been something available to him. And instead, because he didn't trust Otto and because he didn't reveal his identity, despite the fact that Otto Octavius is the one that helped Peter understand the nature of his suit, he's the one that designed the kind of upgraded Green Goblin suit for Harry, that he's really been nothing more than seemingly an ally to these guys. That Peter has put himself in a situation and put his family in a situation where if something like this happened, they would be in real credible danger. And so that's where he says, so you and yours are good, but MJ and the kids are just out there all alone. But again, he's more angry at himself. Seemingly he can't bring himself to say it, right? Like, I'm an idiot for turning down that kind of option. It's only ever after something like this happens that I realize the benefit to it, which to a degree makes sense, right? People are reactionary. People don't really act beforehand, right? In a kind of proactive way. Arguably, it's one of the big failings of modern humans, but the fact is that you switch back over to Craven the Hunter, who's actually massacred all these Moloids. And when Mole Man shows back up here, there's one who's left alive. And he starts asking him, like, what in the world happened here? And this Moloid's like, Craven came. And Craven kept killing everybody until somebody told him what he wanted to know. And the question of Mole Man is, what is it that he wanted? And this Moloid tells him, where the tunnels go. And so when Peter and Harry are making their way through the brush, Craven's waiting for them with a minigun and he just like starts spraying everything down. And like Peter, again, because his spider sense kicks in, before the trigger's pulled, he's like, Harry, get down. And like immediately the shots go out, right? And so everything starts getting sprayed. But then Peter starts like skipping around, right? His spider sense is kicking in, helping him bob and weave. It's cool that he's picking up on it so fast and he's learning how to use it so quickly. But while Craven is trying to catch him, Craven's just spraying bullets all over the place. And Peter's dodging out of all of them until the gun starts clicking and Peter's like, you're out. You're out of ammo, right? And the response of Craven is, I have as many guns as there are ways to hunt my prey. Do you not see? I have hunted everything and never failed to catch them. There is nowhere you can run. So running will not save you. And that's where Peter's just like, okay, well then I guess we should stop running. Right? And so at that point, he says, Harry, do it. And Harry throws a rock, activates the trap, which explodes and sends Craven flying. Now, it's not enough to kill him. But at that point, Craven's just like, it's been some time since I've been truly tested. That was a good trap, but it was not enough. And I can tell that you have never hunted. Haven't you heard the saying, there is nothing more dangerous than a wounded animal? But the kicker here is that even Craven himself doesn't fully know what he's dealing with. He doesn't really understand the full capabilities of Peter. He does to a degree, but remember, Peter's spider sense is kicking in for really one of the very first times as far as he understands it. Craven doesn't know about it. So when Craven goes on the attack, it's almost like Goku's ultra plot armor, right? Where he just automatically dodges and bobs and weaves and doesn't have to think about it. Peter kind of does the same thing, right? His spider sense functions the way it normally does. He's able to counterattack essentially every move of Craven and then gets the upper hand on him. And he says like, this is it. Right? Like, we're done. And so there's this really amazing moment where Peter talking to Craven, he says, you need to understand there's only one way this ends. And Craven's like reaching for his gun, right? And like, even when he gets his hands on it, Peter just like takes the gun from him and says like, you hurt us, you bled us, you learned everything you could about us, but you didn't really comprehend what you were hunting, did you? And he like breaks the gun in half. And he's like, did you really think you could kill someone like me with a gun? And he's like, you know what I understand now? I know what the line is because you crossed it. No one goes after my family. And like, he literally just starts hammering on Craven like a side of beef, like almost kills him. And Harry's just like, do it, Peter, finish him. You have to. And then Peter stops. Right? And it's really awesome because at that point, Peter's just like, no, I'm not like him. We're not like him. He's going to forget everything he knows. He's going to leave our city and he's never going to return. Now, that is the Peter Parker in a fantasy land idealized perception of good guys versus bad guys. And that would work in the main Marvel universe. But the Ultimate Universe is more of a reflection of the real world. Bad guys don't just walk away because they've been defeated. And so that's where Harry's just like, what are you talking about, Peter? He's a killer. It's what he does. It's very reminiscent of like the scene from Sicario, right? Where Benicio del Toro is like, you do not belong here, Kate. You are not a wolf. And this is the land of wolves now. And it's really cool because at that point, while Harry's pleading his case, Craven pulls a gun and he's like, Harry's like, he won't stop until he wins. It's him or it's us. And Craven pulls the trigger. Now the bullet flies right through Peter, right? Literally hits Peter. And Peter's like, I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any danger. Like, why didn't I feel anything? And the response of Craven is, because I wasn't aiming at you. You were just in the way. And he shot Harry in the face, shot him in the head, kills Harry Osborn on the spot. And he's like, you should have listened to your friend because he was right. I will never stop. The hunt never ends. And Peter totally loses control. I mean, just completely loses control here and absolutely starts pummeling Craven. And he would have killed him if Mysterio hadn't popped up. And this is why I say Mysterio is so cool, man. Mysterio is so fascinating here because he shows up really more with a warning than anything else, but he makes Peter think in a way that Peter hadn't been thinking before. And I'm not talking about in this like moment of rage. I mean, the entire time he's been here, because Mysterio says, this is quite the dilemma, isn't it? He's like, normally we would be enemies as our allegiances demanded, but in this moment, that is not the case because I am more interested in him than you, hero, for I have plans. But should he die, should you choose to continue beating him to death, then his end would mean my full attention would turn onto you. So I have to ask, is that really what you want? And the response of Peter is like, he killed my friend. And the response of Mysterio is amazing here. He says, and like your friend said, he's a killer. And that's what killers do. So you have to wonder, if he is so good at it, what makes you think your loved ones are safe? How do you know he has not already sent someone to visit them? Honestly, what makes you even think they're still alive at all? And so that's where Peter's like, what do you know? And the response of Mysterio is, me personally, I have no real idea. But I do think that you should run home now, Peter Parker. You couldn't save your friend, but perhaps you can still save your family. It's amazing because when Peter gets back home, of course, MJ's safe. Right now, also keep in mind, the backup story that had kind of been a part of this is that his son was running around in the Venom suit, which is essentially what Peter Parker's suit is, right? It's technically Picotech, but it's a Venom suit by all standard of measurement. And like MJ's fine, right? Like he just busts in, like literally knocks in the door. MJ's just like, what in the world is going on? She's like, oh my God, Peter, thank God. Because he's been missing for months. He's been gone for months. And in fact, in the time when it appeared that he was there, it was actually the Venom symbiote pretending to be him, essentially shape-shifting, which was Jonathan Hickman establishing to us that the Venom symbiote can change its physical form to look like anybody. It was a really cool revelation that came from the Ultimate Spider-Man line. But she's just like, where have you been? Like, because she realized that it was Venom and it wasn't actually Peter. And so at that point, it's like, where's my husband? Where in the world did Peter go? But once she realizes he's bleeding, she's like, what happened? And he just says like, Harry's gone. And she's like, what? She's like, Harry's dead. And I couldn't save him. I mean, tears are rolling down his face. I mean, it's a very emotional moment. And she was like, why would someone like, Peter, what happened? And it's like, they know who we are. They know our identities. They know you, they know the kids. They know everything about us. Like they literally know everything. And so she's like, you're scaring me. Like, I'm scared. And he's like, I know, I'm sorry. It's just, I'm so sorry about all of this. And she's like, well, then what do we do? Like, what are we going to do here? And Peter does the only thing that he can think of. He's just like, we run. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. I told you, man, Ultimate Spider-Man, this comic is amazing. Thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and I will catch you all later. Peace.